Singsong City, Book 1, Vampires Don't Suck, by Julianne Wicker. Chapter 1. I'm not what you'd call comfortable with children. Even rescuing children who are being held captive and tortured. Mother Mercy only sent me once, because I ended up terrifying and traumatizing them, but that was the old me. Now, I'm a respectable, dull, ordinary magical antiquities librarian, not an assassin of the House of Mercy. Babysitting a couple of elven children for a few hours will be child's play. Ha! Child's play. Anna would have laughed. She wouldn't have remembered 5 minutes later, but she would have laughed. Socially awkward, that was me. Not that there's anything very social about me. Awkwardness, however, I have in abundance. I know how to deal with books and monsters, in that order. You care for books and you kill monsters. Neither one of those were very social pursuits, at least not if you were doing it right. Crayons didn't belong on the ancient marble circular desk where it took its eminent position in the center of the Antiquities Library's main floor. The colorful wax tubes were wrapped in paper, orange, indigo, and violet that reflected light beneath the elegant, glittering chandeliers. The onyx and quartz crystal quivered and sang the slightest hint of a melody when the doors opened, letting in a gust of chaos from the street outside, chaos in the form of the two children, Sarah and Robert, who shouldn't ever step foot inside the hallowed halls of Singsong City's most respectable depository of ancient texts. There was another library to the west, filled with any number of more mundane books, but the two children weren't here for the books but for their grandfather, and he'd asked me to watch them. For hours. 3 to be exact. Last week he'd explained that the children would need to spend the morning in my care. I would have objected, because it wasn't my job to tend someone else's children, but I didn't technically have a library of magic degree, and was hired on as a generic clerk, who could be fired at the slightest whim of Horace, the library's chairman. It had taken time to earn his trust enough that he let me man the main desk, work in the shelves, take any unexpected requests for rare materials in stride, as well as set the preservation spells on the rarest magic texts themselves. I was completely capable, whether I had my degree or not, but capability didn't equal getting a regular paycheck. The crayons sat in a neat row on the desk while the children edged closer. Would it be too ridiculous to start juggling them? How did you entertain children for hours in a place where they weren't allowed to touch much of anything? I'd gotten the crayons from Anna, my healer friend who had a daughter, after I'd admitted my trouble. Anna's hobby in her career was solving problems, and the solution to my problem, what to do with an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old and a 10-year-old elves, was crayons. When I was a child, crayons wouldn't have kept my attention for 5 minutes, but maybe elves were more civilized than orphans. I smoothed the crayons and smiled at the children, trying to keep the panic out of my eyes. They could sense your fear. No, that was monsters, but what was the difference, really? Welcome to the Library of Antiquities. I'm Miss Morel, and I will keep you company until your grandfather is available. Sarah wrinkled her little nose like she'd smelled something rotten, and looked me up and down. Clearly, my simple black blouse and skirt weren't up to her fashion standards. She wore pastel pink pants and a cardigan that set off her cream and roses complexion, fair hair in fussy ringlets around her face. Her pointed ears speared through the curls, showing her elvish pedigree almost as clearly as her disdain did. "You're not a nanny," Robert said, his expression flat, disinterested in me and the world in general. "And only babies like to color with crayons. I've had 5 oil painting classes already. They say that I'm a genius when it comes to capturing light and color." I stared at him, not sure what to say. He didn't want to color? What else was I supposed to do with him? If they got into some of the cursed books, or got lost in the backstacks, Horace would definitely fire me, and the children would be hurt as well. I'd prepped another backup solution to keep them occupied, but I'd hoped the crayons would work. Apparently not. Oh well, you had to be able to adapt at a moment's notice when dealing with monsters. I mean children. I gave him my sunniest smile. I'm so glad to hear that. Crayons are far too tame for those as sophisticated and advanced as the two of you. Why don't we take a tour of the library, and then you can tell me how you would best like to spend your time. I put the crayons on the desk and walked briskly ahead of them. I started by leading them up the main marble stairs between the two statues, one of an angel, the other a demon, both winged and threatening. I started in my best tour guide voice. As I'm sure both of you know, Singsong City was founded in those first days after the Great War ended, a statement of what could be accomplished when everyone joined forces for the good of all, both those traditionally allied to the light, like your elves, and those infernal forces of darkness that preferred an alternative to eternal torment, such as goblins. Singsong City was built upon that duality, the undercity growing as rapidly as the upper. This library was built in 1875 and has remained resolute no matter the storm. When those threatened by the duality of the city attacked, first by a coalition of the Holy Sword and Shield, the people of Singsong built the great wall of gold that still stands today, risen from song magic, and the voices of every person in our city, no matter their race or belief. The sculptures are lopsided, Robert said, shaking his head sadly. Anyway, there weren't any actual angels or demons left on the earth after the war, just descendants. Everyone knows that the coalition of the Holy Sword and Shield had no intention of actually destroying Singsong. They just wanted to liberate the hostages in the upper city and send the other inhabitants packing to other places where they could be more comfortable, integrated with their own kind. Sarah made a face at the demon statue. It's a stupid story, also boring. How long do we have to be here? I held on to my smile and led them up the stairs without responding to either of them. When dealing with monsters, it was best to watch your tongue. When we reached the upper gallery, I looked up at the stained glass dome above the dozens of tables for a moment before glancing around at the few students from the city's 3 universities occupying the space. They all had cards of access and could touch any of the books on this floor, as long as they didn't try to remove them. I nodded at a few girls who smiled shyly at me, still grateful for my help in retrieving documents on the chimera that had only recently found their way to my library. Their professor loved his mythological creatures and assigned at least one paper on the topic every semester. This is the study gallery, where upper-level students come to partake of the wisdom of the ancients. Robert sniffed. It smells dusty. There are millions of books and documents in this library, each carefully catalogued. If you were to wander on this floor unassisted, you would easily be lost for days, weeks perhaps, and then you would have nothing to eat but dust and books. I gave them both pointed looks before turning and heading down the long aisle between 2 tall shelves leading to the smaller staircase on the end. When we reached it, another pair of statues, angel and demon, guarded the way, but their wings were outstretched, so we had to go through single file. I took the lead, assuming that they would follow me out of boredom, if nothing else. Oh, the trauma of being forced to walk past ancient books filled with hidden and forgotten gems only waiting to be discovered, if you knew how to look. This set of stairs wound up, higher and higher, finally coming out on the top floor of the library. The small halls led to the right, to the left, and straight ahead. This is the top floor, where the books are cursed, forbidden, or damaged and in need of repair. I nodded straight ahead. That way leads to the preservation labs, where I and other members of the staff work tirelessly to undo the damage of time and mice, to restore what we can and record what we can't. It is the most exciting part of the library, a truly noble work that will be appreciated for generations. Would you like to see? It is a rather extensive walk, but is well worth it to see the process of real and genuine preservation. I made my voice intense and encouraging, but as expected, Sarah curled her lip and Robert sniffed and looked away. Preservation. Why would anyone bother to save something so boring? Isn't there art somewhere? You'd think that a library would have at least some art, even if it's bad. That would be better than dusty books. At 10 he was already such a great connoisseur. Somehow, I didn't roll my eyes. Anything's better than dusty books, Sarah agreed. At least the siblings didn't fight with each other. Very well. I'll take you down to the East Hall, but first I'd like to point out that towards your right leads to the containment section, where the books are cursed, haunted, or infected with demons that will devour your soul if you so much as touch them. I shook my finger in front of Robert's face, then Sarah's. You must never go down the right hall, if you value your safety. Promise me. I waited until Robert sighed heavily. We promise. Can we leave now? Very well. To our left is the Hall of Exchange, where we store books that belong to other libraries, but are being held at the request of a patron. Some have been here for 50 years, just waiting for a patron to claim it. I'm sure they got their souls sucked out of them by the book demons, Robert said with a smirk. How did anyone survive past such an annoying age? It's entirely possible, I agreed, and then continued down the hall, carved stone walls glimmering dimly beneath the orbs that lined the way, only bright enough to see where I was going. Magic was the order inside the Library of Antiquities, while technology was for other libraries, more mundane ones. We descended the back stair, coming out in the East Hall, which was very rarely occupied, the long stretch of deserted marble perfect for gymnastics. Some nights I'd come down here after all the glows had gone down and work my body. I got restless after spending 8 hours hunched over ancient Cyrillic, and there was nothing better for getting out kinks than cartwheels. I didn't immediately start running down the hall. First, I'd have to zip my skirt into pants using a simple spell I'd learned when I was 12, back when I was always climbing trees in dresses being the appropriate wear for little girls in Mother Mercy's order. Roger headed to the first painting to the right, a stunning Turkish battle scene with plenty of peculiar monsters around the edges, but Sarah hung back. "Lady Librarian, how long do we have to stay here?" The clock tower on the corner had rung the quarter hour a few minutes ago, so the two little dears still had at least 2.5 hours left to go. Poor things. "Do you know any tricks?" She blinked at me, looking much too fussy to know tricks. "I'm not a clown. We pay others to do tricks." I spelled my skirt into pants with the simplest rhyme imaginable, skirt to pants, so I can dance in a particular order of notes that hung in the air, soaking into my skirt and then ripping into 2 slits and crawling into a pair of loose pants. I'd made this skirt with that spell in mind, so the skirt was technically also a pair of pants. When I hung them in my closet, there were 2 legs and a skirt bottom hanging down, but once I put them on, they worked perfectly as one or the other. I owned 2 sets of skirt pants, black blouses with white collars, and not much else. The little girl gasped with big eyes like changing my skirt into pants was the trick. "Now then," I said, brushing down my legs and taking 3 steps away from her, facing the hall. "Let's get our blood flowing, HM." I did a simple handstand, walked 3 steps, then went over, landing on my toes, then pulling myself upright. "Now you try," I gave her an encouraging smile while she stared at me. "I don't know how to do that." "Then I will teach you." She was part elf, so gracefulness and flexibility were a given. It didn't take her long to learn the simple walkover, and by then Robert had seen as many paintings as he wanted to see, and came back to tell me how subpar the art was since there wasn't anything impressionistic or modern. I didn't remind him that this was a library of antiquities. I just started teaching him a basic cartwheel. He caught on fast enough, and soon they were demanding more difficult tricks. 1 hour down, 2 to go. Sarah finally laughed when her brother's cartwheel went into the wall, and I smiled at the sound, but Robert wasn't amused. His glare was accusing when he pointed at me. "Stupid tricks. All you know are stupid baby tricks." He thought I was laughing at him, along with his sister. Such insecure children. I straightened up and studied the end of the long hall. I could argue with him or tell him to stop acting like a baby, but arguing wouldn't be as good as distracting him with a really good routine. I took a deep breath and then ran, bare feet against the marble floor before I launched into the first move, round off, 2 back handsprings, an aerial, 3 front handsprings, and then something unexpected happened. A door that led down a narrow set of stairs into the lower sections of the library, where infernal creatures did research and kept a lab that I hadn't ever cared to visit, opened, and out stepped the scholar, right in front of me. His eyes widened a second before I hit him, sending his papers scattering across the hall, and his own strong, firm body sliding back 2 steps. For a moment I stared into those eyes, darkest black that began to shift to blue, starting around the pupil and spreading out like rivers in the dark earth, until his eyes were entirely cerulean, striated with the darkest hues. That moment stretched out as his heart beat against mine, a deep, rich, slow throbbing that echoed in my own chest. Fire spread through me, bringing me painfully to life. His pale skin shouldn't have been warm, but he was. When was the last time I'd held on to someone like this, gripping his lapels like they were my lifeline, drinking in the feel and scent of him, rich and earthy beneath the slight trace of chemicals? "Are you all right?" he asked, in a voice like ruffled chocolate. Ruffled chocolate? Had I completely lost my mind? I pushed away from him, breaking the hold he'd had around my waist. I hadn't noticed that until I lost the connection. I shook my head and took 2 more steps away from him, crossing my arms over my chest. I beg your pardon. This hall isn't used very often. If you'll excuse me, I need to get snacks. I didn't quite run. But it was close. I summoned my shoes as I went, reversed my pants spell, and smoothed my hair when I got to the next empty hall. I'd remembered the last time someone had held me so tight, and it was the thing that gave me my worst nightmares. In my last career, which I'd retired from 6 years ago, I'd hunted the evils in the world and destroyed them. That's what the House of Mercy was all about, having mercy for those who couldn't help themselves, fighting the darkness and monsters, no matter the personal cost. It was doubtful that the scholar was as utterly evil as the last monster that had tried to kill me, but he was a creature of the darkness, and I didn't consort with darkness of any kind, not when I'd had more than my fill of it since I was 15 and my talents for finding evil manifested. Serial killers, rapists, cult leaders, those who preyed on the weak were my prey, but no one is strong forever. 30 years of killing killers, and I was done. After that last job I really was almost done, dead, ended, but thanks to Anna and the music master, I'd crawled back from the edge of extinction and built a life that I loved without any ties to the House of Mercy, other than Cross, my old friend, even if he was a prissy elf, who made sure I got enough severance pay to keep me in sushi. All these thoughts flooded my mind as I walked away from the scholar, aware of the way he stared after me far longer than he should have. Would the children be safe with him? We were in the Library of Antiquities. Every hall was under surveillance, which he knew as well as I did. He would not be attacking those children today. I exhaled and slowed down, trying to be calm and reasonable. I shouldn't have run like a frightened puppy, but he'd felt so good and smelled even better. He was tall, dark and handsome, although handsome didn't quite convey the depths of his pulchritude. He was probably a vampire or a necromancer, maybe a sorcerer who delved into the dark arts, but his eyes were wrong for all of those. I didn't know, didn't want to know, didn't need to know, and I certainly didn't need to think about the way he'd felt holding me in the kind of embrace that made you wonder if there was more good than bad in him. There wasn't. I was far too old and experienced to fall for that kind of thinking. I exhaled and walked slowly and sedately towards the main desk where I'd left the snacks I'd brought for the children. It was fine, nothing to get rattled about. People ran into people from time to time, and then they continued doing what they were doing once they'd apologized. He had no reason to think that I'd been affected by that encounter in the slightest. I grabbed the snacks and headed back to the East Hall, confident that he wouldn't be there when I arrived. I was right about that, but the children weren't either. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 2. Had he kidnapped them, after all? The possibilities were nerve-wracking. My heart beat quickly as I rushed down the hall to the security room on the side, where Bert was eyeing the jelly screens while stroking his long, full mustache. "What are those kids doing in there?" he asked as I came in. "You see them? Where are they?" I peered into the screen he was looking at, anxious about who might be with them, but Sarah and Robert were alone, heading down the hall where I'd told them all the dangerous books were kept. I exhaled the stress I'd been holding, grabbed the chair against the wall, and dragged it over to him, sitting down and opening the bag of pretzels. I offered him the bag, and he took a handful. I said, "I told them that was where all the demonic books were kept." He snorted and shot me a look. "How long do you think that old fragment archive is going to hold their interest?" "For at least an hour. That will give them a half-hour of colouring before their grandfather picks them up. An hour rummaging through dusty old boxes." "They aren't dusty. Maybe they used to be dusty, but I spent an entire month 2 years ago spelling that entire area dust-free. You aren't paid enough for all your talents." I had enough money to buy everything I wanted, but it was nice to be valued, even if it was mostly by the security guy, because I made a point of giving him snacks. "Thank you." I bit into a pretzel and watched the screen. Sarah was holding back, arguing that maybe they shouldn't break the rules, but then she gave up and went along with him, walking towards an old wooden case. It should be about there that. They leapt back screaming as flames flared up, 6 feet high, circling them rapidly. I nodded and ate another pretzel. What the Bert started up, reaching for his weapon. I patted his arm, pulling him back down. It's an illusion I prepared in case the crayons didn't work. It should keep them busy for an hour, and then I'll go rescue them. Keep the pretzels. They clearly won't be needing them. A demonic figure rose from the flames. You couldn't hear it through the screen, but it was very well done, and if the terror in Sarah's eyes was any indication, very convincing. Are you sure they'll be okay? Bert asked, looking uncertain. Physically, they'll be perfectly fine. I promise. I spelled that area completely safe, so that they won't be able to get so much as a sliver. I'm going to go get some work done. I smiled at him, satisfied that I'd come up with an effective solution to entertain the children until their grandfather was available. The time I'd been away from my desk showed in the stacks of papers and the books on the edge that needed to be placed in the proper return carts. I kept myself busy for the next hour, then went upstairs with my crayons and a stack of clean white paper. They should be ready to color now. I nodded at the students hard at work before I continued up to the end, past the sentinels, and up the curving staircase until I reached the fragment archives. The children were holding each other and sobbing. They hadn't realized that my illusion was running in a loop yet. I walked into the room, doused the illusory flames, and almost got knocked over when the two threw themselves at me, crying and promising to never disobey again. Their reaction was extremely gratifying. The next time they were in a library, they would probably obey the rules and not end up getting their souls burned out of them. It's all right. You're just fine, I said, patting Sarah's hair. It was so silky. When was the last time I'd touched someone's hair? When was the last time someone had held on to me this tight? I was pretty sure it was when I was being crushed alive. I started feeling uncomfortable because they didn't let go, and their sobs were so genuine. Of course they'd been truly frightened, but it wasn't nearly as bad as the disciplinary illusions I'd grown up with. Mine had always come with the sensation of pain and burning, which I'd specifically left out of theirs. At any rate, they'd needed to learn that lesson, because there were books in the library that would devour their souls if they didn't know what they were doing. There were demonic books and angelic tomes, and both would burn you to ashes. But maybe I should have gotten them sooner. Maybe I shouldn't have made the demon quite so terrifying. Maybe I should have come up with a different plan more suitable for delicate elves who hadn't ever watched their parents get slaughtered, like Cross, who'd been at the House of Mercy as long as I'd been there. By the time we got to the gallery beneath the dome, I felt terribly guilty. I tried to sit them down with paper and crayons, but they kept hanging on to me for almost the entire remaining time, while the guilt and confusion grew. I'd warned them not to go there, because children like to do the things they weren't supposed to do, so it was a well-earned scare, but I hadn't expected them to be quite so affected by it. It's like they had no idea how to handle fear, to put it into its proper box and move on to the next more helpful emotion. You're safe. It was only an illusion. It wasn't a real demon. Real demons are much more terrifying. For some reason, they only cried harder after that. Listening to children cry is the most exhausting thing in the world. No matter what I said, no matter how many times I tried to get them to sit up and color, they clung to me until finally Horace came. What's this? He asked as they threw themselves on the man. He'd been in the military, so he was strong and sturdy, but they rocked him with their fear-driven assault. Sarah pointed at me. She let a demon get us. He looked from them to me, crouching down to get the story, touching their faces, calming them with that way he had. I hadn't been able to calm them down, even though they'd held on to me. I didn't know how to deal with children. The only thing I knew how to nurture was books. I knew what to expect of them, but I judged incorrectly where they were concerned. I should have realized that a circle of flames and a demon would be too much for some unscarred elves. Well, they weren't unscarred now. My stomach knotted up as I cleaned up the crayons and took my lunch. I needed serenity to soothe the emotions and reactions that surged around my core. I failed at being a normal human. I would never know the right responses to people. That was usually okay, because I could hide in my books and not think about people, or only have to deal with them on the other side of a desk, where books were the only topic of conversation. But remembering their fear, Their accusations, it wasn't okay. I took a deep breath and took a bite of my sandwich as I underlined and made notes in the margins of the photocopied pages of Hammurabi's code. I needed calm in my life or I got more nightmares. Been there, done that, got the eternal fires burning in the underworld. It was fine. The next time Horace asked me to babysit his children, I'd be violently ill. With the way my stomach was tangling, it wouldn't be a lie. I had just started to breathe normally in the enclosed study room with my ancient text and pages of partial translations when the door opened and Horace walked in. He was human with faded blonde hair that didn't show the grey. He stood straight and commanding, his blue eyes burning at me with anger that didn't show on the rest of his face. He was usually mild and polite, cool and reserved, but now his eyes burned bright like a desert sky at midday. There was crackling power in him, even though he didn't usually show it. "Miss Morrill, why did you trap my grandchildren in an upstairs hall for hours?" I hesitated. "Not hours," I said cautiously. His nostrils flared, but he kept his anger contained as he spoke clearly. "My son passed away 2 years ago. My daughter-in-law isn't interested in her children being exposed to the foibles of humanity, and now it's demonic forces, not just human weakness, that I have to explain away. Why would you terrify them so badly, Miss Morrill? Do you hate children so much?" I flinched. "I'm sorry, I meant to teach them a lesson so they'd be safe and not actually get into real danger with books that might incinerate them." "You don't think you could have kept them safe by staying with them? That's all I wanted from you, to watch over them because they are dear to me as your books are dear to you. You can understand that, can't you?" I curled my fingers in my lap while my heart burned with the accusation. I understood books, not people. "Yes, sir, I misjudged the situation." He sighed heavily and his anger drained out of him. "I have a different assignment for you. Perhaps you won't traumatize this patron." His eyes held a warning, but not anger. I nodded rapidly. "Of course not. What can I do to help?" He smiled slightly and raised a finger. "Enter." I glanced at the door as it opened, and in walked the scholar. His eyes had so much blue mixed with the black, intense blue that was almost violet. All the air escaped my lungs and I was left floundering. The scholar was still tall, dark, and handsome, his lines sculpted with an eye to rugged virility that wasn't remotely tamed by his neat suit. His black tie was narrow, the perfect width for dragging him to your cave. No idea why he'd wear a suit to a cave, but logic had no place with his perfection. What did that even mean? No idea, but the point was that he was the patron that I had to not terrify, even though he was exactly the kind of monster I'd been trained to lure in and slaughter. I should be friendly yet professional, but I couldn't breathe. My body remembered the impact he'd made on me earlier, the feel of him, while in the back of my mind I was preparing 5 death spells and analyzing stab points beneath his immaculate suit. Horace said, "The scholar has a list of documents he needs that I'd like you to fetch for him." Today he smiled at me, leaving that word, fetch, out there where anyone could trip on it. Fetch, like a dog. That's the only hint he'd give that he was still upset about the way I'd traumatized his grandchildren, but it was enough. My shoulders slumped as I nodded, and turned to the dangerously attractive monster I wanted to kill, and said, "Of course, I'd love to help you." Harold put his hands on my shoulders, a grip that could be crushing. "I leave him in your excellent hands." Then after one more squeeze to remind me not to traumatize the patron, he turned and strode out past the scholar, leaving me in the empty room with the monster. It should have felt larger without Horace and his anger to fill it up, but the way the scholar was looking at me, I started to get claustrophobic. My heart rate accelerated while I stared at the man who gazed back at me, still, intent, and impossible to read. I tried for a professional smile. "If you have a list for me, I'll take care of it as soon as possible." He slowly withdrew a paper from the inside pocket of his jacket. Funny that I'd been pressed against the jacket just a few short hours ago. "I apologize for interrupting your lunch break." His voice was the timbre of a cello, low, musical, slightly rough. I swallowed hard at the sound of that beguiling voice, meant to lure in prey. I shuffled together my notes, trying to ignore the threat that he represented. I'd barely gotten back into the flow of translation, but it was over for the day, along with my peace. Horace knew that I avoided the monsters, but this was my punishment. I'd deal with the vampire, or whatever he was, and I'd be civil. I wasn't very hungry. I get caught up with translation and forget to eat, anyway. His eyes burned even more intently. Truly, I apologize even more sincerely for interrupting your translation. What are you working on? I shook my head and smoothed down my skirt while I tried to hide my awkwardness. Nothing important, just a personal project. The list. He finally gave it to me, watching me read it so intently that it took me a moment to process the titles. When the first one clicked into focus, my heart stopped, then beat ever harder as I trained my eye down the list of all the references I'd found in the last 6 years on eternal fire and infernal fire, variations on unquenchable fire that was capable of destroying even the fibers of reality. I looked up at the dark-haired man, skin pale, eyes bright and gleaming, so much blue, so much black. The scholar was interested in never-ending fire. What would a diabolical creature like him do with this kind of information? Why are you researching eternal fire? His brow quirked only for a moment before returning to implacable pleasantness. You know your references. Eternal fire isn't in any of the titles. I looked down, feeling caught. Horace had kept my findings on infernal and eternal fire sealed, because such specific knowledge could be a real danger in the hands of someone who wanted to cause large-scale permanent destruction. I'd been working through old tomes, translating ancient Cyrillic texts, following the clues that had led me to all those pieces of a puzzle that I still hadn't been able to put together. Yet, after I'd accidentally started the impossible fire in Singsong's undercity, what was now called Song's Square of Immolation, several scholars had come to Singsong to study the phenomenon, asking all kinds of questions. I needed to find out how I'd done what I'd done, creating flames that burned with holy and infernal fire in the same conflagration that was still impossible to put out even after 6 years. The two fires weren't supposed to coexist. It was more than dangerous, it was cataclysmic and could destroy anyone and anything, no matter how strong or immortal. Very powerful people wanted to know how to harness that fire, how to use it as a weapon. I was done being a weapon. The worst thing was that I couldn't control it or even replicate it. I hated not knowing, not understand, because one thing I understood was the killing of monsters. I'd consumed everything in that square, every monster that wanted my blood, but I didn't know how. All my studies hadn't brought anything helpful to light. Why had Horace entrusted this knowledge to someone from the undercity? He must have been particularly irritated with me for leaving his children to enjoy the fruits of their disobedience if he'd betrayed my personal research. No, Horace wouldn't let something personal influence his work. So this creature must have convinced my boss that he had good intentions. I shrugged lightly and tried to keep my voice level. He'd asked me how I knew the contents of these texts when there were millions of books in the library. I couldn't let anyone know that I was involved in the creation of the impossible fire, or I'd never be free again. Horace mentioned it. It will take me all day to retrieve these, perhaps tomorrow morning as well. They should be ready at 11. I will have to get documentation of Horace's permission and set new preservation spells before they're available for removal. Taking documents out of the library wasn't encouraged, but Horace had given this person special permission. Yes, Horace definitely trusted this monster, but why? The scholar's pleasant expression didn't change. Very well. You guard your books as well as a dragon. I couldn't say. Never having met a dragon, why did I say that? I shouldn't say anything to him that wasn't absolutely essential. I should have said, "Good afternoon," and left the study room. His eyebrow moved ever so slightly, and his lips tilted up at the corners, almost amused. Then you must trust me. There was something so utterly bewitching as he said that, as if he were about to compel me to trust him. What was he? He had the pale skin of a vampire, but those eyes didn't fit. His eyes were elemental, wild, endlessly shifting. They would glow as he tapped into his magic, whatever magic he used, light, dark, or neutral. No, definitely dark. And that was definitely the end of this conversation, but for some inexplicable reason I asked, "And you've met a dragon?" Seeing that eyebrow again, and his lips were definitely amused. His eyes were bluer than I'd ever seen before, with bits of pale streaking the darker azure. I have done some extensive scholarship on the subject. Perhaps you'd like to discuss it sometime, along with eternal fire. I knocked a chair sideways as I gathered up my papers and tried to work through the implied threat. It could be nothing, but every time someone came here to research eternal fire, I felt hunted. "I'll have those for you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day," I left before him, taking long steps in spite of the slim pencil skirt and low heels that made me feel like a proper librarian. Proper librarians didn't hunt creatures in the darkness and accidentally light hundreds of them on fire with a mixture that was universally declared impossible to exist in the same space at the same time. It was bad enough that he was handsome, brilliant, and appealed to me with his buttoned-up suit coat and good manners, but that he was also following smoke to find the fire, well, I would be keeping as much distance between us as possible, and not only so I didn't accidentally kill him. "Thank you, Miss Morrell. I appreciate you taking the time to assist me, particularly when I interrupted your lunch break so rudely. I owe you a favor for that." His words followed me, wrapping around me, dragging me to a stop. His words made my heart beat faster, both from what was spoken aloud and implied. I cautiously glanced over my shoulder at him. He had kept his extraordinarily mild expression, but there was something predatory in his eyes. It made me want to run, but it also stirred something in my belly, something primal that loved the chase, loved it when a predator thought I was a prey before I caught and devoured him. I shoved down those incredibly unhealthy instincts and cleared my throat. "You owe me nothing. I'm just doing my job." I turned and walked away, holding my breath all the way down the hall. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 3. After figuring out where each volume was in the vast reaches of the sealed sections so that I could plan the most efficient retrieval order, I immediately set out to get those documents closest together on the second floor in the Hall of Mysteries. Eternal fire was one of the mysteries that couldn't be satisfactorily studied firsthand, since it would consume anyone who made an attempt. Heaven and hell had waged war on earth, bringing two worlds into ours, one light, bright and deadly, the other dark, devouring and deadly. Humanity would have been wiped out entirely if the demons and angels were allowed to remain any longer, but they were taken away, leaving remnants of the two realms, both light and dark, mingling with humans in a cacophony of chaos. I'd seen ogres, goblins, vampires, werewolves, and other creatures from the dark, with various amounts of humanity to temper their natures, as well as elves, fairies and centaurs, with a mix of humanity to temper theirs. I'd read enough original documents from that time of upheaval that I knew something had bound the angels and demons from this world, from this plane, and left a mess behind, but what it was exactly had to be a matter of faith. I'd heard from a clever and devious goblin that it was orchestrated by the infernal legions, but I'd been raised in the House of Mercy, where I'd been taught a very strict set of beliefs regarding God's holy order. The likeliest truth was that the war had been triggered by our own civil war, and then ended when the people on earth had started working together, light and dark, to protect the weak and innocent from the pitiless war. No one was left on earth who had an entirely evil nature, or entirely good for that matter. Still, creatures could bury all sense of goodness and light if they wished. My last career I'd hunted down the worst kind of monsters, serial killers, kidnappers, torturers. I'd seen it all, far more than anyone with a soul wanted to see. Still, each of those monsters had some piece of light, however small, or they wouldn't have been left on earth, hard as that was to believe. We could all of us step towards the darkness or the light. Me, I was done fighting the darkness, because it left its mark on you. I wanted nothing to do with it or any of its minions, particularly irresistibly handsome men who were studying eternal fire. The sound of my name on his lips distracted me for 20 minutes as I went through the parchment files. He had never called me by name before, and even if it wasn't my real name, it had left its mark. He was ridiculously dangerous, because the more interesting I found him, the more shaky my grip on peace and happiness became. It took me hours to track down every single bit of parchment he'd requested, and I only worked so quickly because of my own prior research. Finally, I was done for the night and stacked the books neatly on the shelf beneath the marble counter, where they would wait until tomorrow, when I would take the last protected book out of its special vault. My book was inside those vaults, the most strongly protected one bound with spells that only I could undo. It was one of only 2 things that I had from my father. The other was an elaborate cross on my wall at home wrapped in roses and thorns that bloomed and died in an enchanted cycle to remind me of life and death. At any rate, I'd get the last book in the morning. I wasn't going to leave it out unprotected overnight, since it was bad enough to have so many priceless scrolls in one place. I set one last protection ward over them before I grabbed my jacket and headed towards the front door. Sam was already there from the night shift. It wasn't the first time I'd stayed long after the library had closed. "How was work today?" "I heard you had the chairman's grandkids." He made a face, bushy mustache, doing fascinating aerobics that I could watch all day. The two guards were competing to see who could grow the most impressive mustache in a month. Sam was winning. I winced, remembering how badly I'd messed up and didn't answer his question. "See you tomorrow. Watch out for the front desk tonight. I've got to hurry, or I'll miss sushi." It was almost 9, which is when the Cat's Paws kitchen closed. "Have a good night," Sam said, unlocking the small side door to let me out. "Tell Anna thanks for the ointment. It was just the thing." He got an awkward look, because Anna, my best friend, might not remember making it for him. She couldn't remember most things, or people, but she usually remembered sushi. "Sure thing." Night I headed out into the crisp fall air, taking a moment to put my earbuds in before descending the steps 2 at a time towards the sidewalk. There was a moderate crowd on the well-lit street, even if it was almost 9 p.m., and I had to dodge my way towards my favorite restaurant, a sushi piano bar that was the only place like it in the world. It was only a block away from the library, and therefore my apartment, as I lived directly across the street in the most expensive building in the city. Fortunately, I got to stay in a tiny apartment for next to nothing thanks to the old music master. I hurried down the sidewalk lit by glowing lamps that sparked when people went by. Each lamp played a different note, and when they were freshly tuned, they played Singsong City's theme, a song that couldn't help but make you feel a little more optimistic, a little more hopeful, not that the lamps had been tuned for a long time. The music master had died recently after having spent years in a slow decline. The city's potholes reflected his disinterest, as did the cracks running through many of the buildings that were stabilized by magic more than mortar. I owed him a great debt for what he did when he didn't owe me anything. I walked faster when I saw the lights shining from the tall house kitty corner to the Library of Antiquities. It was a spot of bright and friendly cheer in the otherwise gloomy dusk. I pulled out my phone to check the time and messages as I stepped off the curb and into the street. Cars weren't allowed in this part of the city, partly because their weight wore too heavily on the undercity cavern below us, and partly because this was solely for pedestrians, tourists and locals. There was a wonderful train system throughout the city so that cars wouldn't have to take up prime space by parking in Center City. I didn't even see the car coming. The sound of metal crunching against stone struck my skin more than my eardrums. The very ground under my feet shook, and when I whirled around, there was a car folded around a man, his back to me as he faced the vehicle. He'd stopped the car without being knocked over, which meant that he was deadly dangerous. Who would be stupid enough to drive around in the inner city? This creature would probably get violent, and then I'd miss my sushi. The car door opened and out stepped a tall, elegant man dressed in a grey vest and pants, the small triangle on his vest marking him as a member of the Grey Society, a powerful group who strongly influenced the politics and management of the largest cities in the world. He was handsome, young, powerful, and bore a cane with a glittering purple stone on the head. In other words, he was an idiot who wanted to die. "What did you do to my car?" he demanded, glaring at the man who hadn't moved, the one he'd hit on a pedestrian-only road. "What do you mean? What did he do to your car?" I demanded, moving to the side so I could have a better view of the driver. "You hit him in a pedestrian-only street, and you have the nerve to be offended. How dare you?" He studied me for a moment before he smiled, smirked, and I got to see how young and inexperienced he really was. "How could I help but drive here? Otherwise I wouldn't have met you." Seriously, he'd actually taken this moment of near death to come up with a line. "You almost killed me. That's not flirty." "Are you all right?" I asked, turning towards the creature who had stopped the car but hadn't made any other movements. He probably wasn't waiting to fly into a sudden rage, but who could tell? I carefully touched his shoulder and the feel of him was solid, familiar, and sent a throbbing rush up my arm from my hand to my shoulder before I pulled back and curled my fist. Why was today so unlucky? He turned his head, and with a flash of his blue eyes, I couldn't deny that it was the scholar. Could it possibly be a coincidence that brought him here, close to me for the third time today? No, it couldn't. I hadn't seen him, so he'd been invisible, or he'd been somewhere else and intercepted the car before it could kill me. It was possible that he'd stepped out for a bit of fresh evening upper city air, but it was much more likely that he was stalking me as prey. I am uninjured, he said in that voice of his, resonant, compelling, and telling me nothing about himself. Of course he is, my arrogant grey friend said, coming closer, eyes still on me with a growing predatory blaze. Which of the two were more dangerous to me right this second? And you, are you hurt? I should take you somewhere for a thorough examination to make certain that you are as fine as you appear. He winked at me, because those words weren't nearly subtle enough. Okay, the scholar might be stalking me for nefarious purposes involving eternal fire, but at least he wasn't hitting on me in the middle of the street, with a gathering crowd of concerned public. I curled my lip. Let me be clear. I'm too old for you, and the only intimacy I'm going to have with a man will be after I legally own half of his property while he's alive, and all of it if he happens to die, accidentally. Of course, you had no business driving in this part of town. I'm going to file a complaint against you, and so is Mr. I glanced at the scholar. I'd seen him come and go for years, but I'd never heard his name, just the title, the scholar. Stead, he said after a beat too long. It was always awkward to tell your name to your prey. Well, he should have let me get hit if he didn't want me to play games with him. Michael Stead. He held out a hand, and I took it, a rush of heat and tension going through me at the moment before I pulled away and got back to business. His attractiveness was part of his allure, his deadliness, and I couldn't ever take it personally. Mr. Stead will certainly press charges for the damage you did to his person, his property, and his mental health. He might even suffer PTSD in consequence of your careless behavior. Said possible PTSD victim cleared his throat. Stranger things had happened. The way he looked at me reminded me of the fires still burning in the courtyard below us in Song. Nothing was stranger than heavenly fire twining with infernal. I nodded at him. Indeed, he had nothing on me, even if I had extensively researched and translated texts regarding said fire. Just because I was interested in it doesn't mean I was responsible for it, at least as far as he could prove. What's going on? I asked, stepping into our circle. Her dark eyes were troubled as she looked between the men, one who still had part of a car hood wrapped around him. How in the world would he get that off while maintaining his mild-mannered demeanor? I almost wanted to see him shed his civilized veneer so I could accept him as a monster once and for all. Tragic accident, I said, gesturing at the car's position with a frown. He got stuck between me and a moving vehicle. She grabbed my arm and whirled on Michael Stead. You saved my best friend? How heroic. She shot me a look with a flash of mischief before she grabbed his arm, connecting us through her interference. I'm going to buy you a drink for that. I'd offer sushi, but the kitchen is closed, she added in a low hiss to me. Don't worry, I bought you a plate right before it closed, and he's hot. You're welcome. Before she went back to beaming at him and tugging him towards the restaurant, like there wasn't a car wrapped around him. The driver had been staring at her in shocked horror before he finally broke out in a loud guffaw. You're friends with this beauty? I don't believe it. She would never taint herself by consorting with an untouchable like you. I ripped my arm out of Anna's grip and advanced on the obvious true monster on the street. How dare he call my best friend an untouchable, just because she had a few scars on her face? I'd kill him for that. Take that back or die, I launched myself at him, and would have broken his nose if crunching metal wasn't followed by the scholar's arm wrapping around my waist, pulling me up short, so that my fist barely missed the surprised driver. The feel of his arm made breathing difficult, or maybe that was the pressure against my diaphragm. I kicked at the Grey Society member while my oppressive savior swung me around and landed me next to Anna. You're going to buy me a drink, he said, putting an arm around her shoulder and ushering us both away from the driver, his strong hand like a vice around my waist that made me distractingly aware of how strong and capable he was, like I hadn't just seen him stop a car. His strength should be terrifying, not attractive. I'd like a nice cranberry and club soda, if that's all right. Pity about sushi, but I will accept the vagaries of life which we cannot change instead of allowing all of our unrestrained fury out for the world to see," he said, giving me a slight frown which was the most emotion he'd ever shown. I struggled in his grip, trying to get at the driver. How dare he insult my only good friend just because she had a few scars on her face? She'd got me my sushi before the kitchen closed. I mean, what else could you possibly need to understand the soul of a person? "Let me go," I hissed at Michael, trying to yank off his fingers, but they were as solid as steel and felt so absolutely right against me. He gave me another glance with eyes that were growing darker every moment. "And lose my free drink? Do you take me for a fool?" His brow flicked, and for a moment he matched my glare with slightly narrowed eyes, before his mouth twitched and he turned his handsome face towards Anna instead. "I don't believe we were properly introduced. I am Michael Stead. I work with Miss Morrell in the Library of Antiquities." I snorted. "You work beneath the Library of Antiquities, not with me in any way." He turned back to me for a moment, his voice as low as mine. "It was a great deal of work to not fall over this morning. You have a lot of velocity for a person so delicate, Miss Morrell." I lunged against his grip and succeeded in knocking the breath out of myself. I gasped as he released Anna to open the door of the cat's paws, giving her a mild smile as he ushered her in before entering with me, closing the door firmly behind him, and only then releasing his grasp on my waist. I rubbed my stomach and glowered at him. "You're going to let him get away with manslaughter?" "No, I'm saving you from being executed for manslaughter. You're welcome. Where is my drink? You shouldn't leave me alone with your friend. You can never trust the monsters." He lifted a brow, then followed her deeper into the room, past the long bar and towards the dining area and piano bar. For a moment I stood there, staring at him, stunned at his nerve, his self-acknowledged position as a monster, and the confident way he ushered Anna forward before I hurried after them, because he was right. I absolutely couldn't leave him alone with her. The decor was atrocious, as usual, countless bamboo plants mixed with Easter rabbits and pigs stuffed or otherwise. They still had a Christmas tree in a corner, bright twinkle lights and glass balls reflecting the customers who stared at us. No, at Michael, like he was a star mingling with the mortals. I ran a hand through my hair before I remembered that it was in a neat bun, at least a bun that had been neat this morning. Now it was mostly an impression of a bun with strands of yellow gold framing my apparently gorgeous face. I rolled my eyes because my beauty came and went, and I'd never understand why something so ephemeral would ever make a man think that excused bad behavior. He couldn't help be a jerk to Anna, because she wasn't attractive, and he couldn't help being a sexual predator, because I was beautiful. It was infuriating. Not that Michael Stead wasn't a historically accurate representation of extreme handsomeness, but real beauty was beneath the surface where his monster lived. I would bet my apartment that he was as ugly as they came once you scratched away the perfect facade. Anna sat down at a table in the corner away from the piano and the group gathering for their evening dose of show tunes. "So," she said, once she was seated across from the scholar, "you work with Libby? I don't think she's ever mentioned you, but I could be wrong because I have a terrible memory. The only person fitting your description would be a demon working in the research labs under the library. What was he called? The scholar?" I sank into the seat to her left. Seriously, of all the things she remembered, it would be that. I shook my head slightly at her, trying to catch her eye, but she was beaming at him before waving at Rin, the server and daughter of the woman who owned the restaurant. Gabby, Anna's daughter, and Rinnin were great friends. The scholar smiled charmingly at Anna, so handsome that she leaned towards him, slightly entranced in spite of herself. "I am called the scholar, although I'm not sure why. I'm more of a researcher than a scholar." She smiled a slightly loopy smile. "You are so handsome. Too bad, but you could probably grow a beard and dress terribly if you put effort into it, don't you think, Libby?" He cleared his throat. "I'm hesitating between being flattered and insulted. Why is being handsome too bad?" Libby despises handsome men who are all feathers and no soul. Like her brown squirrel climbed on her face and then jumped on her shoulder, leaving her to spit out fluff and rub her nose. "What was I saying?" she asked, turning to me. I could have redirected her, but I made a point to be honest with her, because taking advantage of someone's weakness for one's own comfort and convenience was vile. Also, sometimes she remembered the most inconvenient things. You were saying that he's too handsome, because I hate handsome men. He's like a pretty bird that's too scrawny to eat. Here's your sushi, Rin said, sliding a plate of beautiful deliciousness in front of me before glancing at Michael. If you want a drink, you have to order at the bar. I'm buying him a drink, Anna said, standing up and patting my head while her squirrel Peter dug his claws into her green sweater. He rescued our sweet Libby from being murdered by a car and then life imprisonment for manslaughter. Too bad he's so handsome. Too bad, Rin said, rolling her eyes, then whispering low to me. You could do worse, and it's not legally required for librarians to dry up and die all alone in the stacks without anyone finding their body for weeks. She flashed me a bright smile before she went back towards the counter. Charming, Michael murmured once she was gone. I don't know you terribly well, but I would guess that you became a librarian because it was advertised as a lifelong pursuit of loneliness and isolation. I scowled at him. You have very good hearing. Of course that's why. It had nothing to do with the 15 tomes in original Cyrillic for me to translate on my breaks, as well as all the time I went to spend there after hours with said dead language. His eyes flickered, and he leaned slightly closer to me. Why do your friends think that you are not attracted to attractive men? That would be biologically unlikely, and I know for a fact that you are highly physically attuned to me and have been since the first time you saw me, 4 years ago. I blinked at him, sitting back while the nerve of him washed over me. Not that he was wrong, but to say it out loud was so incredibly awful. Even I knew that you didn't do that, and I had absolutely no idea how to talk to people. He smiled slightly. You didn't deny it. I sputtered. What does that have to do with anything? Of course I'm attracted to you, because I have terrible taste in men, but that hardly means that I like you. How could you say that to me? You wear that nice suit and combed your hair, but your manners are even worse than mine. You must have been raised by trolls. His smile melted away. Ah, manners. I'm sorry. I was only joking. Your friends are so delightful when they talk about your taste to a complete stranger. I thought I was following in the same vein, but I must have misread the cues. I apologize. I felt my cheeks burn. Of course he'd been joking. No one tells someone that they're biologically attracted to someone. That's the sort of thing I'd say. This whole situation was impossible. I should just throw a death spell at him and be done with it. But outside where it wouldn't hit any of the customers. Except that he was a patron, and he had just saved my life, and I had sushi in front of me to eat. I took a large bite while I studied him. Why are you stalking me? I finally blurted out. Yes, this thing called civility was working marvelously. He raised a brow and sat back. Why would I stalk you? He became extremely still, holding every muscle twitch and breath so that he could react to whatever I did with his unnatural speed and strength. He was so dangerous. Obviously you're desperately in love with me. After all, I'm gorgeous and a librarian. When in the world has such a fascinating contradiction been put before a man? I stood up, gripping the edge of the table. You should leave because I was too stressed out and couldn't kill him, no matter how dangerous he was to me and to the world. If he didn't leave soon, I'd say something even worse than admitting that I was attracted to horrible men in general, and him in particular. He rose slowly, studying me with dark eyes growing darker and darker. You are indeed a fascinating contradiction. I make you nervous, but is it because you are afraid of your own attraction to things you can't control, or is it because you're afraid that I'll uncover the contradictions you haven't let the world see? The silence stretched between us, silence and something else, an awareness of that moment of impact when he'd brought my whole body and soul awake in a breathtaking, terrifying moment. I brought your drink, Anna said, jolting us out of our locked gazes. She thumped the table with her tray of 2 shots of freshly juiced greens. She'd completely forgotten his cranberry juice, but hopefully he wouldn't take it personally. She really did have the worst memory in the world. He took a moment to shift his attention from me to her, then took the drink from her hands with a slight bow. Thank you. I would love to stay, but it seems that I've offended your sweet Libby. He returned his focus to me, and I could feel the weight of it, the intensity of his attention. Enjoy your evening, Miss Morrell, and be sure to look both ways before crossing the street. He drained the glass, gave me a polite nod, and then walked out with the ease of someone who had somewhere to go but could take his time getting there. He looked good, far too good for how bad he was. I waited until he was outside before I started putting sushi in my face like a barbarian. Anna watched me eat with some concern before she absently drank the green elixir she'd brought for herself. She made a face after the first sip, and then the singers around the piano started howling. Sweet Caroline the cat's paws always had such ambience. What did he say? I winced and stuffed 2 sushi rolls into my mouth. The chewy texture was close to perfection. Who needed a man when they could have sushi? I don't want to talk about it. Did he ask you out? She asked, frowning. What did he do to offend you? She'd bought me sushi when I was late, so I should definitely tell her what she wanted to know, but instead I stood up. It's been a long day. I'm going to take the rest of the sushi with me. You're a lifesaver, you know that. She pointed at me. Your lifesaver is wearing a 3-piece suit. I wonder what he keeps so buttoned up and layered over with good manners. If you don't tell me what he did, I'm going to assume it was assault and arrange a hit on him. She said it with the most serious expression, but a hit from her would probably involve sending Peter the squirrel to fill his pockets with nuts and hide his keys. I sighed heavily. He just said that he knows that I'm attracted to him, only he was joking, and I didn't realize he was joking, so I admitted it. Her eyes widened. You are. I thought you hated him. I don't know him well enough to hate him yet, but my feelings are steadily growing. I can't believe I said that. I need to take conversation coaching or something. HM. I don't think they have those, but if they do, sign me up. Still, he's very nice to look at, and he did save your life. I shrugged. It doesn't matter. Nothing today changes what I knew from the first moment I saw him. That you're attracted to him, she said, nodding wisely while her eyes shone with amusement. That he's a monster with an agenda, and I will do everything in my power to avoid him and his kind. When you say his kind, you sound awfully prejudiced. I'm a simple librarian. I love sushi and I hate monsters. In that order, I'm not a public figure who needs to promote healthy race relations. I'm a realist who intends to live in peace until I die of old age in my sleep. In the stacks. I walked away from her, breaking out of the sushi bar and into the darkness, all alone, with my sushi, exactly how I wanted to be. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 4. When I got to my apartment, 8th floor of the Lydian, I stopped at the open door. I hadn't left my tiny apartment unlocked, much less open. Had there been a fire, or a broken pipe that the manager had repaired? I sniffed, and the scent was of jasmine and fireworks, but more chemical residue than fire. I walked slowly inside, past the ancient wooden cross on the wall with the endlessly blooming roses and into the kitchen, where a woman with ridiculously long hair and wearing a long embroidered robe under a fitted black jacket was sitting on my counter, writing in a small black journal. She looked up with a fierce smile before she dropped off the counter and held out her hand. Libby Morel, I'm the new musical magistrate of this city. The name's Music Master Mirabelle, but you can call me Music Master. I'm here to talk about your rent. My rent. I hadn't paid rent since the last music master died. No, I'd spent it all on sushi. Would she need back payment? Probably, but it would take me time to get it. I got a glass out of the cupboard and ran water in the sink for a moment while I processed. I was still worked up about the scholar and didn't need another frustration. I finally said, I heard that the last music master passed. I'm sorry about that. She shrugged. He was too lax. Can I be blunt? The city is on the cusp of disaster and no one else wanted to come take his place, which is why it's been so long. The coffers are empty, the musical positions are at 1/5 the required capacity, and your sector is completely stripped. I need musicians and you need a place to live. Do you play? Her bright eyes were incredibly intense, like a badger about to rip out your throat. I stared at her. You're looking to recruit musicians? I don't play, not that I couldn't play, particularly the harp, because I'd used the disguise of wastrel traveling musician to lure evildoers in my past career, but I wasn't that person anymore and never would be again. She smiled. Then you won't have any bad habits to break. Why don't you have any furniture? I have furniture. You shouldn't break into people's houses in case they have a vicious guard dog that might rip you apart. She picked up her harp from the counter and strummed it twice, the notes making my legs wobbly and my stress suddenly non-existent. You're saying that you're a dog person? Interesting. Very interesting. You have a bed and one chair, but I suppose that does qualify as some furniture. Look, I'm desperately searching for musicians and I hate to throw out a perfectly amiable person with excellent tone. But if you aren't willing to be this sector's maintenance musician, I'll have to evict you and find another person willing to exchange rent for music. I don't think I'll have to look hard, because we both know what rent is going for in this city for anything with a modicum of security. You can't kick me out, I glared at her, for a moment wondering how many people knew that she was here, and whether I could send her down into Song where she'd never be heard from again, although it wasn't like it used to be down there. The last 5 years had completely changed it from somewhere you would automatically die to something slightly less dire. She smiled sweetly and played another few bars of music that drained me of my anger. I can and I will, because I'm dedicated to change, and change requires sacrifice, some from you, but most from me. Believe me, it's not fun to run around this city pestering people for donations and service, but it's my job, and I will do it well, so are you in? She gave me an optimistic smile that made her look extremely young. How old are you? Old enough to play you into paralysis or submission, but I'm much too respectable for that, and so are you. The note about you said that you get this apartment in exchange for service rendered to the city, so I imagine that you are aware of your duty and the need the city has for fine musicians. What do you want to play? I was at a loss for words. She was young, or she wouldn't have come to Singsong City, because she was right, it was a mess from the years when the undercity was in the grasp of a truly horrific monster, and his influence spread to Sing, with only the city's most stubborn residents clinging to their homes and ways of life while everything crumbled around them. It was starting to come back, and my apartment, the Lydian, had private spellcasters to make it strong and defend against attacks magical and mundane, but not music masters, sad to say. You know what, it's late, and you weren't expecting me, she said, her tone jarringly reconciliatory. Why don't you come down to the music hall on Saturday to try out instruments, maybe take a few lessons before you make your choice? I didn't say that I was going to become this sector's musician. Her smile grew to manic proportions. Of course not. You wouldn't want to make such an important decision on the spur of the moment. You can tell me that you've decided to become this sector's musician on Saturday at the music hall, or you can move out and ignore the city's problems instead of being part of the solution. Your choice. But I hope that you choose to stay, because you have an excellent voice, good tone, expression strength, and your hands are fine taper. You like dogs, HM. I'm really looking forward to seeing you again. With that, she left the apartment, closing my front door behind her and leaving me in the small living room with my ever-blooming cross. I touched a satiny petal, and it came off in my fingers, white with streaks of darkest red. That probably meant that my life was about to get messy. When I'd first moved into this apartment, the petals had been nearly black, but slowly, over the years, it had lightened up as much as I had. Now, Michael Stead was breathing down my neck about immortal and infernal fire, and I had to become a barely paid city maintenance musician or find another place to live. How many hours would that take of my life? I liked to spend 8 hours a day after work on pet translation projects, but it wasn't essential. Living close to my work and the sushi place was. The city did need maintenance, particularly magical, or Sing would crumble into song, and they'd both be ruined. The city had some physical structure other than magical, but pulses of magic tended to weaken anything that wasn't bolstered with its own magical defenses. It was a worthy cause, and I had no interest in apartment hunting, but the indignity of trying to learn an instrument at my age. Not that I hadn't looked younger and younger for the last few years, but that didn't change how I felt. I went to bed cranky and woke up the same. The new music magister had apparently eaten all of my granola while she'd been waiting for me. Who breaks into someone's house and eats their breakfast? That was just cruel and unusual, but everything about the woman was unusual. Musicians were like that. Someone really needed to do something about Singsong City, and apparently someone thought the person was Music Master Mirabelle. She'd probably eventually burn out, and I wouldn't have to do more than the minimum while she either abandoned Singsong or retreated to her personal tower and played her harp for the birds, like the old music master had done. He was the only one who had seen me in the undercity 5 years ago. He'd helped me out, climbing up those never-ending steps and then helping me to the healery, where I'd met Anna. He'd never mentioned who I was to anyone in authority, or I'd have been put on trial at best, been executed at worst. At any rate, he'd known the darkness in the city and been grateful that I'd sacrificed myself to end it. It hadn't been my sacrifice, but Mother Mercy's, and she never would have sent me alone into something that consuming. I shook my head and went to work. I needed to retrieve a book from the Sanctum of Rarities and spell it 5 kinds of ways before 11. I'd told him 11, hadn't I? The thought of the scholar made me less polite to the guard than I usually was. Once I'd gotten settled in at work inside the sanctum with its 3-foot-thick walls of various substances including heavenly gold, I took my time breaking through the wards that protected and preserved the book the scholar had requested. Dangling from its heavenly gold chain from the ceiling so it wouldn't come in contact with anything else that might trigger a curse or leech magic. Had Horus really told the monster about the book, and could he read ancient Persian? A text didn't do much good if you couldn't read it. I sniffed and drew the figures around the edges of the book's cover until they flashed gold and made a note of perfect purity that echoed in the room with its individually protected texts. I glanced over where my book hung, firmly wrapped in chains of gold and obsidian, the only thing I had from my father other than the ever-blooming cross. "What are you working on today?" Jessica asked directly behind me. I hadn't heard her come in, which meant that she was wearing soft-soled shoes just so she could creep around the stacks without letting you know she was coming. Or she just disliked echoing footsteps, but who didn't like that evocative, slightly dread-inducing sound stretching down seemingly endless aisles? "An order for the scholar. With false chiffons." She clucked her tongue. I visualized her dark hair wisping around her perfect oval face while she almost pursed her lips in distaste. She was very beautiful and had been for much longer than me. I was pretty sometimes and ugly at others, depending on my mood. I tried to not have a mood and just stay average in looks and temperament, but sometimes it didn't work. Like last night, apparently, when my gorgeousness overwhelmed the idiot driver who should at least get a ticket for almost running down civilians. "You poor child, having to deal with those you despise so thoroughly. Why didn't you pass off the assignment to me like you usually do? I'd be happy to help the scholar with anything he wanted from me." I wasn't going to delve deeply into those words. I just focused on my spelling, on the pulsing beautiful wards until they were unlinked from this place, and slipped into a different protection spell, specific to the book instead of the room. Horus personally insisted. I shrugged. She laughed. "Oh, that's sad. You mean after he made you watch his little monsters, he made you work with the big ones? One of these days you're going to have to stand up for yourself and insist on a raise and proper respect. That is, if you could get it without losing your job." I winced and almost lost my train of thought. If she were weaving a spell, I wouldn't distract her with conversation, but for some reason, everyone thought I could work without the same consideration. I blocked her out until the book was free from the last tendril of spellwork and wrapped in its new cloak. I took it out of the literal chains it was wrapped in, and turned, holding the heavy book in my arms. She was still there, smiling, while her eyes were slightly too bright. "Since you find the job so distasteful, I'll run the order down for you. You won't even have to see him today. Don't tell me that I'm not a good friend." She wasn't a good friend. She wasn't terrible, but she only wanted to take the books because she was interested in the scholar, and didn't try to crush all of her fledgling attraction the way that I did. I wish, but Horus personally requested that I take the order, so it's going to be in my care until I release it. Her expression soured. Why would he do that? He knows how much you hate all the members of the lower city. Maybe he's trying to help you get over your prejudice. Prejudice? That's what Anna had called it too, but I called it experience. Sure, some sorcerers worked at hospitals, doing amazing surgery that no one else could possibly manage, and some werewolves served as law enforcement, but that was the exception rather than the rule. They were going against their nature, which was possible since nature was always dual, but it was more difficult for them. Maybe that did make it more impressive when they overcame their own inner demons, but I had no interest in figuring out which were the few good among the many evils. Jessica didn't go that deep, she just found the scholar attractive and didn't need any more than that. The risk was probably part of the appeal for her, since she didn't have personal experience with being caged and slowly bled out for months. I stopped and took a shaky breath as I shoved unpleasant memories away, then headed out. She walked with me out of the room, towards the secure lift that was magic-propelled, even though the cables were as real as they could be. That must be it. Horace is very concerned about overly prejudiced librarians. How was your vacation? She shrugged. The train was the best part. The lake resort with my friends from college was fine, but on the train, I was taken to dinner by 3 different men, all who wanted to see more of me afterwards, much more of me, but you know that I was there for my brilliant fellow alumni, who all graduated with honors. Like me, yes, she'd gone to Harvard for her degree, because nothing said well-educated like years spent paying off student loans. Men are so irritating, and the lake was worse than that. Remind me not to go to a lake resort. She sniffed. You do realize that dead languages can't keep you warm at night, don't you? I stared at her curiously. Literally or figuratively, because literally, parchments are both flammable and contain runes that can instruct you on how to create all manner of fire. Figuratively, I'm never lonely when I'm communing with a long-dead author of a text like he's written it just for me. She grinned, flashing her teeth. If you like dead guys so much, it's strange that you never go down to Song for a drink. I shivered and touched the small golden sphere beside the elevator until the cage rose to our level. I opened the gate of iron bars and stepped inside. Dead is fine, but when they start getting undead, I have issues. She laughed and followed me into the elevator. I'll give you that you definitely have issues. I had the documents ready at 10:41, stacked neatly and tied in a bundle with black ribbons spelled with protection woven throughout. I may have overdone it slightly, but forewarned was forearmed. I checked the massive clock above the stairs between the angel and demon, wrapped in elaborate gold, with elaborately curlicued golden hands, then set out the stack of books, turning to grab the necessary slip when a movement in my periphery had me grabbing the closest thing and turning to fire the objects at the intruder, who had darted to the counter to grab the books. I knew her as one of the researchers in the labs under the library who worked with the scholar, but I only realized that after I'd nailed her in the eye with 3 crayons. She winced, actually injured by my attack. Then she snarled, leapt onto the marble desk, gripping the edge with now clawed fingers, lips parted to show me her fangs, eyes flaring red and mesmerizing, tense for a leap that would end at my throat. She was going to kill me. My training kicked in and I created the quickest death spell I could make with my right hand as I pulled out the metal file I always kept tucked inside my shirt with my left. She leapt at the same time I cast, but something blocked her, taking my spell against his broad back and sending her tumbling back over the desk. He stumbled forward from the force of the spell, but recovered far too easily, brushing it off like it was a light tap of a fly swatter instead of a spell that should leave any vampire prone. He tensed, and then released a roar that sent a wave of quivering over my skin, fine hairs on my body standing erect until the shock of the sound sank through my skin to flesh, then bones, burrowing down into the dark places where I kept the memories shoved down so I could live my life well. He was too powerful for me to defeat. For a moment the library disappeared, and I was in the courtyard cavern of Song, behind bars that were the only safety I had from the monsters clamoring for my blood. Such delicious blood. They wanted all of it, all of me. Miss Morell, his voice came from far away, and it took a moment to realize that I was sitting on the floor, wedged into the corner behind the desk. He was kneeling in front of me, eyes still flickering with red, long fangs showing his age, his very old age. He was definitely a vampire. Very old. Very powerful. Not even hurt from my death spell. I shrank away from him, while the feel of phantom claws dug in my skin, ghost fangs in my flesh, pushed me back into the darkness. No, I wasn't going to panic in the library. This was my domain, and I was a respectable librarian who could handle anything here. I dragged myself off the floor, glaring at him and forcing myself to breathe. He was terrifying, and he could smell my fear, which is probably why his eyes were that frightening color and his fangs so large. "You're quite long in the tooth," I muttered as I reached past him for the stack of books. I brushed his arm with mine and shuddered before I could control myself. I hated vampires more than anything else in the world, so naturally, that's what my stalker would be. I was screwed if he had my scent and wanted my blood, but it was unlikely that a respectable and well-known researcher would succumb to his base instincts, so it was probably the fire thing, which might be just as dangerous. "Ah, you must be suffering PTSD from the other night. I apologize for Katrina. She is quite young and unused to sudden paint stick assault." "Crayons," I corrected him, searching for another release slip with shaky hands. "They're wax-based rather than oil. If she's young, she shouldn't be in my library without proper supervision. She could have frightened someone." He raised a brow. "It's very lucky that she didn't, or someone may have been triggered into throwing a death spell. Where in the world did a quiet librarian learn a spell like that?" I licked my lips. Books. Never underestimate a librarian, particularly the quiet ones. His eyes turned darker. "Your spell still stings, Miss Morrill. If I were a different vampire, I would be quite upset at your attack." "No, you'd be dead." I offered him a small smile and stepped away from him. "I'll need Horace's signature." He studied me for a few more seconds, then shifted, as if feeling the effects of the spell. Slowly he took a sheet out of his inside suit pocket. "Here you are." He slid over the marble desk, so he was on the other side, smooth, but not nearly as quickly as he could move. He was being careful so that he didn't frighten the little librarian rabbit into throwing another death spell at him. How humiliating to react like that. I shouldn't have gone right for a death spell, not in the library where anyone could have gotten hit. I took his paper and read through it, forcing myself to focus on the words when I just wanted to have a nice public meltdown. I nodded after I'd managed to make it through the entire sheet, much longer than it should have taken me, but I wasn't going to apologize for my nerves. "Very good, did you?" He handed me the neatly filled-in release slip. "Of course. If that's all, I'll take my leave." He reached for the books, but I blocked his hand with mine, sending a shaft of fear through me that mingled with an odd wistfulness, not that I paid any attention to feelings. "I'll have to give you the spell key." "Show me your palm." He hesitantly turned his hand over, showing the curved claws that were clean and neatly trimmed. I swallowed hard and then wrote the symbol of unbinding into his strangely warm flesh, warm for a vampire anyway, but there were a lot of things about him that weren't right for a vampire. "You don't have vampire eyes," I said as I studied his hand before I could stop myself. It was fear making my tongue slippery. "No. I assure you that I am quite the bloodthirsty monster with all the usual traits, but I have lived long enough and worked with enough magic and science to not be your typical blood-sucking beast." I flinched and stepped back, crossing my arms and wishing I couldn't still feel the trace of his warmth on my fingertips. "That explains it. If you need these sources for longer than 6 months, you'll have to bring them back for protection renewal spells. Enjoy your reading." I turned away from him and picked up the papers that had scattered in my moments of mindless fear. Well, he probably wouldn't suspect me of being an experienced assassin with a reaction like that, even if I did cast a death spell at him. What was wrong with me? Attraction, fear, and violence? It was too much. 15 minutes later, I could still feel a trace of him on my fingertips, not quite heat, but something, like the scent after a lightning strike, extra energy, movement from his flesh to mine. He was the most powerful vampire I'd ever met, and for some reason he was stalking me, or he wouldn't have stepped in front of me like that, wouldn't have roared, staking a claim on his territory. One thing was perfectly clear: Horace needed to give me a raise. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 5. The next day was thankfully free of trauma, spent shelving books, working in document preservation, and translating a text in both ancient Arabic and Chaldean, which was a delightful puzzle that took me hours to unravel. Friday morning came, and with it an uneasy feeling. The awareness had finally faded from my fingertips, leaving me with a dissatisfaction and emptiness that was only the barest brush with the all-encompassing obsession that precluded life with a vampire. I hadn't seen him or his young friend since Wednesday, and probably wouldn't until he finished with his texts and returned them. I was grumpy for no reason as I worked until I finally got absorbed with translation until Jessica came to tell me that Horace wanted to see me in his office. I exhaled a breath before I knocked on the smooth wooden door. Enter. I pushed open the door and then stopped when I saw Michael Stead seated on a chair to the right, keeping his gaze focused on Horace where he was shuffling through papers on his desk. Miss Morrell, so glad you could come. The scholar would like your notes on the translations to the books he requested, if you wouldn't mind. I held my breath for a moment before I frowned and cocked my head at Horace. I'm not a professional linguist, so I wouldn't trust my translations. I'm just a hobbyist, and I'm sure there are many errors that would impact whatever research Mr. Stead is doing. I am flattered that you would even consider my rough work, but I'm not qualified to put those out as legitimate translations. It would reflect badly on the library when it got out that there were errors. All of those reasons were true, but there was more to it, of course, because my notes had my personal thoughts on the nature of heavenly or infernal fire that weren't found in any texts, ancient or otherwise. Horace tapped the papers in a mesmerizing rhythm that made my hair stand up on end. Mr. Stead is not going to hold any errors against you, I assure you. However, you do raise a compelling point. You are not an official translator at this edifice any more than you are a preservationist. You are a hobbyist who is lucky enough to find a place for you to practice all of your dynamic interests. Was he threatening my job? I loved my job and did what no one else was willing to do to keep it. You are lucky to have her, the scholar murmured. If she isn't interested in releasing her notes, then that's all there is to it. Beg your pardon for the interruption, Miss Morrell. I felt the need to try for a professional smile, but it didn't work because my fingers started throbbing and his eyes were blue, like the waters at a lake resort where I'd never go, like I'd never go home and have someone waiting for me that I wanted to see. Why was he so handsome? And why hadn't my death spell just killed him so I wouldn't have to deal with seeing him and trying to act normal? I looked away and took a shaky breath. It's not that I'm uninterested, but you must see the logic in using someone whose work is trustworthy. When I glanced back at him, he was studying me while his eyes shifted slightly towards black. It isn't a matter of trust, but of efficiency. I would never take anyone's work without double-checking its verity. I have a difference of opinion from every linguist I've had the pleasure of working with, so it's not that I would accept your notes without due diligence, but it would speed things up, and time seems to be of the essence. I frowned at him. Why is that? He exchanged a glance with Horace. It is a sensitive subject, apparently, which I haven't been given all the details of myself. Mr. Klofsky does seem particularly well informed, however, and he has assured me that time is of the essence. He used that phrase repeatedly, 3 times to be exact. Horace Klofsky sniffed. Well, time is of the essence, Mr. Stead, he gave the name a particular emphasis before turning back to me. The scholar has been kind enough to offer you his own interpreters to teach you in exchange for your notes. I inhaled sharply. Was that blackmail or bribery? Both. I glanced at the scholar, and he was studying his shoes with a very carefully blank expression. Is that true? Do you have trained interpreters of ancient Persian willing to teach a complete novice in exchange for some notes which are probably useless to you? He sighed and looked up at me, his eyes darker than night, glistening like a river of death waiting to pull me under. He was so dangerous, however nicely he sat in his chair with his ankles crossed. You are welcome to join our team in the research lab any time, Miss Morrell, and I assure you that you will learn as much as you'd like about ancient Persian and any other languages that interest you. I have a wide variety of resources at my disposal, as well as excellent interpreters. However, there is always room for more, particularly from one who found the texts you discovered about a topic that has become so pertinent. I've recently learned never to underestimate a quiet librarian. Maybe he wasn't stalking me because he suspected that I knew more about the fire than I let on. Maybe he wasn't stalking me at all, but going down into his lab, where nearly everyone would be a proper monster, was unthinkable. I'll think about it, I said, edging towards the door. You have until Monday, Horace said, eyes tight. He was under more stress than I realized, and if he was involved in the scholar's urgent need to uncover the mystery about the eternal fire, maybe there was more going on than just my own responsibility for the thing. Had someone else figured out how to replicate my fire, and the scholar was trying to figure out its origin and how to stop it? I shivered and left the room, struggling with the old dutiful daughter of the House of Mercy, who never shrank from evil. It wasn't my problem, even if it was my fault, or was it? I shook my head and walked more briskly towards the front desk. I had no proof that anyone was using my impossible mixture of fire that even I couldn't recreate. I tried, because not being able to control something so dangerous was terrifying. It had been a once-in-a-lifetime experience that was the responsibility of the monsters who created those circumstances much more than me, even if I had technically pulled the trigger. That monster from long ago had given me a potion that made my magic useless and had brought out a weakness in me that I'd never experienced before. The symbols I'd burned into the air with my desperate will were nothing I'd known, something instinctive that I'd since researched and found meaningless. Whatever language it was from didn't exist. I'd written in a language that no one had ever spoken and never would again. The rest of my day was a blur, and I didn't hang around after work to pull out a soothing text that I'd already translated a dozen times, like Hammurabi's code. I just grabbed my bag and headed out. I had to go down to the music hall tomorrow morning and find an instrument that sang to me. I didn't have time to learn from real linguists how to break code properly. I sighed heavily and crossed the street. My grocery order would be waiting for me to put away outside my apartment, so I didn't need to go get sushi, and I hadn't made plans with Anna. I was halfway finished putting away my food when someone took the milk out of my hand and put it in the fridge the right way. Cross was so insanely meticulous about the most inconsequential things. He never would have gotten himself caged. Of course, he wouldn't have uncovered the conspiracy in the first place. Lucky elf. This day keeps getting better and better. "What are you doing in town?" I asked, leaning against the counter and letting him take over. He was tall, as elves are, but he had much more weight than the usual breed, which is part of why he'd been donated to Mother's House of Mercy. He wasn't entirely elf, but whatever the other parts were didn't come out, unless he was particularly irritated. "Bad day? When are you going to get furniture? Just as well. You need to run." I grabbed his shoulder, but he shrugged off my hold and carefully put the eggs away. "Cross, you can't come into my apartment, take over my groceries and tell me to run. That's not how it works." He frowned, and his lilac eyes caught the refrigerator light weirdly. He looked much more natural beneath a full moon in a meadow or forest, hacking apart a body he'd killed without any hesitation. "You want me to explain things? I don't want to. It makes me want to knife somebody, and I don't do that anymore. I've moved up in the ranks over the past 6 years, my angel. You're looking at the second commander of the House of Mercy. And you still make time to come here twice a year and give me my pension check. Oh, Cross, you're such a good little brother." He wrinkled his nose. "You look younger, prettier, glowing actually. Could you not do that? You'll draw all the hungry dark ones from a mile away." I shrugged. "They don't bother me these days. I think that my questionable allure has run down." That's not what I heard." I raised a brow. "You said that I need to run. Were you joking?" "No, because you don't joke, so why do I need to run?" He pulled out the case of eggs he'd just put away and started breaking them in a bowl, mixing deftly before he stopped to chop some vegetables. He was making an omelette, which would ordinarily be lovely because he was the world's best omelette maker, but he was taking his time to answer, which meant that he had a case that I wasn't going to like, and he wasn't going to like giving. He really wasn't happy about being here. I perched on the counter and waited. "The scholar, do you know him?" he asked without looking at me. The title on his tongue gave me goosebumps. Was he Cross's target? For a moment I was swept away by panic at the thought of my oldest friend killing the handsome monster. I hesitated before I shrugged. Everyone knew as much about him as I did, so I couldn't protect Michael Stead, even if that was one of my irrational impulses. He works in the lab beneath my library. "Yes, but do you know him?" "Not particularly. Why?" He's given you his protection, which is why dark things don't hunt you, or if they do, he takes them out before they get close enough for you to notice. You're clocking me now? How long have you been hunting me like one of your targets? I scowled at him and tried not to think about those implications. The scholar had been in the research lab for 4 years, and since then I hadn't been approached more than once by any of my usual stalker types. Maybe Horace had said something to him after that first unfortunate incident when a werewolf wouldn't accept my refusal. He shrugged and diced a green onion. You know how much Mother Mercy appreciates large donations to help smooth the way through this ever more commercial world. In this case, it's not only the money, but I haven't been able to find out what other reason she has for giving the location of the one who burned Song. I choked on air and took the glass of water he handed to me. When I could speak, I sputtered, Mother Mercy is selling me to infidels. Not exactly. You're to be brought back to the House of Mercy, where you will be examined by priests not of our sect. I'm not bringing you back, because you wouldn't survive the examination, and neither would they. He smirked slightly before his smile faded. They believe that you're still a vegetable in the healery, so it would be more of an autopsy than anything they expected to get out of you. You don't know how you did it, or even if it was truly from you, and not just a reaction of mixed elements, demons, vampires, and so many different substances mixed with blood while they tried to raise a doorway into the infernal realm. You make a terrible human sacrifice, even if you are a virgin. You'd be a much better virgin sacrifice, prettier too. He batted his lashes at me. Your flirting is still terrible. The scholar is clearly interested in your health and well-being. Is that because you've been practicing your flirting on him? I saw the two of you eating sushi together the other night. I scowled at him. You've been stalking me all week. I didn't realize he was there until he stopped the car. What does he want with you? I chewed on my bottom lip. I don't know, but it's probably about the fire. He shrugged. Always personally interested. You do draw them like moths, Angel. I doubt it. He spent 4 years knowing I exist, but he's only spoken to me a handful of times, and always very professional, very disinterested, except the other night when he, jokingly accused me of finding him attractive. And then I'd thrown a death curse at him. But who wanted to mention that? Particularly when he'd shook it off like it was nothing. Shiver. Cross raised a brow. Did he? How ungentlemanly. Did you break his neck? Why would I break a vampire's neck? That would only irritate him, it wouldn't even slow Michael Stead down, not if a death curse hadn't. I should warn Cross to stay away from him for his own safety. But you didn't shove the pointy end of your cross into him, either. I glanced towards the doorway of the living room where my cross was hanging. What do you know about him? He's powerful, and peculiarly enough, has a reputation for establishing order amidst the worst kinds of chaos. He's the reason that Song isn't falling into ever deeper depravity. The vacuum you created when you burned everyone was filled by him. And he likes his monsters to play nice. He is fascinated by impossibilities like you, but who isn't? Does he know that you're the one who started the fire? That could go one of 2 ways: destroying you as an unstable threat, or protecting you as a possible source of information. I threw a death spell at him, and he brushed it off. You don't need to warn me to stay away from him. He shook his head and took 2 plates out of my cabinet. He'd brought one of them 4 years ago, the second time he came to visit me, and given me my check. If you ran away with him, I wouldn't have to try to convince Mother Mercy that the body of the vegetable is indeed yours. I've lied for you for years, Angel. I think you owe me something for that. I took a bite of his omelette. I'm not running off with a vampire because you lied for me. Sometimes you're maddeningly irrational. Anyway, I gave you that very nice dagger for your birthday last year. Something more personal. He leaned forward until his forehead touched mine. I want you to be happy. I stared at him in that awkward position. Happy? He nodded, violet eyes burning with an intensity that reminded me of Horace in his office. Suddenly, the situation seemed very dangerous, my beautiful life precipitously perched on the edge of a cliff. Cross wasn't here for fun. He said, You have survived more than anyone else I've ever known. You outlived your life expectancy by 20 years. Don't waste it on paranoia. building up your defenses like you're under siege. I wouldn't have to tell you to run if you'd built up a life here that couldn't be taken away without creating any ripples. The scholar is the only one with the power to protect you against anyone who might want you. I snorted and pulled back. Are you kidding me? You're trying to set me up with a vampire? I hate vampires, and I have other people who would notice if I vanished. With how much sushi I eat, I am a necessary part of this city's ecosystem. I'm not going to run off with a vampire or on my own. But I don't think you should try to foist a dead body off as me either. If she found out that you were betraying the order for me, she'd cut off your hands. He smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. No, actually she wouldn't. She's getting very old, delicate health sending her closer and closer to the end of her long life. I shivered. You can't be serious. He was a cold killer when he had to be, but Mother Mercy had raised both of us. He touched my cheek, almost like he was curious what my skin was made of. To protect you, I would do what was necessary, and it would go along with my own ambitions, of which I have many. If not for my grand ambitions, I'm quite certain that I would have found a way to seriously flirt with you long before now. But alas, I want to control the machine that you and I shed so much blood to refine. I want to ensure that the cause is pure and true without sacrificing those who uphold it. She should have hired you when old man Porter ate his grave. You knew the House of Mercy's library better than anyone, and he'd been training you for years between missions. I won't ever forget her betrayal of you. I forced a smile. We were being sentimental and light-hearted now, or he wouldn't be talking about seriously flirting. We were not romantic, and we never would be. Not when I loved him like a real brother. I almost killed the new librarian. Such an educated idiot who had no idea how to deal with sacred texts. How is the library? It's fine. Libraries are always fine because they have no feelings. Libraries have all the feelings within their walls, Cross. Don't speak blasphemy. She's seriously willing to sell my body for money. I poked my chest. I didn't think I could feel any more after she gave away my library, but it genuinely hurts. I really must have gotten too sensitive in the last few years. He sniffed his elegant nose. Of course it hurts when the woman who raised you keeps thinking of you as parts to use and throw away when worn out and no longer useful. If she knew that you were recovered, she would want to use you again. You were her greatest asset. No one could hunt evil nearly so well. Lucky me. I'm not going to run, because once you start, you can't stop. Also, the sudden change would create ripples, and everyone who's ever wondered about the fire will take another look at me. Then I suggest you convince the vampire that he wants to keep you safe and free. I will take a body back to Mother Mercy, but I can't guarantee she will leave it at that. If she finds out... He waved a hand around. I'll let her think that you tricked me as well as her. She won't push the issue, or I'll push back. I'm quite good at politics, strangely enough. People trust me who really should know better. I grinned at him. Like me. He smiled back. Not remotely. You understand me more than anyone else ever will. What we do is good and essential, and you know that even better than I do after all that they took from you, but sometimes it feels that the light takes just as much, and corruption comes in many forms. No one is completely holy, but you come remarkably close. I was more certain about our cause when you were beside me, but she threw you away, like she would have thrown me away if I weren't far more devious than you are. You're a natural-born swindler. Do you remember that time when you... He shoved a bite of omelette in my mouth. I'm a commander of the House of Mercy, ergo, I remember nothing of the past that doesn't make me look even more gloriously upright. I still think that you should run. Mother Mercy has gotten more desperate in her old age, anxious to eradicate evil once and for all, which veers close to paranoia. I chewed and swallowed, then grinned at him. She's always been paranoid, just like you. It's always good to see you, even when you bring bad news. Do you know who these people are, who want to examine my body? No, he frowned darkly. And I've tried to find out. If you asked nicely, maybe the scholar would do some digging. Maybe they aren't priests, but someone from my past who wants revenge. I wiggled my brows at him. I wasn't about to ask a vampire for a favor, even if he had a reputation for being good. He snorted. You never left anyone alive. There is no one from your past other than me, and the only revenge I want is your happiness. That'll show her, he nodded decisively. I smiled at him, remembering the good times, the fact that he'd always been the one reliable person in my life. Thanks, Cross. I can't promise that I'll be happy, but I'll try. He bent to kiss my cheek, then left the kitchen, heading for the window that looked out on the alley. He slipped out without another word, disappearing into the darkness like another shadow. That Myers Don't Suck, Chapter 6. The music hall was a beautiful building, towers rising around the larger main structure, its curved facade filled with large windows that hadn't been washed for some time. The hall itself looked close to crumbling, and I'd pass on going up into any of those towers. Music Master Mirabelle certainly hadn't exaggerated the dire straits of the music hall. Inside was worse. 5 large groups of musicians were set up in the main hall, each playing a different style of music on different kinds of instruments, and each group trying to be heard over the others. I didn't see Mirabelle or anyone else I knew, so I hovered near the front doors. Maybe she'd forget about me and I wouldn't have to play. No, she wouldn't, and joining the music guild would be another link in this city that would make ripples if someone decided to yank me out of my life and do an autopsy on me. Who knew? Maybe playing music would make me happy. I'd promised to try. I walked around the perimeter of the hall, past a band playing Dixieland, banjos wailing with the trombones while the gnome woman led them with a sour expression. She shot me a look that made me feel guilty for no reason, but I only smiled back and kept walking, trying to look purposeful. Master Mirabelle had said that there would be instruments for me to try out, but that clearly wasn't in this room. I looked through the first door I came to and found musicians milling around a large array of tables for snacks. Did they have sushi? I walked inside, aiming for the nearest table, only to find stale crackers, tuna paste, crumbly hummus, and hard candies with lint stuck to them. Wow. I tried a cracker and then spat it into my hand before looking around for somewhere to wipe it. There were no napkins. Atrocious, isn't it? An old man looked at me through his monocle that he held up, peering at me as if I was a suspicious entree. In all my life, I've never been to anything so poorly catered, but with finances how they are, it's remarkable that we have anything left in the cupboards at all. I believe this will leave them completely bare. And I know that the new Singsong master was eating them because she didn't come here with any funds, so now she might starve. Of course, starvation is probably preferable to eating sawdust crackers topped with bad tuna. Don't even get me started on the fruitcake. I'm Tiago, and you must be the librarian who has come to try out instruments until you find your soulmate. I gave him a sickly smile. I thought that maybe the new music master had forgotten about me. He sniffed. Not likely. She's already proving her mettle as far as manipulation and plain deviousness go, but that is probably necessary in these troubled times. He gave the snack table one last, sad look, and then gestured me towards a door on the end. The old music practice rooms are not in the best shape, but it will do for our purposes. After an hour spent trying a variety of instruments stacked in the medium-sized room, I settled on a guitar, scratched surface still giving a beautiful tone when I plucked the out-of-tune strings. Remarkable, Tiago said as I tried to tune the thing. What is? I asked, looking up at him. That is the instrument I specialize in, which I doubt Mirabelle knows, but she matched you with it, along with me, in spite of her lack of experience. Perhaps there is some capability to her other than as an excellent blackmailer. First lesson. Please play a scale beginning on the string with the lowest tone, which is the highest on the neck. The lesson was more enjoyable than I expected, because Tiago was an excellent musician, and when he had me do a basic scale, he filled in the notes with his own instrument, connecting us in camaraderie and purpose, as well as pushing back my fear and stress. He was an excellent musician and magician, and Mirabelle had chosen him to teach me. I was flattered, because she could have assigned me to any number of less competent or pleasant people. Any longer and your fingers will bleed, he finally said, rotating his guitar so it was strapped to his back instead of hanging down where he could play it. You'll go to the screening room, where you'll watch 5 hours of the basics before Mirabelle will have her interview with you, and let you know whether or not you've been accepted into the Musicians Guild. I frowned at him. Wait, I might not be accepted. I can't lose my apartment, she said. Calm down, my dear. In more ordinary circumstances, not all who apply make it into the Musicians Guild, but in these days I would be very surprised if she turned anyone away. Also, your tone wasn't bad. Try to take note of the videos. Ordinarily you'd watch one a week for 5 weeks. But Master Mirabelle is determined to catapult everyone into active duty as soon as possible. He shook his head, frowning. She is rash, but I can't deny that she makes things happen, and something needed to happen to the guild before it fell down around our ears. Maybe she'll manage to do something about the snacks before we all perish from them. He gave me a twinkling smile, and then wandered down the hall back towards the snacks, like he still had hope that they had become transformed into something edible. The screening room was filled with mostly young people, but with a few much older folks as well. The metal chairs were paint-speckled and wobbly, but that would help keep me awake. Magic is complicated, divided into 3 main groups: heavenly, infernal, and neutral. Each of those forces had subsets of magic, like the light assault magic Cross wielded so effectively, neutral healer magic that Anna used at a more mediocre level, and musical magic, which was unique in that it crossed from order to chaos without any distinction between them. I'd learned many different kinds of light magics, dealing with attack and damage, as well as book preservation and warding, but this was different and fascinating. The videos themselves were old, bad quality and sleep-inducing, as indicated by the old woman 2 chairs down from me, who started snoring 5 minutes in, but the content was as fascinating as ancient Persian. If I could study with an actual linguist, would that make me happy? I was supposed to be working on my happiness I'd promised. I pursed my lips and refocused on the maintenance spell that was the first I was supposed to learn. The entire first video was on that one maintenance spell, approaching it in every imaginable way, and then repeating it over again in case you were that teen over there staring into space and chewing gum, focused on the empty air between him and the screen. He hadn't heard a word the narrator had said. The second video reviewed the first song spell, until the tune and the gestures, as well as the shape of the words, were embedded in my brain, before they introduced another maintenance spell, and covered it almost as exhaustively as the first. The third video was another maintenance spell, like the fourth and fifth, which even I was having trouble following, however fascinating it was. It was too much for too long. The only break from the repetitive videos was during the last 15 minutes, where they did an actual demonstration of a circle of 5 musicians, each playing their part, which when put together created a majestic harmony that I watched patch a hole in the floor in the center of the group. Lines of glowing gold light flowed from each musician and pooled in the hole until it was once more the pale marble floor it was supposed to be. It was too much, but at the same time, it was good to see how all the pieces fit together. The lights came on, and the teen was sleeping on the floor, his feet up on his chair, his flute cradled in his arms while he snored. The old woman had stayed in her chair to sleep, and the room was much emptier than it had been in the beginning. "All right," a nervous-looking man said from the doorway. "For those of you who have made it past the first barricade to joining the Musicians Guild, you can take a break in the dining hall until you're called to our new music master's office. That's all." He abruptly turned and hurried off, like he didn't want to be asked any questions about the snacks. "This is bull crap," the teen said, his feet hitting the ground with a thud. "She said that someone from my family had to join the Musicians Guild, and since I wasn't as busy as everyone else, I was chosen to come here, but now she's saying that we might not get picked. I wasted my whole day for this? That's sus, bro." The old woman scowled at him. "Do you see the city falling down around your ears? It's your responsibility, like all of its citizens. Don't make me come back there with my walker, because I will, and then you'll be sorry." She continued, muttering in a low voice, clearly past the point of grumpy from too many bad snacks and not enough comfortable chairs. The idea of going back to the snack hall was incredibly depressing, but at least the architecture was good if crumbling. I took a red hard candy piece shaped like a fish and picked off the lint before I sucked on it. It tasted like cough syrup at first, then the aftertaste was cinnamon so hot that it made my eyes water. I took it out and tucked it into my pocket along with the cracker crumbs. I was the last person standing there beneath the lovely arches, looking out the window on the small courtyard with a dry fountain with a statue impossible to discern beneath the pile of leaves and branches. Someone needed to learn how to clean things without magic. Maybe I should volunteer. After all, I wasn't doing anything, and my clothes already needed cleaning. I moved before I could rethink it, slipping my file beneath the window frame and levering it up so I could slip through, guitar on my back, barely grazing the sill before I dropped out into the courtyard below. I hooked my instrument over a branch and started cleaning out the fountain, climbing up the statue to get the big branch draped over the top, then clinging to some kind of wing as I pulled leaves off between the cracks and crannies. I should probably practice the spell, the first maintenance spell, so the statue didn't crumble beneath me. I hummed it in a loop, but this wasn't my magic and nothing happened. It would take time to learn how to key into something so different, but apparently I had time, because Mirabelle was swamped. By the time I had the statue cleared off and the lower basin emptied, my hands were covered in fine goop that would be great for composting. Wow, I appreciate the demonstration of fine custodial service, librarian, but we need musicians more, sorry. I turned to look at Mirabelle, where she crossed her arms under an archway with a door that I should probably have gone out instead of the window. I brushed off my hands and grabbed the guitar. It's fine, I just hate waiting around doing nothing. So how does this process conclude? She pulled out her harp and sat down on the overgrown bricks. Give me a second. Today was more stressful than I anticipated. For some reason I didn't think that every single person who came here would resent me, but I should have. I'll just fix this statue and then give you the paperwork. She started playing the harp, and I sat down and stared at her in spite of myself. I knew what she was doing, at least part of it, because the tune she wove with her voice and strings had pieces of the first 5 maintenance spells, but this was more, much more. Because she played so well that I wanted to weep in grief for the abandoned stones until they found her song and echoed it back. Then I wanted to weep in joy. It was a very emotional thing, and I wasn't used to emotions. If I had to actually dig into my own feelings to do this magic, I might not be able to accomplish anything at all. I was sniffing when she wrapped it up, but I hadn't stood when a bundle of slobbering fur bounced out of the music hall and came towards me, jowls wagging along with his tail. A crackling explosion came before a stream of flames that trailed behind him like a flickering train. Fire. The monster was farting fire. He took my low position as an invitation that I'd never given to any dog to climb on my lap, put his muddy paws on my shoulders and lick me with a wet tongue that smelled like sulfur and brimstone. I held very still while Mirabelle yelled at the dog, but she didn't actually get him off me. Sorry, but he's the late music master's faithful hound, a bit deaf, mostly blind, and very dangerous. You see, he has this gas issue, and when he gets indigestion, he has fiery flatulence. She snorted a laugh before smoothing her face into its usual no-nonsense expression. So you see, it's best if he gets off you on his own, or he might accidentally light you on fire. I was going to ask if you'd like to watch him for me, until I can find the fees to fund his place in the retired magical animals home, but he's asking for me. What a good boy. His name is Pansy, and he needs special dog food, absolutely no human food, or the gaskets. She waved a hand around, demonstrating massive destruction while I stayed there, on the ground, covered in dog, a dog that had a burning glow about the eye that made me think he was going to sneeze fire at me. I don't want a dog, I said clearly, trying to look past the beast on my lap, the large, drooly, dangerous beast. Besides that, my apartment doesn't allow animals. He's no common animal. I mean, he's old and past his prime, but if you can't take him, I'll have no choice but to put him to sleep. He served our city well, and that would be a tragedy, but I already have an animal friend, and it's avian. So she's hiding in the toilet and won't come out as long as Pansy's running around. I've got a lot going on right now, trying to win everyone's trust while demanding more than they've had to give for years. And as great as Pansy is, he does tend to terrorize everyone. It'll only be as long as it takes to raise the funds for the animal home, okay? Come on, Pansy. Get your fat butt off the librarian before she strangles you with her guitar. How did you like Tiago? He's beautiful at playing, but thinks he's some kind of fancy opera singer. You know what I mean? Musicians can be such divas, but not you. She gave me a friendly grin as she delicately tugged on Pansy's collar. That's because I'm not a musician, I said as Pansy licked my face one last long ear-to-chin sweep before getting off my lap and sitting next to Mirabelle with his head cocked, tongue lolling, eyes more cloudy, less dangerously burning. I stood up, brushing a ridiculous amount of dog hair off my black skirt pants combo. Maybe I should toss it instead of sending it to the cleaner, except that if I was actually going to keep Pansy. Absolutely not, I said, taking 2 large steps away from Mirabelle and the dog. He was kind of cute, but I didn't have the time or energy to deal with a dangerous, unexpected addition to my life. If someone came over to my apartment only to get bowled over by a fire-breathing bulldog, maybe having a guard dog wouldn't be a terrible idea if someone really was hunting me down. It would change my stats dramatically and literally throw off the scent of anyone looking for me. On the other hand, I said, taking his collar, it wouldn't be right to execute the sweetheart just because he's no longer useful. That resonated deeply. I'll keep him until you can find someone else, or until you raise the funds, but to be honest, I'd rather you got better snacks first. I know that morale would increase dramatically if we weren't all starving with miserable options. Food is important. For instance, if you offered sushi, I wouldn't be able to stay away. Do you have dog food for Pansy? She stared at me, her expression shocked, because I'd sidelined her with my easy acceptance of the clearly difficult animal. Her eyes narrowed. Who are you? Me? I'm a budding new musician and temporary dog boarder. Will he be all right spending all day in my apartment without supervision? I guess it's your place, so if he does damage, you'll pay for it. That's all right then. I'll see you next Saturday. Or maybe I'll just see Tiago. If you're too busy with important music master business, I unhooked the guitar strap and used it as a leash. Show me where his food is and I'll get going. She blinked at me a few more times and then led me inside the music hall to a corner tower where a mostly empty bag of food was in a corner of the sad kitchen. And with that, the cupboard was bare, she said, sounding glum. I patted her shoulder. Don't look at it like it's empty. Instead, it's making room for more and better opportunities. Tomorrow night I'll buy you sushi if you come to the Cat's Paws. You are taking a huge task upon yourself, and the rewards are probably more spiritual than monetary. She raised a brow and squinted at me, which was a very strange look. Why do I feel like you're scamming me? I love Singsong City because it has my library in it, and I love my library. What's good for the city is good for me, and you want to improve the city. I'm on your team, and so are a lot of other people here who are too savvy to admit it. Be patient with yourself and with them. Also, chew slowly so you don't choke. I left the music hall with Pansy, a guitar in one hand, and a bag of dog food tucked under the other, feeling weirdly optimistic. I was on my way to becoming someone who wouldn't ever be suspected of being the one who destroyed Song, and I'd always secretly wanted a dog. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 7. I spent Sunday playing guitar in spite of my fingers being red and swollen, because if I played, Pansy would sit attention at first, and then fall asleep after a few minutes, which meant that he wasn't chewing on my chair, the only piece of furniture in my apartment, unless bookshelves counted as furniture. It was a comfortable chair, a down-stuffed, wing-back floral that I liked to pull close to the gas fireplace, or the window to watch the sky, or read old books. Mostly read books. My window's view wasn't great, since my apartment was tucked behind the large corner apartment that I'd never be able to afford as a librarian, but the sky was still beautiful. I felt almost content, spending Sunday in my apartment, walking Pansy when he got up and went to the door, and getting smiles from women and children instead of men. I liked the changed dynamic. Why hadn't I gotten a dog sooner, one that wasn't a fire hazard? Maybe I still hadn't shifted my mental state from that of a soldier to a civilian, and soldiers didn't get pets when they probably wouldn't be around to take care of them after they died. Death was always imminent. Monday wasn't nearly so relaxing, because when I went up the steps to the library, the door was ajar, and Bert's body was lying on the floor 3 feet inside. For a moment I froze, my whole body paralyzed, but I shook it off and ran to drop down beside him, taking his pulse. He hadn't been there long. And he wasn't dead. Barely. I looked around desperately for help or danger, then saw Horace. He was wrapped in a cocoon and hung between the two chandeliers from big black chains 10 feet above the floor. For a second I just stared at the impossible sight, then I ran to the main desk, slid over the top, rolled over the edge, and then pushed the emergency button while I crouched out of sight, breathing hard, turning off my emotions so that I could act. Was whoever had done that still here? Did the button still work? Horace had been a very high-level magician, trained in the military in addition to his more scholarly arcane knowledge, but there he was, probably dead, wrapped up like he was a spider's dinner. I knew a spell that could suck the moisture out of a monster, which would probably kill a spider-like creature, but I hadn't practiced it in years. I knew so many death spells, but I had no idea what I was up against. That's why it was best to be the hunter instead of the prey. I felt like prey with my rapidly beating heart thrumming in my chest. I pushed the button again, but I needed to get help for Bert right now, which meant crossing the empty floor to the outside where I could get cell service and call an ambulance. I was halfway to his body when a clank of metal had me looking at the stairs that led down towards the lab, an area entirely blocked off by a silver-coated wrought iron gate. Coalescing darkness buzzed through the barrier, and then took shape in the form of the scholar. He took in the situation at a glance, snapped his fingers, and then leapt up, turning once more into that buzzing blackness before he reformed on a chain holding Horace. The chandeliers swayed dangerously as he sliced through the substance wrapped around my boss with his claws. Then he tried the chains with his teeth, flinching back, shocked in a bright flash of blue-black light, which were made out of some kind of infernal metal. I'd had to break chains like that, and it had taken a lot of time and a lot of magic. I shook my head and ran for the door. I needed to get help for Bert before I did anything else. As soon as I was outside, I called 911 and then told the woman that someone had attacked the Library of Antiquities, then hung up and went back inside to see what I could do for the guard. I was a killer, not a healer, but still, I knew some small spells that might help. I hummed the maintenance spell while I wrote a healing rune across his forehead with my best pen. It glided well, but a marker would be better. When I looked up at Horace, he was hanging above a circle of monsters just standing around in suits, some with barbed tails, others with more hair on their heads than you'd expect from monsters. Just then the chains exploded as the vampire transformed them into bits of glass that came raining down on the monsters, none of whom flinched in the slightest. Horace fell almost instantly, and the vampire disappeared in another burst of black before he reformed next to the group who had caught Horace and was carrying him towards the gate to lab in the undercity. I hadn't heard them come in, probably because I'd been singing and focusing so hard on Bert. You can't move him. Medics are on the way. I scrambled to my feet, leaving Bert, who may or may not have been helped by my efforts. He's dead, Miss Morrell, the vampire scholar said with flat, black eyes. There isn't anything a medic can do for him. I broke through the group of monsters. Well, I approached and they fell back, until I was alone with Horace on the ground, looking truly awful. His eyes were glassy and blank, his chest ruptured, skin chalky, but I didn't recoil, not when he had marks on his body, runes that I recognized, but that were clearly demonic. I hesitated on a different mark, half-formed, incomplete, and then his death mark that looked self-inflicted. Do you know this language as well, Miss Morrell, the scholar asked in a low voice at my ear. It gave me goosebumps that I ignored as I studied those last 2 marks. He killed himself. Ah, you speak death as well as you smell of dog. Why do you smell of dog, Miss Morrell? I turned my head and my nose brushed his, sending shocks through me. He smelled like magic, wild, fierce magic that would burn the world to bare fruitless earth. I swallowed hard before I said, Do you know these other marks? His eyebrow rose slightly. I do. If you tell me why you smell of canine, I will tell you what they are. I frowned at him. This was not the time to make pointless deals, but I wasn't going to argue. I got a dog. A guard dog to keep you safe at night. Rottweiler or werewolf. That would probably have been a better idea, although no way I was ever going near a werewolf, much less letting one live with me. I adopted a bulldog on Saturday. He's old and was going to be put to sleep if he couldn't find a home, so I decided to take him. He smiled, a slow smile that made him look almost soft in spite of the fangs. I find you quite charming, Miss Morrel. Horace is dead and you find me charming. His smile faded slightly. Is it not the right time? My apologies. I'll be sure to find you charming later. The marks are revealings, the tortuous kind that have no subtlety whatsoever. Horace resisted all of them, but at the end, his strength was failing, and he chose to die rather than reveal whatever truth his attacker was trying to extricate from him. It seems that time was indeed of the essence. If you'll excuse me for a moment. He turned towards Horace, dropped to his knees, and then bit his body repeatedly, savagely, long fangs piercing him over and over again, while I crouched there in horror. Stopped that I yanked on his suit coat, but it was like pushing at a boulder. He didn't even notice. I hit him once or twice, but only bruised my fists, and he kept puncturing Horace's swollen skin again and again. I backed away, wanting to stop him, needing to stop him, but the only things I could do would be lethal, and I was out of practice, and he was very strong, as well as surrounded by his friends who hadn't touched me even to stop me from assaulting him, but would definitely not stand by while I killed him. I ran a hand through my hair, loosening the pins of my tidy bun before I jogged to the counter, looking for something to beat him with. All I found were crayons. Seriously. I threw them at him one at a time, but obviously it didn't do anything useful. He kept biting the dead man until he was finished and stood, turning towards me even as he spoke to his friends in a low voice that I couldn't hear over my rapidly beating heart. Would he take offense at my physical assault, even if I'd done no damage? He stalked towards me, fixing his cuffs until he had me backed against the desk. Miss Morrel, I'm taking Horace's body with me to the lab. If you would like to accompany him and throw crayons at anyone you deem suspicious, you are welcome. His voice ended in a low growl of warning that made my arms prickle. Are you going to give him an autopsy, or eat him? I glared at him as hard as I could. He raised a brow. Neither. I'm going to turn him, which I think will be more revealing than cutting him apart, but I could be wrong. We can always chop him up later. He cocked his head, and I got the distinct impression that he was playing with me. I licked my lips. How can you turn someone who's already dead? A self-inflicted death mark isn't very decisive. Will you join us below, or would you rather stay here and let the medics in when they come for Bert? You knew his name. I wasn't sure why that was important, but it was. He nodded soberly. Name, age, work history, medical history, along with how well he golfs. Do you golf, Miss Morrel? I inhaled sharply. Every time he said my name, it pulled at something inside my chest, something almost painful, that had no business waking up. You keep using my name. Only part of it, the public part that anyone may use. Would you like me to call you something else? I am open to guidance as to your preferences. I swallowed hard. And you, the scholar, is that what you prefer to be called? By you? Not remotely. The authorities that you called are about to arrive. If you come with me, you can learn things you never knew before, but if you stay, you will be subject to every known annoyance, including paperwork and explaining the situation repetitively. Endless paperwork, or new knowledge, Miss Morrel. The choice is yours. He held out a hand to me, nails neatly trimmed, nothing close to the claws I'd seen earlier. I shook my head. You can't turn him. It's wrong to tamper with his peacefully resting state and force him awake to a new torture. Let him die. He smiled gently. I will consider allowing you to mercifully put him back to sleep after I've found out what he was concealing, who killed him, and whether it has anything to do with the fire you studied so ardently. Ardently? I would like your notes, Miss Morrel. If I give them to you, will you leave him dead? He shook his head. No. Your notes can't tell me you came into my library and harmed one of my employees. Your employees? You didn't pay them. He shrugged. I realized that mentally, but emotionally, vampires are very possessive and territorial. Horace and Bert were under my protection, and someone violated that. Like I'm under your protection. He inclined his head slightly. You bring up a very valid point. If Horace can be killed, so can you. Would you like to rise a vampire? I blinked at him, horrified and stunned. You wouldn't dare raise me. I would dare quite serenely, which you seem to find distasteful, so I leave it to you to not get killed. If you feel in danger for any reason, request my help, and I will give it to you. At what price? He pursed his lips, studying me. The price of my protection would be intelligently allowing yourself to be protected, as well as spending your time in worthy pursuits, such as studying ancient Persian with Miss Trumbull, who is currently in my lab and could use assistance. I scowled at him. More blackmail. You won't tell me the price? He didn't say anything for a long moment before he said, in a low voice that went through me to my soul, I told you, but you don't believe me. It's almost as if you've been bitten by a vampire before. My heart pounded faster and faster. Why did he smell so good to me? My fingers buzzed and the world narrowed until we were alone, my veins beating with a rush of blood, like it was flirting with him against my will. My blood would be your price. Why didn't that sound so bad? It wasn't being bitten that was the problem. It was waking up afterwards. He shook his head, eyes drifting down to my mouth, and spoke in barely a murmur. No, I don't want your blood against your will, it sours it. Horace was dead, and here I was, getting sucked into his bewildering attractiveness, like a complete novice. I raised my chin and glared at him. And if I offered you my blood willingly, you wouldn't take it. Of course he would, because he was a bloodthirsty monster, exactly like he said he was himself. He turned and walked away, leaving me seething and flustered, with nothing but crayons to throw at him. I threw all of them in one pointless lob. They hit his head and shoulders, mussing his hair and scattering across the marble floor in a suddenly loud pattering while he stood, very still for a breathless moment when I was sure that he'd turn and rip my throat out for my insolence and stupidity. But then he kept walking. And I was out of crayons, but not out of frustration. He couldn't raise Horace without the man's permission, but I couldn't stop him. Wasn't there legislation that I could call in? Horace had to have a lawyer, but killing vampires without reason was illegal, and Horace was probably half-turned already after what the scholar had done, so he'd have his way. Because they couldn't stop what he'd already started with his vicious and toothy stabbing into Horace's poor, freshly dead body. Besides which, we really did have to find out who had broken into my library and killed my boss, leaving him there for me to find, and that didn't even mention Bert. Fine. Raising Horace as a vampire wasn't without some merit, but it was still vile, as was the man himself, the scholar whose scholarship seemed to begin and end with throwing money around and having flunkies to catch his falling bodies for him. Did the texts about eternal fire really have anything to do with Horace's murder, and was I being stupid for not giving him my notes? I tried to be careful not to write down anything that would implicate me, but when I was lost in my thoughts and translations, it was hard to be sure. Who was I supposed to trust? I couldn't trust a vampire, not any vampire, but Michael Stead was at least trying to protect his employees, so I guess that was something that I could appreciate. The doors burst open and a group of EMTs came in, taking in the scene, the fallen body of Bert, and the otherwise untouched library. There was no sign of Horace's captivity. The scholar was meticulous when it came to covering his tracks. How terrifying. His name is Bert Flaherty, and he's the morning security guard. I came in a few minutes ago and saw him like this, so I called, and I tried to do some healing, but I'm a librarian, not a healer. A woman probably 15 years older than me ran her hand over his forehead, and a flash of golden light brought the runes I'd written to life. She was a healer, a good one too, probably better than Anna, although I'd never admit that she was anything other than brilliant if anyone asked. And a musician. You tried to use a maintenance spell on him. I nodded. I tried. I am this sector's maintenance musician, but I'm not as experienced at. Naturally, you did well here. You can back away and leave things to the professionals. I'm sure the police will want to question you. They did. After a lot of thought, I decided not to mention Horace. My report would be a generic thing. I'd found Bert, called the ambulance, and then gone in to help him, so I'd lost service and not been able to stay on the phone. Horace wouldn't be an issue until he rose, and we had more information. If the person who had tortured him was in a position to check my reports, I'd look more like a common librarian the less I had to say about everything. I wasn't even a common librarian, I was a librarian and musical maintenance part-timer. I was too busy to get into trouble with vampires and demons. After hours of being interviewed, exhausted from my efforts to keep Bert alive with magic I had no idea how to wield, Jessica came over with a cup of steaming tea. I talked to the officers, and it seems like you're done for the day. Poor Bert, but he's lucky that you were there to use your strangely adaptable magic to save him. You look rough. He's going to be fine, so you don't have to worry. Has Horace come in? I asked. She shook her head and handed me the cup. Not yet. I'm having the stack searched as we speak. I hope that he wasn't caught between an intruder and their target. Don't look so anxious. I'm sure that we'll find him, and he was more than capable of taking care of himself. She patted my shoulder and walked a few steps away before she turned and smiled at me. You should go home and get some rest. The library will be closed for the day, and you look too tired to do much good in the stacks. Clues. I could be combing the library for clues, but instead, I was telling the same unhelpful story over and over again. Maybe I should have told them about Horace, but... I sighed and headed home with the weight of the world as dark as the clouds above my head. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 8. As soon as I got home, Pansy was waiting, gripping my guitar in her teeth as he barreled past me towards the elevator, dancing like his old bladder couldn't hold out much longer. It hadn't even been an entire day, so I'd have to find someone to come and walk him halfway through my shift, unless I wanted to clean my apartment. I hurried after, barely reaching him when the elevator door opened and Mary Hilbus was chased out, hands up in alarm as she stared at the dog. So sorry about that, but he's a service animal, musical maintenance business. Enjoy your afternoon, I sputtered as I stepped back into the elevator and pushed the button for the main floor. What are you doing? I asked, grabbing the guitar. He released it immediately and then smiled at me, tongue lolling, head cocked as he freely drooled on the industrial carpeting. I took the strap off the guitar and once more secured it to his collar before the doors opened, and he took off, yanking me along with him. He was a rather large animal, heavier than he should be, probably because of the metal furnace he must have swallowed so he could belch fire. Once he got going, it was hard to get him to stop, but thankfully, the doorman saw us coming and opened the door for us before nodding coolly and saying, "Enjoy the lovely afternoon, Miss Morwell," before closing the door on my heels. I didn't enjoy anything other than hurtling down the sidewalk between alarmed citizens behind a monster dog that went faster and faster, like he couldn't stop if he wanted to. Pansy. Stop this right now. We have to get back to the apartment and take a nice nap. Stop. He took a corner, the strap caught on a fence pole, and then Pansy was racing off, leaving me with a raveled strap in one hand and a guitar in the other. Maybe I should take up running, because I was already out of breath. But that might have to do with spending so much effort trying to heal Bert. Stop that dog, I called out, chasing after him, dodging tourists and joggers, none of whom tried to stop Pansy, particularly when he belched flame at a would-be helper, who immediately backed off, hands raised in surrender. That seemed to be the automatic response he got from people. Maybe he'd been a cop in another life. It was fine. Eventually the old monster would get tired, and then I'd probably have to carry him home. I wasn't looking forward to that. I just had to keep him in sight. In each sector of the city, there was a gate to the undercity caverns, sometimes stairs, elevator, or a winding roadway, depending on the part of the city. This sector's gate was a set of escalators that descended a broad tunnel that led deeper and deeper into the city. I hadn't been in Song for 6 years, and had no intentions of changing that, but Pansy charged down into a crowd without any hesitation. He kept running down the escalator, knocking back anyone in his way like he was chasing a squirrel or a cat. Stop him, I called out, but it was hopeless. Should I just let him go? What kind of helpless damsel in distress was I? I took a deep breath and then grabbed a teen skateboard, climbed on the middle between the escalators, and then, after a prayer to the god of fools, took off. I'd never actually ridden a skateboard before, and if I'd taken the time to think through logistics, I probably would have put in a notice with the local Department of Animal Control instead of putting my life and the lives of everyone around me in danger, but I didn't think. I just pushed off on the smooth ramp between 2 escalators and then held my breath. It was very steep, and the ground came rushing towards me faster and faster. When I got to the bottom, the skateboard sailed up, and then we parted ways, and I came down in a pile of squishy garbage bags while the board flew off into the darkness. "Hey, you stole my board," came drifting towards me while I tried to breathe and failed. Repeatedly. I was lying there in the oozing smelly bags when Pansy came up to make sure I was okay by licking me repeatedly, climbing on my stomach, and then when I oofed and sat up, sitting on my legs with a satisfied expression, like he'd done a good trick and was waiting for a treat. "Pansy, are you secretly an assassin? Because you almost killed me." He licked me again, and then climbed off me, grabbing the guitar carefully out of the bag so it didn't bang up and break. Somehow it hadn't smashed into a million pieces, which wasn't the miracle I'd been praying for. Tiago would be happy, but I was not. Clearly, adopting the old music master's dog had been a grave error on my part. I slowly got to my feet in time to see the teen charging towards me, but he wasn't alone and he wasn't as bare-skinned as he'd been earlier. He'd sprouted teeth and fur and had brought his pack to come and deal with the thief. Why had I followed Pansy into song? I rubbed my head and limped in the direction of where the skateboard had gone, stopping to take the guitar from Pansy before he dropped it. "Where you going, lady?" And then they were howling after me. I had two choices: run, or stay where I was. The last time I'd been attacked by Katrina the young vampire, I'd thrown a death spell at her. These young werewolves shouldn't die just because I'd been stupid enough to come into their territory, so that meant running. I groaned, and then broke into a run, stretching my legs while Pansy ran beside me, barking a few times in approval, which made the howls even more out of control. I focused on spells that would stun instead of kill more than paying attention to where we were going. We passed a few brightly lit shops, a bar, a restaurant, an apothecary with really pretty soap in the window, but after one block, the streets grew darker and drearier, ragged and crumbling. This was not a well-maintained part of the city. In fact, it was a wonder that Sing hadn't fallen down into song already. Were those cracks running through the cavern's ceiling high above, letting in bits of natural daylight? How terrifying. Pansy turned in front of me, tripping me so I stumbled to my knees, skinning them, because we needed to add the scent of blood to this nightmare. The werewolves stopped running as they spread out, teeth bared in manic smiles. Pansy barked twice, then ran in a circle around me, barfing all the way. It smelled so awful, sulfur and rotten ginger, but I didn't get to appreciate the scent much longer than that, because then he farted and lit that trail of vomit up into a wall of fire that roared up until it was licking the roof, 100 feet above me. The werewolves whimpered and threw themselves away from the flames, so one problem down, two new ones to deal with. The flames weren't getting lower, and this part of the city wasn't stable enough to deal with any kind of stress, much less walls of magic fire. A large piece of roof came down to my left, shattering into chunks of rubble, one of which struck my cheek, leaving a stream of blood behind. Yep, this was exactly what Jessica had been talking about when she sent me home early from the library to relax. Pansy bumped my knees, almost sending me back into the circle of fire. Then he nosed the guitar, before sitting down on his fat rump to stare at me with wagging tail, jowls smiling at me. He clearly expected me to do maintenance spells like his former master would have done, spells that would actually work and save the city instead of not working and getting thousands of people killed. The wall of fire was still there, sealing us in together, so I couldn't run, and while it felt like lunacy to sit down and put the guitar on my knees, I was this sector's new musical maintenance person, and what did I have to lose? I might as well go out of this life singing as screaming. I hummed the tune of the first maintenance spell, and then played the strings. Nothing interesting happened except that Pansy flopped down and started snoring in harmony because he'd had a long day. Poor beast who wanted me to die. I went into the next maintenance spell's melody, and then the next, before going back to the beginning. I tried to capture the same feel as Mirabelle had when she'd been playing, but I couldn't do more than one note at a time on the guitar, although maybe I could sing the second part while playing the first. I was clearly a beginner if I couldn't do something that basic. I tried. When I played the right combination of notes at the right time, I felt the resonance both in me and in the scuffed blacktop I was sitting on. Another piece of the ceiling came down, larger that time, and the sound blocked out my playing for a long time, but I kept going until I felt the shift as the air tightened around me, and my notes grew thick and slow, like time was spreading out, and matter was flowing through spikes backwards. It was hard to explain, but one moment I'm a lame wannabe musician bleeding on the road, and the next I was part of the lines of music that flowed through the city of Singsong, connected, interconnected, each relying on the strength of the other. I could see the glowing chords flowing through the stones, metal, glass, and wood, each with its own timbre, its own song. I kept playing through the basic songs one note at a time with my sad and swollen fingers, but it sounded different, felt different, real, resonant. My voice was one piece behind my guitar, and then Pansy started howling, picking up a third part. Strength flowed into me through the music, the strength of the people, bright souls, a song in its own right, music and strength, light and power that echoed and burned in every heart. Lines of gold spread out from my circle of fire in the blacktop layered over ancient stone, up and down the road and towards the buildings around me. A Gothic monstrosity of crumbling stone was directly in front of me, and those lines of light spread towards the house ever faster until they hit something, and a sonic boom echoed down the street, almost breaking my rhythm and tune. Pansy shook his head and howled louder, so I smiled at him and did the same. Loud, fearless, utterly idiotic, we sang those maintenance spells until it felt almost natural in spite of my numb fingers. Notes floated up to my right, and there was Mirabelle, the music master with her harp, filling in the parts I'd been missing, plus adding more depth, feeling, emotion that I'd probably never be able to grasp. To my left, Tiago took up the part that Pansy had been howling, his artistry putting my own efforts to shame. I was about on par to Pansy's howling, which, while was mostly in tune, certainly wasn't a pleasure to listen to. Not like Tiago and Mirabelle, but I still kept playing, and Pansy still kept howling, until a dozen musicians had joined us, and the lines of gold had thickened into strands that flowed through song, spreading out around us, up the walls, until the ceiling was dripping with the golden healing magic. The piles of rubble vanished, the cracks in the ceiling smoothed, and still, the flames I was trapped in rose, and so did the song. How long did we hang out, singing maintenance spells in song? Long enough for the locals to join in, including the werewolf pups who had chased us here. Their singing voices were quite good, and Mirabelle was probably eyeing them for potential musicians by the time the flames went out, dousing the song with it. I slumped over my guitar, no longer sustained by the magic, and so did Pansy, dropping flat and looking dead and run over by a dozen buses. I stayed like that, barely not falling over completely when the werewolf approached. "Hey lady, you broke my skateboard, you gotta replace it." I looked up in time to see Mirabelle round on him, her small figure vibrating with energy, since she apparently knew how to manage her magic much better than me. She shook a finger at him. "You should be honored that your sector's musical mistress deigned to take it for her service of your city. Come to the music hall, Saturday at midnight, and we can talk about possible repayment, otherwise, be on your way. The show's over, so move along." She shooed the lurking monsters on their way, but something about the way they went after nervous looks at the house made me put real effort into climbing to my feet. Move along was right. "That wasn't exactly an intelligent first concert," Tiago said, peering at me through his monocle. "You are going to sleep for a few days after this, if I'm not mistaken." "I'm not," he smiled suddenly and brilliantly. I was like that my first time as well. The rush of seeing the lines of power coming alive just for me and my music. There's nothing like it. Don't you agree, Miss Mole? I grunted, which may have been a yes, and then staggered back the way I'd come. "Oh no," the old man said, catching my arm. "You shouldn't go that way. The quickest way to get back to your apartment is through the Library of Antiquities. I'll show you how to get there from this side, since it seems that you are thoroughly disoriented." I nodded, because I wanted to go to my beautiful, peaceful library, but I must have been more than disoriented because I didn't consider the side beneath the library, the black ebony building with its grand Gothic arches and red fiery torches along the walls, on the walk up to the monstrous, the massive edifice. It looked like a punk Gothic version of the Library of Antiquities, part Victorian, part scientific, like the lead lights lining the sidewalk beneath the garish torches. I stopped walking, letting go of Tiago's arm that I'd been gripping so tight. "I can't go in there." It is open to the public, he said reassuringly. Not that you can wander anywhere you'd like, but you may most certainly take an elevator up to the library. I suppose I could hire someone to carry you. Those werewolves would probably do it for free, but I don't think you'd want them to know where you live, he said with a twinkle in his eye. The scholar wouldn't be loitering around in the public access areas of his building, not while he had Horace to raise. Tiago, we need to check how far the maintenance setting went, Mirabelle said, reminding me that she was there and just as badger-like as ever. She gave me a tense smile. You'll be okay from here alone, won't you? I nodded, because if it hadn't been for me, she wouldn't be down here, or Pansy if you wanted to be specific, but a trained assassin should be able to control a fat bulldog. Mirabelle passed said fat bulldog over to me, and I almost dropped him. Tiago secured my guitar over my shoulder with his own guitar strap and patted my shoulder. Get good rest. You did well. Yes, you did, Mirabelle agreed, flashing a bright smile at me that changed into concern as she dragged Tiago back out into the street, leaving me to face the research lab on my own. I took a steadying breath and then started forward briskly, hoping that no one noticed my limp. I made my way up the steps and to the door guarded by an enormous ogre or something with small tusks. Good afternoon, I said as calmly as I could. He nodded at the werewolves behind me. They give you trouble? If bring trouble to scholar, you leave there. That was an odd warning. I will happily leave my troubles here, I gave him a cool smile, and then he blinked rapidly and straightened up. You librarian, he said it like a title, the way people said, the scholar need help. He was a little too eager, his toothy smile giving me all kinds of shivers. If you could direct me to the elevator, I would be very grateful. Yes, he left his post to follow me into the long and high-ceilinged hall, gesturing me to the right where an elevator cage was surrounded by an elaborate metal staircase that I'd pass a dozen times as I ascended. It was only 30 feet or so from the front door to the elevator, but it stretched out longer and longer while I clung to Pansy's dead weight and plodded steadily forward. I stumbled on nothing as a bolt of pain went through my knee. Was that from my once-in-a-lifetime skateboard ride or tripping over Pansy? Need me carry, the ogre growled, giving me unpleasant shivers as I tried to straighten up. No, thank you. Next time I wander around in song, I'm bringing a less fat dog. I eat its legs, he said with a grin. That smile. Shudder. I shook my head and continued across the black stone floor veined with red. If the scholar saw me down here, he'd probably ignore me, because he was a professional, and this was a business building, even if everyone in the place was staring at me like I was the first skyscraper they'd ever seen. It was probably the dog, or the scent that wafted off me. I should say scents. Between the bags of rotten trash and the sulfur vomit, I wasn't a bouquet of roses. Lucky members of the darkness had such excellent senses. Wait a minute. You can't just leave without paying for my board. I don't care if you're some musician. My mum will kill me if I tell her my board's ruined because some Sing idiot took it for a joyride. I stopped walking 5 feet from the elevator. Did I really have to deal with this today? No time like the present. What a stupid saying. I mean, when was time except in the present? I turned around to face the werewolf puppy, who was trying to stand up to me and shrink from the ogre at the same time. It was an awkward pose, to be sure. I'll get you a replacement, but not today. Come to the library in a few days and I'll have something for you. Here, write down the kind I destroyed so I can get the right one. I handed him a pen and held out my arm so he could write on it. He stared at me, eyes bulging, mouth slack. You're the librarian, he said it exactly how the ogre said it. I'm a librarian upstairs, one of many. Write down what you need. I don't have paper on me, and in a few minutes, I'm going to drop Pansy or my arms are going to fall off, so make it quick. That won't be necessary, the scholar's voice slid between us like a river of decadent chocolate. I didn't even like chocolate, but I was already drowning. No, that was my stench that was drowning me, and it was certainly nothing like chocolate. The werewolf puppy went stock still and started sweating. I watched sweat beat up on his forehead and roll down into his thick eyebrows, paralyzed in fear. I sighed heavily. I'll just get you whatever Gabby thinks will work. Come to the library on Wednesday, and I'll have it ready for you. I turned back towards the elevator. only to find my way blocked by a vampire with the bluest eyes I'd ever seen. "Miss Morel, you're injured," he said in a low voice as he brushed my cheek with the back of his fingers. I started at that touch as he gazed at me with the most dizzying eyes, so blue, so black, so confusing when I was sick and tired of confusion. Considering that Sing almost fell on me, I'm barely scratched. "If you'll excuse me, I have a bed to sleep in for a year." I tried to go around him, but he only fell in beside me. You should be warned that coming into Song with fresh wounds is more than slightly dangerous. "Get the door for me, would you? My hands are full." He opened the elevator's gate, letting me in before he stepped in after me. I frowned at him. "It's probably too heavy for both of us and my fat dog." He smiled, flashing a pair of delicate fangs. "You require a capable escort to keep you from the bloodthirsty monsters who would rip you apart. You willingly descended into the undercity. Should I take that as a sign that your heart has softened towards my kind?" I frowned down at Pansy, whose legs were dangling down to my knees as he slid lower and lower, but continued snoring obliviously. Why would my heart be softened towards bloodthirsty monsters who— oh bother. I shoved Pansy at him, and he managed to cuddle the beast up against his chest instead of dropping him while I shook out my trembling arms. "If you're going to stalk me, you might as well be useful. That dog wants to get me killed and smelly. I smell terrible, don't I? I'm going to have to soak in baking soda for hours, but who has time for that when they're sleeping for a year in their bed?" "You could sleep and bathe at the same time," he offered, still looking down at the dog in his arms as if it were a puzzle. He was probably wondering how you'd suck blood out of a fire-breathing beast with all that fur. "I'm not that coordinated. No, I'll have to sleep, then bathe, then wash all my sheets. I hope the scent comes out. When I saw you in my domain, I thought that perhaps you'd come charging down to rescue Horace, but you just wanted to use the elevator. When are you going to come charging down to rescue Horace?" I poked at my cheek and came away with a streak of fresh blood. "I'm going to have to disinfect that. I'm not going to rescue someone who's dead, particularly when you're right. We do need to find out who killed him. Does he look like he'll truly rise a vampire?" He nodded soberly, still frowning. "Good! I want to be there when you question him, to make certain he is treated humanely. To find out who killed him so that I can return the favor." "Good afternoon, Mr. Stead," I said, opening the gate and stepping out onto the floor that led to the library. I took Pansy back with a grunt, and then stumbled back to the gate, keeping out the underworld. I unlocked it with my spells and locked it behind me, even though I knew perfectly well that the vampire could dissolve himself through the gates if he felt like it. "I will let you know when he is coherent," he called after me. "Miss Morel, do take care," he added, my name lingering on his lips. I didn't turn around and gaze at him through the gate like we were star-crossed lovers or something nonsensical like that. I had sleep to catch up on, laundry to do, and a murderer to hunt down and kill. Cross was right. No one could hunt down evil like I could.
Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 9. I'd lied about a lot of things, but the saddest lie I'd ever told was that I would sleep in my bed for a year. No, instead I was breaking into Horace's office after I got rid of every trace of scent I might leave behind, naturally. There was some sleeping and soaking, but in the end, not nearly enough. Still, you could sleep when you were dead. At least that was the theory, but not if you were raised a vampire, because they never slept. What did the scholar do while I was sleeping? What a miserably dull existence, unless he spent all his extra time studying dead languages and procuring rare books. Most vampires spent it obsessing about things they couldn't have and killing those they envied. Vampires were extremely territorial and possessive, so the fact that the scholar had allowed me to walk into his domain and back out again was an act of great self-mastery. Unless he wasn't actually stalking me. Pity he hadn't insisted on walking me all the way to my apartment so he could have carried Pansy. Horace's office was much more secure than I expected. I had access to every part of the library except for the rows of rooms in the back and side, where Jessica and the other official librarians had their offices. It took me an hour to break through the spells and mundane locks, until finally I opened his door without a creak. He kept his hinges well oiled. I preferred creaky ones so you could hear someone opening the door. His office was large, opulent, with the enormous desk with stacks of papers over the surface and the fireplace behind it, with a smattering of fresh ashes. I went through the papers quickly. One stack correspondence regarding the acquirement of a rare tome discovered in a cache of treasure recently in Wales, another stack the healthcare benefits of new employees, and another stack reports of killings in the last 35 years with a certain Mo that I was fairly familiar with, considering that it was mine. It was possible that he'd known that I was the killer, but there wasn't anything in those files linking me to those deaths. The report on the square of immolation was the largest file, even if there were no witnesses. No, there were 2 witnesses, myself and the recently departed music master, but if Horace knew that, it wasn't in the file. My blood ran cold. Was it possible that the music master's death had been arranged by someone who wanted to know more about the fire, about the assassin I used to be? There was no reason for the fires to be in the same stack as the other killings, was there? I went through the file and found a picture of a cage, metal curled and cracked from flames, but the lens zoomed in on the scratches in the metal, the marks of death, all the marks of death I'd tried to make, but couldn't bring to life. Ah, that's what tied all those deaths together. It took me more time than I liked to break into the drawers on his desk, but I was rewarded when I found a stack of old letters, all from various persons or societies asking him about the fires. He'd kept so many of them, including one on the bottom that was short, a threat that was signed with a symbol that I'd been chasing my whole life. I held that letter while I sank into his chair. That's the mark that had been carved into my father's chest when I found him dead, drained of his blood, the mark that I'd never seen since. It was ridiculous to think that something I'd been looking for would fall into my lap now, when I was so happy in my peaceful life, but if I hadn't been motivated by Horace's death, I was by this letter, this death threat, signed by the same symbol left on my father. I read the letter a dozen more times, then took pictures of all of them, envelopes and contents. The Grey Society had issued its own request for information, but that was couched with concern, not death threats. I recognized a lot of the organizations, high-level government orders who wanted to know what had caused the fires, and Horace, being one of the few people in the city at the time, keeping the Library of Antiquities secure through all the chaos, it made sense that he would have known something. From the files of my killings, he'd known plenty, but had he answered any of those requests with what he knew? What had he known? He'd known that time was of the essence, and he'd tried to get me to work with the scholar several times. Cross had been the same, wanting me to run away with the vampire, however ridiculous that would be, and it wasn't as though Cross had been serious about something he knew I wouldn't ever do, but there was a reason he'd pushed me in that direction, as unlikely as it was. It seemed by this scant evidence that Horace had been protecting me for years as I steadily worked through texts on fire, never releasing those to the public until recently, when he'd given the list to the scholar. I didn't need protection, not when I was entirely capable, but without it, I wouldn't have lived such a nice, quiet life for so long, and now Horace was dead, and the scholar was going to raise him as a vampire. How many memories would he have of his life? And why had Horace wanted me involved with the scholar when it seemed like he was already stalking me, and everyone else who worked at his library? The doorknob to Horace's office turned. I barely had a moment to put the letters back when Jessica opened the door, stepping in to stare at me, shock warring with anger that I only saw for a moment before it disappeared. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "Looking for clues," I answered, then nodded at the file about the assassins while my heart pounded and my mind raced. He was working on the Square of Immolation mystery. Do you think that had something to do with his disappearance and the attack on Bert? Did you find what's been taken? She sighed heavily and crossed her arms. "You can't come in here any time you like, Libby. You're not a real librarian hired by the board, just Horace's pet." She trailed off and her lip curled. So, that's how you got into his office when it's been so difficult for everyone else. You were his personal friend. I stood up and went around the desk to face her. What are you doing in his office, Jessica? You weren't his personal friend as well, were you? She made a dismissive sound. I'm looking for evidence of foul play. He's missing. He shouldn't be able to disappear like that without a trace. When Bert comes to, maybe he'll tell us something. I gestured at the neat desk, filled with business as usual. As far as I can tell, there's no sign of anything out of the ordinary. Another lie. That mark was anything other than ordinary. And you'd know, she said, still sour about the possibility of me having a personal relationship with my boss. I have worked here with him longer than anyone else that mark. How could I find out more about it? I'd been obsessed with that mark for years and come up with nothing, and now, to have it dropped in my lap. She smiled while her eyes narrowed. That's right, you have. How long have you worked here? The work files on you are remarkably scant. That got my attention. She was fishing for information like she was suspicious of me. I came here 8 months after the Square of Immolation, when that was still the only thing anyone talked about, 5 years ago. I promised the officers that I'd let them know if I found anything, so I'll be sure to call them about the evidence. She waved a hand airily. An obsession isn't evidence. There are no signs of struggle in here, so there's nothing to tell. She frowned as she really looked at me. What happened to your face? Didn't you go home and rest? Someone's dog got loose, I said with a shrug. That's terribly kind of you to worry about me, but I couldn't sleep after what happened to Bert and Horace. I wondered how you got an apartment at the Lydian. That's a pretty lush love nest. She honestly thought that I was Horace's lover, and that's how I'd gotten my job at the library. Was she really that stupid? A degree wasn't everything, and if I was anything, it was competent at my work. Could I punch her for being so insulting to both of us? We were just friends, I said quietly. We weren't in any kind of illicit relationship. She laughed. Don't be so defensive, Libby. It's natural for two adults to take comfort in each other. I gave her a tight smile and headed for the door with that symbol burning in my brain and my heart. I was sick with rage that I'd almost forgotten about, rage that had kept me killing for Mother Mercy for 30 years, rage that had ignited when I was a child and saw my dad's ripped and drained body. I walked out of the library, down long dark halls, while my fingers twitched with death spells, endless death spells that I wanted to use on somebody. I went home, tired, but unable to sleep with a burning, growing rage that would erupt at some point in a mess that no one but Cross could clean up. Maybe I should go back to killing for the House of Mercy. If he ran it, he wouldn't mistreat his weapons. In my apartment, I went to the cross, to the petals that glistened red like blood, and ran a hand through my hair. I was too old to be swept away in a killing spree just because I stumbled on a mark that was as tantalizing as it was impossible. I yawned and headed to my bedroom, only to find Pansy sprawled on the middle of the mattress. I got dressed in my pajamas and climbed into bed, his warmth and sleeping snorts somehow soothing all the old wounds in my heart. No, I wasn't the same young, vengeful person I'd been, but I was still going to find everything I could about that symbol, and I knew just where to start. I went to the Healery first thing in the morning. Anna was in her courtyard garden, weeding her carrots and singing nonsense to Peter, her squirrel. I crouched down next to her. Anna, is Gabby around? I need to talk to her about skateboards. She blinked at me for a moment, not entirely sure who I was, before she smiled in recognition. Sushi. Skateboard, I said with a grin. Let's get sushi tonight. Put an alarm in your phone so you can call me and remind me. Do you remember the guy last week? Oh, yes. Gabby keeps talking to me about it. The one who stopped the car so you wouldn't be killed. Rin made it sound much more thrilling than it was. Gabby wants me to date him if you don't. Her eyes twinkled as she stroked Peter's head with her dirty fingers, then went back to pulling a weed. What do you think? Am I his type? She batted her dark lashes and I couldn't help snorting. Are you trying to get me riled up with jealousy? You are. It won't work. He's all yours if you want him. The library was attacked yesterday, and Bert's unconscious while Horace, as I shook my head and her smile disappeared. What can I do to help? I can go over to the hospital. Is he at Wynn's or the Bell? Write down instructions and I'll... I reached over and hugged her, then pulled away, shaking my head. No, I want you to stay out of this. I'm just here to commission a skateboard from Gabby. Sushi tonight, okay? Oh, and I got a dog. Her eyes widened. A dog? Really? Is it your midlife crisis rearing its ugly head, or is it something else? I'm this sector's new musical maintenance specialist. Don't ask. She stared at me, eyes a bit blank. Musical maintenance specialist? You mean one of those people who goes around tuning the lamps? Good for you. That'll get you out of that dusty library more often, and we all know how much those lamps need tuning. She patted my knee. It looks like your life is shaking up and good things are right around the corner. She was always the optimist. I handed her the note to pass to Gabby about the skateboard, and then took the long way into Song via a sushi place I'd never been to before. Who eats sushi for breakfast? I know, but it was the perfect protein punch that would help me deal with the undead. I went down a large elevator until I reached the street level of Song, stepping out on the opposite side of the city from the last time I'd descended. I had a bag over my shoulder stuffed with notes on infernal and heavenly fire. Hopefully the scholar actually did want them and would be willing to trade information for them. Not many Song residents were stirring at this time of day, since most were nocturnal, but enough people looked my way to make me nervous. My fingers kept wanting to weave death spells, but I gripped my bag straps instead. The doors of the lab were closed this time, the red torches out, only the lead strips on the path showing me the way up to the dark door. I knocked. I kept knocking until the door was yanked open and a snarling vampire who was not the scholar stared at me, his fangs vanishing as he slammed the door on my face, leaving me standing there feeling like I was being watched. I saw movement in my periphery and looked up to see a figure pinned high up on the wall upside down. The light wasn't good enough to make out more than that, and my position made it hard to get a good perspective, but someone had definitely stuck a body to the wall of the lab. The door opened again a short time later, and it was the scholar that time, but he didn't have a jacket on over his white shirt, and looked tired if vampires ever looked tired. "Miss Morell," he said, blocking the door with his body. I slipped past him, brushing against his side as I ducked under his arm. "Mr. Stead. I brought my notes, but I'd like some information in exchange for them. Do you have some time to barter, or are you busy?" The hall was empty this time, so my voice echoed off the arched ceiling high above. "You came through Song twice? How surprising is your new leaf of indomitable fearlessness. Horace's murder should inspire more caution in you. I am not busy, or I was, but I'm not now that you're here, except that I am occupied with you, of course." He sounded tired, his voice rough and growling. "I'm sorry to interrupt you. I hope that you weren't in the middle of a life or death experiment." He stared at me, eyes shifting from blue to black and back again. I was sleeping. I frowned at him. "You're doing it again. Vampires don't sleep." "Perhaps you don't know as much about vampires as you think you do. You wish to barter for your notes. We'd better sit and have some tea while we discuss such weighty matters." He eyed my bag. "It looks quite heavy." "Notes are supposed to be light, or were you not aware, Miss Morell?" "I've taken a great deal of light notes," I said with a tight smile. He led me to the end of the room where a narrow hall mirrored the east hall of the library, down to the paintings on the walls, but the art here was all night scenes. Robert would have enjoyed the impressionist ones. I should have taken him down to the labs. That would have taught him a lesson or two. The scholar's office was a room filled with cases of things, some alive, some not. A clawed arm was in one case, the flesh at the top pink and raw, like it was healing. I glanced at it, then away. I hadn't come to pry into the scholar's personal interests. I sat down in the comfortable wingback chair next to the fireplace while he pulled up another chair that looked far less comfortable. As I leaned back in the chair, I closed my eyes and for a moment felt him around me, his scent, his energy, his power. I slid quickly out of the chair and gestured at him. "Please don't let me take your chair, as I have no interest in disturbing you more than necessary. I'll get to the point. Have you seen this?" I pulled out a card I'd carefully drawn the mark on. He studied it before he took it out of my hand without touching me and rotated it so it was the other way. "You had it upside down. I am familiar, yes, but it's not commonly mentioned." I took a shaky breath and sat back down in his chair. He knew something about the puzzle I'd been chasing my whole life. "How do you want to do the exchange? I would like some information before turning my notes over to you entirely." He shook his head, eyes dark and glittering as he stood. "I'm afraid there's been a lack of clarity between us. I have time this morning to tell you whether or not I am familiar with the mark, but not the time to tell you about it. It's a very long, convoluted story that requires much preparation. Have you been to the piscary?" I stared at him, trying to follow the things he wasn't saying, but it was too difficult with my current level of feverish excitement that I tried so hard not to show. "I believe that time is of the essence, Mr. Stead. I apologize for interrupting your rest, but I don't have any way to communicate with you other than showing up at your door. I'm here, you're here. Why don't we proceed?" He smiled and took my hand, forcefully helping me out of the chair and leading me to the door. His hand was very strong, like the rest of him, his skin cooler than I'd ever felt before. He was truly not in his usual state. Had I interrupted a feeding? My heart pounded rapidly at the thought of his fangs piercing my skin. "Miss Morrell, believe me when I tell you that some things cannot be rushed. This evening at the piscary, 2 hours after dark. I will send you directions." "What about Horace? Have you turned him?" He flashed fangs in what may have been a smile if he weren't so delicate. "I am in the process of turning him, but as you noted, raising someone who's already dead requires more effort than the usual." "You're giving him your blood. Is that why you're so cold?" "You ask questions that I didn't know you wanted answered. Aren't you afraid of vampires, Miss Morrell?" "I hate them more than I fear them, but that's beside the point. If you'd rather not discuss the particulars, by all means, let's talk of the mark instead. You've seen it before. Do you have a name to go with it?" He patted my hand as we reached the door. "I am going to drink blood now, Miss Morrell. If you don't want to witness such an unpretty thing, you should go." "I've witnessed far uglier things. I've been searching for that mark my whole life. If you have something you know, please tell me. I would give you my blood for it right now." He released my hand, but I gripped it, holding on and digging my nails into his flesh. He looked down at our hands, mine grasping his as tightly as I could. "You are very persistent, but I'm afraid I must be even more resolute. Escort Miss Morrell to the elevator." Gently. He added, looking up at me with eyes that burned with a vampire's hunger. My skin prickled, but I didn't let go however fast my heart pounded as his eyes flickered red. The vampire from earlier had come in with another monster with scales and a barbed tail, and they took my arms and pulled me away from the scholar until I couldn't help but release my hold on his hand. I craned my neck around to stare at him, glare at him, fighting against the impulse to throw curses at him or scream something that wouldn't help. Fine. If this was how it was going to go, I could be reasonable. I faced front and shook them off, determined to behave in a way that would get me what I wanted instead of banned from the scholar's lab permanently. 2 hours after dark. I'll be here, I called back. I'll send for you, Miss Morrell. I would hate to have you get lost before you found what you've been searching for. Shivers rushed over me at his voice, the dusky growl that sent my thoughts into a tailspin. It wouldn't be all bad to be bitten by a vampire, Not at all, particularly if it gave me the answers I sought.
Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 10. My phone buzzed at 6:30, reminding me that I had to meet Anna at the Cat's Paws at 7. I took Pansy on a walk that would have been quick if he hadn't sat down on the sidewalk to stare up at a lamp that was particularly out of tune until I dragged him back to the apartment. So far, he hadn't had any accidents in the apartment, at least not if you didn't count scorch marks on the floor. I was pulling my hair into a ponytail getting ready to go when the bell rang. I checked through the hole and saw the delivery guy with a package. Was this the instructions the scholar was sending? We had about 20 minutes until dark. "Hi," I said, opening the door. He smiled a particularly toothy smile and handed me the large package. "Sign here, if you'd be so kind." I signed L. More with a flourish, and took the package. "Do you have instructions?" I asked. He nodded at the package and turned, walking off while his arms swung with a longer arc than usual. Werewolf, probably. I shrugged and shut the door while Pansy started howling, singing Singsong City's theme well enough that I could recognize it. "I don't know how to tune the lamps, Pansy. I'll ask on Saturday, all right? We just did all that work in song, and my face is still scabbed up. Give me a break, bully." I took the package into the kitchen, leaving it on the counter while I grabbed a cooking pan and held it in front of my face before I opened it, just in case. The gold silk unspooled over the counter like liquid fire, the color I saw when I was doing that music maintenance gig. I held it up and stared at the dress, the kind of dress that cost more than I paid in a year for sushi. Maybe I could sell it off for sushi after I wore it to this place. He'd never have to know, and it would be the worthiest cause other than finding out what that mark meant. I bounced in anticipation at the thought. Michael Stead, the scholar, knew about the mark I'd been searching for my whole life, and after tonight I would be one step closer to vengeance and putting my father's soul to rest. This dress would take extra effort in the way of grooming and makeup, but if the scholar wanted a fancy dinner companion, that's what he'd get. Hopefully I didn't have to fight in it or the heels that came with it. They weren't ridiculous shoes, actually more stable than the shoes I wore at the library, so that was a surprise. They were gorgeous cream with golden beadwork all over the delicate toes. I tossed a shoe and then tucked them under my arm and went back to my room with my phone. I'd have to cancel with Anna. When I texted her that I had to get dressed to meet Mr. Stead, so I couldn't come, I didn't expect her to show up 15 minutes later with a bag of cosmetics that she'd personally made for her own daughter to help smooth my complexion and give me an extra glow. "You're going on the first date I've ever seen you on," she said, carefully powdering my face. I didn't even own powder. I cleared my throat. "It's not a date, just," I shrugged. She wouldn't remember anything I told her, most likely. "He has information I need, and I'm trading it for my notes, but he wants me to see him when he isn't feral from bloodlust. Not that he was out of control. He's a very calm vampire." She snorted and poked my forehead with the fluffy brush. "He sent you that dress, and it's not a date. That's unlikely. Maybe they'll be dancing." I laughed and closed my eyes, almost relaxing. I was too excited to worry about the scholar's angle. If he gave me what I wanted, I wouldn't mind giving him almost anything in exchange, including my blood. Not all of it, but anything short of death would be fine. "You know," Anna said, head cocked as she studied me while I balanced on one foot to put on my shoe. "You look like a proper fairy tale princess." "No, that's not right. Maybe an angel or a fairy. A fairy angel." She snorted and took a picture on her phone, sending it quickly to Gabby before I could erase it. "It's your makeup job," I said, glancing down at my dress, "although it fits pretty well. I wonder where you got it, and if they have blouses and skirts in black that I could get for work. I'll have to ask him." She laughed again and took another picture from another angle. "Oh yes, do. Your curls look so smooth from the cream I used. I should make some more for you, but you never leave your hair down. Pity when it curls so nicely. I could use you for advertisements and become a billionaire like King Court." The famous apothecary giant was stocked in every store that sold makeup or beauty products. He also had lines of drinks of every imaginable type: alcohol, coffee, tea, juice, soda, but most of all, the famous magical energy elixirs. "Sell out," I said with a sniff. Pansy took that moment to trot in and belch fire at me. I leapt away from him too late to dodge the flame, but the skirt only glowed gold before it cooled, not catching on fire in the slightest. I raised the skirt, like dripping gold, and then spun around with it. "This fabric is weird." Flameproof is an unexpected attribute for handsome, mysterious gentlemen to give their date, but you can't really go wrong with fireproof. She grinned at me ridiculously. "Your dog is dangerously cute. How are you getting to the seafood place?" I'd looked it up, and Passeri was the most expensive fish restaurant in the country. The reviews all said how exquisite the food and views were, but the dollar signs were what took your breath away. "I'll take the train. It's outside the walls, actually on the river, so that'll be something. I haven't left the city for years 6. She patted Pansy's head. "That sounds like an adventure. Do you want me to come with you for extra support?" "You in that dress on the train?" "I don't know, Lib. I know that you're a strong woman who can take care of herself, but that dress makes me think how much I could sell it for." I laughed and grinned at her. "Same. How much sushi could this dress buy? If he doesn't want it back, I'll sell it and split the proceeds with you." "You're the best. Do you want me to come?" I couldn't drag her into anything dangerous, and whatever had killed my father was going to be as dangerous as they came. "No, but thanks. I'll wear a big black trench coat over it." She wrinkled her nose. "Okay. What's this?" She took a slip of paper off the floor that I hadn't noticed. "Take the elevator to the top floor of the Lydian." "Why?" I took the note from her and recognized the scholar's handwriting, masculine, clear, intentional. He was going to send instructions. "Maybe he has a helicopter waiting for you on the roof." We exchanged looks while my stomach lurched. Heights weren't my favorite thing, particularly after the skateboard adventure, but all I said was, "Stranger things have happened." We left my apartment, locking Pansy in with a sad face, but she didn't break out. I should get her a stuffed animal she could roast, or a chew toy of some kind. We went to the elevator, and I pushed the up button with my black overcoat draped over my arm while Anna fussed with my hair. When we got to the top floor, the door opened, revealing the golden arrow painted on the marble floor, and pointed towards the door of the only apartment on this floor. "Do you want me to come?" Anna asked again, looking worried. "If you don't feel comfortable, we can send back the dress and—" "It's fine," I flashed her a smile. "I'm perfectly safe in my building. Who cared about safety when they were so close to something they'd been trying to get for so long?" She didn't look too sure as the elevator doors closed on her, leaving me alone in the hall. I took a deep breath and walked towards the apartment door. It was unlocked, and inside, past the long sweep of plush pale carpet, was a wall of windows showing the rising moon and the city skyscape. The best view of the city I'd ever seen. Was the Passeri going to cater here? An elevator inside the apartment dinged gently, getting my attention. It was gold, intricate metalwork that looked too delicate to be functional. It was jewelry, like the stair curving upwards on the other side of the room. The elevator dinged again, and I saw a note inside in the scholar's handwriting. I stepped into the elevator and read the note while the doors closed behind me, trapping me inside the delicate golden cage. "Be certain to watch for cars, Miss Morrell." Mr. Stead. There were no cars in the elevator. It descended smoothly for a very long time until the doors opened on another apartment, black plush carpet leading to a wall of windows that looked out on a night garden filled with lush plantings that glowed in the darkness. I went to the door, and outside was a hall, black marble this time, with a door on the end, made out of glass and metal, that looked out on a street in Song in front of the scholar's lab. Ah, the Lydian was connected to both Sing and Song. How good to know something so clearly essential and terrifying. I walked down the hall, following the golden arrows until I got to the door and looked out at the car waiting for me. The gorgeous Bentley was as black as sin and curvaceous as a dragon. The driver stood at attention, waiting for me. Apparently I wouldn't be taking the train. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the building, then went down the steps and towards the driver, who immediately opened the back door with a slight bow. Was he a vampire or something else? I didn't ask, just got inside and tried not to bounce on the cushy seat like a teenager. I took a picture with my phone and sent it to Anna. Not the train, and then put my phone away in the pocket of the coat I hadn't put on. The car roared to life, and then I was pressed back into the cushy seats as the car powered through the undercity, rumbling engine as powerful as the vampire who owned it. There was no way he didn't own the car, not when it was so perfect for him. We wound through the city at a dizzying pace through neighborhoods I didn't remotely recognize until with a lurch, it left the brick road and drove up a smooth ramp that spiraled around and around, leaving me with a dizzying view of the city below, before it broke out in the clear night, on the opposite side of the river from the city. After a few turns, we joined the normal freeway and then crossed the enormous suspension bridge that led to Singsong. It was beautiful, a dazzling jewel surrounded by a golden wall. We didn't enter the gate, instead leaving the freeway and taking a smaller road along the river until we reached brightly lit docks next to a building built over the river, lights strung above and classical guitar playing in the background. The drive had been very quick, and I was still stuck to the back of the seat when the driver opened the door and held out his hand for me. I took it and let him pull me out of the car. He bowed again, closed the door and went to the driver's side, driving off and leaving me there. I looked around and saw the sign, Pisiri in bright lights on a blue background, so I was in the right place, but how was I going to get home? There was always the train. I headed to the entrance of the multi-level restaurant built over the water, less elegant than I'd expected. It was rustic, charming, but not ornate. The waiter smiled at me and bowed. "Miss Morrell, please follow me." So much bowing. I followed him, raising my long skirt as I followed him up the steps to the rooms overlooking the water, private rooms with red velvet carpet, red upholstery, and stark white tablecloths in contrast. I was staring at the tablecloth and almost missed the man standing behind it, studying me with a slightly surprised expression, like he hadn't expected me to come. "Mr. Stead, am I late?" He made a point of checking out the window, because apparently he took time by the stars or the lights shining off the water before he turned back to me with a smile. "Not at all. You are exactly when you should be." When I should be. Ah. How scientific you sound. The waiter took my coat and hung it next to the door before he bowed and left me with the scholar. He looked dashing in his tuxedo, matching my dress in elegance, except that his tie was undone along with the top 2 buttons, leaving his throat bare. I'd never seen him quite that unbuttoned, even when I'd disturbed him this morning. There was something positively shocking about seeing him unbuttoned. I sat down and had a moment's panic when he came too close to help me sit in my chair and wrangle the dress, but I didn't quite throw a death curse at him, so that was good. "Mr. Stead," I said, pulling some notes out of my bag and putting them on my plate. "I am ready to come to an agreement. I must have seemed overeager this morning, but you know how it is to be searching for clues in your research only to come to dead end after dead end, and then finally get a glimpse of a solution. It's like hearing a heavenly chorus of angels, parting the endless darkness with a ray of hope." He cleared his throat and adjusted his chair, pulling it up to the table and smoothing the tablecloth. "Yes, it is something like that. I hope that your trip here was comfortable." "Yes, it was lovely. About the mark, Mr. Stead." "Slowly, Miss Morrell. Things seem to be proceeding at an ever-increasing pace, when sometimes life should be savored." I licked my lips and put my notes back on my lap. "Of course, if you'd like to eat before we discuss business, that's understandable. May I pour you some wine?" "I don't drink, but you can pour if you'd like." He froze with the bottle tilted as he stared at me with black, fathomless eyes. "You don't drink wine?" "No, but feel free to drink whatever you'd like, wine or blood. I just want you to be comfortable." He lowered the bottle and narrowed his eyes as he leaned over the table to give me a piercing look that made my skin prickle. "Your blood? That's the 3rd time you've offered it to me." "I didn't mean my blood, just whatever blood vampires drink from glasses while they're out to dinner. Vampires do drink blood from glasses, don't they?" He shook his head slightly and sat back. "You wore the dress. Don't you find it ridiculous and objectifying?" "Oh no, it's marvelously fireproof. Do you want me to give it back to you, or can I keep it? His brows came together. You tried to burn it. No, that was Pansy. He's quite a handful, and Anna agrees. Can I take your picture? Anna would love this. I got up and retrieved my phone from the coat's pocket, but when I turned around, he was standing very close to me, smelling like sandalwood with those dangerous dark eyes gazing into mine. I'd rather you didn't, he said in a low voice, taking my phone out of my fingers and putting it back into the coat's pocket. My heart beat erratically while he stood so close, gazing at me with more intensity than anyone had ever looked at me with. Oh, if that's what you want, I swallowed hard. It's most certainly what I want, he agreed with a low growl that went through me in a ripple of awareness. Excuse me, the waiter said, waiting for us to move away from the doorway so he could come in with the 2-foot sailboat serving dish packed with sushi. I almost gasped. It was that beautiful, pale pink and green mixing with darker seaweed-wrapped rolls and red sauce. I sat down while the waiter bowed and left us, the scholar once more taking time to make sure I was seated comfortably before he went around the table to his own place. He'd never touched me, not a brush of skin in all of that maneuvering. You would be a fine waiter if you ever got tired of chopping off arms and watching them regrow, I said, offering him a smile. Why did I say that? That wasn't polite conversation, and I was trying so hard to be polite. Researcher vampires were much better socialized than assassins turned librarians, apparently. He only smiled at me. Thank you, Miss Moore. You would be a fine star in the heavens if you should ever tire of throwing crayons at intruders. I wasn't sure how to answer that. Ah, thanks. Do you have a favorite? I asked, pointing my chopsticks at the sushi ship of happiness. It is all equally satisfying to me, Miss Moore. In that case, Mr. Stead, I'll get started. I took the nearest sushi roll and popped it into my mouth. Ah. Heaven, textures, flavors, all of it was a mix of artistry that made me feel almost disloyal to the cat's paws. Their sushi was good, but this was art, culinary perfection. Maybe the mark could wait after all. I ate with a great deal of focus until most of the sushi was gone, and I realized that the scholar was watching me eat like I was a starving person instead of taking his share of sushi. Raw fish eggs would probably be as edible as anything to a vampire, and I'd seen them ingest normal food in small amounts. Yep, I was just being a pig. I finished chewing and put down my chopsticks so that I wouldn't be tempted. Sorry, I got carried away by the exquisite sushi. Are you ready to talk about the mark? I offered a hopeful smile. He raised his glass of wine and swirled it around in a red whoosh that reminded me of blood. I would like you to tell me something about yourself and your work as relevant as possible to this mark you are burning with curiosity about, if you wouldn't mind. You want me to tell you about myself? He nodded serenely. As it relates to this mark. I took a deep breath while I considered what I could tell him that would be enough information to be as valuable as whatever he could tell me. I licked my lips. That's the mark written on my father's body when I found him. He was dead, I added, helpfully. He frowned slightly. You're after revenge? I'm afraid that you'll be dissatisfied. It is the mark of a demon of great subtlety and power sealed in the infernal realm, as he has been since the Great War ended. He didn't personally leave that mark on your father, but one of his agents did instead. I have hunted many of them over the years, but they are always shoots that sprout up from the root of the untouchable evil. You've hunted his agents? You're after him too? He raised a brow. That's right. What's his name? Do you know it? He nodded soberly and took a small sip of wine before he lowered it to the white tablecloth. He wore a ring on his left hand, a great ruby in a gold band that curled around the sparkling gem. His hands were strong yet graceful, hands that could rip someone apart with a scalpel or his claws. He didn't answer me. I took a shaky breath and tried to look cool. What do you want for his name? Your father's name. I hesitated. The only people in the world who knew my father's name were Cross and Mother Mercy. You're certain that you know this demon's name? He nodded soberly. Very, Miss Moore. I snatched a sushi roll with my fingers and dipped it in the brown sauce and a bit of wasabi before I ate it, chewing slowly while I stared at the vampire. Finally, my mouth was empty, and I said Montaigne. Stephen Montaigne was my father. He sat up, then leaned back, crossing his arms. He definitely knew that name. Well, lots of people did, which is why I didn't bring it up. He'd been a senator and a general at different times in his career. Jazarad. Jazarad the Subtle is the name of the demon with the mark you gave me. He took a sushi roll and leaned forward, putting it in my open mouth before I could ask him more questions, so many questions that he knew the answers to, but he apparently wanted to torture me before he answered anything. I chewed and then opened my mouth to ask, but again with the stuffing of my mouth with sushi. Okay, I could cope with this kind of torture. Such good sushi. Miss Morel, he said as I chewed the second roll. May I offer you a suggestion? Leave it be. That demon has been trying to eradicate your family name for 100 years. You are your father's legacy, and the demon is defeated as long as you live. If he doesn't know that you exist, he can't kill you, but as soon as he is aware of you. His eyes glittered dangerously. I shrugged. If he's after me, then I don't have to hunt him, I wrinkled my nose. No, I'm much more interested in being hunter than prey, but I will hunt him. You'll hunt him? Interesting. And you're experienced at hunting high-level demons, Miss Morel. I'll do the proper research on the topic before I go after him. He nodded soberly. That's very reassuring. Why did I doubt you? I scowled at him and his unsubtle sarcasm. I am not incapable. He smiled slowly, showing me his fangs. Do you know what I think, Miss Morel? I think that you could use a demonstration of the real dangers that demons such as the one you would like to hunt presents to you and this world. To destroy him, you'd have to summon him, and that can't be done without more blood than even I, a notoriously vicious monster, can stomach. A virgin sacrifice is de rigueur, Miss Morel. I am fully willing to be the virgin sacrifice if it brings down the monster that destroyed my father. He blinked at me, then sat back with a strange smile. Ah, then I won't offer any other objections. Happy hunting. He raised his glass, still studying me like that, like I was a chopped-off arm that was growing back into something interesting. I ate 2 more sushi rolls until suddenly he moved, thrusting his fork towards the space between me and the doorway. I blinked as the intruder came into focus. He was a vampire, handsome enough to draw stares, dark hair, dark eyes with a ring of red that said he'd recently fed but was still hungry. This room is taken, I said coolly, frowning at him. He cocked his head and pushed the fork away from his throat before he smiled at the scholar while taking a red velvet chair that had been on the side and putting it next to the table. My dear, I am the Marshal of Song, and you awakened me with your fire and singing. I'm here to offer you the gift of immortality. I stared at him, then gave the scholar an incredulous look. I mouthed, Is he serious, before turning back to the stranger. No, thank you. I don't want your gift of immortality, so you can be on your way. I gave the scholar another look, and he gave me a slight frown before he leaned over the table, demanding Marshall's attention. You're intruding. The lady isn't interested in your gifts or your company. Leave now before things grow unpleasant. Marshall frowned at him. She woke me most pleasantly. I must reward her with something. He turned back to me with a sweet smile that belied his red eyes. I've woken to screaming, chanting, weeping, but never singing before, not like that. He looked me up and down, pausing on the fabric of my dress. I didn't expect a musician to be dressed so finely. Still, I must bestow you with the greatest gift I have, and that is immortality. I always offer those who waken me with immortality, which is why they do it, I imagine. You didn't intend to awaken me. I shrugged. Sorry, it was just a routine musical maintenance sweep through your neighborhood. It needed it. If Sing fell down on you, you probably wouldn't ever wake up again. Come to think of it, if you're serious about owing me, you could bring snacks. He stared at me with his eyes pulsing red in a way that made me look at the scholar quickly. Was the vampire trying to use compulsion on me? Snacks? I don't understand. You wish me to provide you with masses of sweet maidens to drain once I've turned you and made you my eternal mate. I almost gagged at the image that evoked. I scooted my chair away from him so that the scholar was between us. No, snacks at the music hall on Saturdays. If you want to show support for your city musicians, That's where you should put it, not on the blood of maidens. We've never spoken, and you're offering to make me your eternal mate? Don't you think that's a bit forward? You probably wouldn't survive, the scholar offered with a frown at Marshall. His other firstborns would come to challenge you and drink your blood, which would have his blood, and therefore give them greater strength. Marshall sniffed at him with a pout. You take the fun out of a waking. Thank you. The lady is in the company of the scholar this evening, and any other evening you feel compelled to give her your gratitude. The new vampire narrowed his eyes at him, lips pursed like he'd eaten a lemon. What brings the great scholar to Singsong City? Not your usual haunt, is it? I'm in possession of the lab beneath the Library of Antiquities. I consider all of its inhabitants under my protection. Ah, not the entire city? Not the musicians? The lady is a librarian, dear Stozung. The vampire raised a brow and turned towards me. You know any dead languages? I licked my lips. There's something of my specialty. He sighed heavily. Ah, that explains it. The scholar would be protective of anyone who specialized in dead languages. That's his specialty, he chuckled, and leaned closer to me, while the scholar hissed a warning that he ignored. Would you truly ask a vampire to provide snacks to those poor souls struggling with their mortality? Blood pudding, fried blood kebabs, blood gelatin cubes. It couldn't be worse than the stale fruitcake and bad tuna. It truly was nightmarish. He stood and bowed to me with a flourish. In that case, lady musician librarian, I will see to your wishes. I'm certain that I can please you much more than you ever imagined, anticipating your desires far better than the dried-up academic sitting across from you. We will have another conversation when ladies aren't present, he said to the scholar, with a glare instead of a bow before he turned and left the room without another word. You awakened the Marshal of Song, the scholar hissed, baring his teeth at me in a way that made me sit back, more surprised than frightened, but his teeth were terrifying. I don't know. I was just trying not to die, Mr. Stead, but you wouldn't understand already being dead. Undead is an entirely different thing, Miss Morel, but you wouldn't understand since you haven't ever been dead or undead. It seems that you aren't interested in staying alive, so I won't bother you with all the dangers caused by awakening an ancient vampire. Thank you. Could we get back to the demon? You were going to tell me about his followers. What are they like? How do you hunt them? He cleared his throat, pressed his lips together, and shook his head. Actually, I think that I should tell you my intentions towards you. I've brought you here this evening because... You want my notes? I want to get to know you better. You see, Miss Moore, my interest in you is personal. I stared at him while he took a sip of wine. Personal, personal, personal. What did that mean? You want to hire me or drink my blood? Hiring you would be business and drinking your blood would be culinary or suicidal, depending on how much I took. Montaigne's blood has touches of the angelic, which, as everyone knows, is poisonous to vampires. It probably wouldn't kill me, and nothing is sweeter than angel blood, but no. I am not here for your blood, otherwise I would have taken it one of the other times you offered so eagerly. I scowled at him. I don't want you to take my blood. I just don't understand what else you could want from me. What is personal interest? You want to be my friend and go karaoke singing at the piano bar every Tuesday night with Anna. Are you doing research on the personal lives of librarians? Men have been personally interested in you before, Miss Morel. I gestured at him. You aren't a man, you're the scholar, with more self-control than any other vampire I've ever met, and your eyes are wrong, and your eyes are wrong, and your skin is warm, and you make me want chocolate when I don't even like chocolate. I'm not interested in jumping into bed with random strangers, particularly the kind that finds me edible. That's not attractive. I remember. You very clearly outlined the point at which you would be intimate with a man, and that was after contracted possession of half of his belongings. I assumed you were talking about marriage. I had a sudden urge to jump out the window and into the river below. I was joking, mostly, but I guess ... Are you talking about a relationship? He smiled. You make it sound like an alien species you've heard of but never seen. I gestured at him. How would that work? A real, actual relationship with a vampire? I love the sun and sky, and you're allergic. You're nocturnal, I'm not. Where would we live? What would we eat? What would we talk about? You live in a world where you're somebody, and I make it a point to be unnoticeable. It's ludicrous. I'm not interested in turning. Not now, not ever. I hate vampires. He raised a brow. I'm not offering you a serious relationship at this moment, Miss Morrell. I only wish to get to know you better, to see if there was overlapping compatibility, pleasure in each other's company, that sort of thing. I thought I should be clear about my intentions because, as I suspected, you have no idea what any of it means and are, in fact, completely oblivious to the obvious signs that a more experienced person would see. I scowled at him. I have plenty of experience. Translating tomes, but not dating. I glared at him until I finally sighed and rubbed a hand over my face. Fine. I am oblivious to relationship matters because I avoid them at all costs. I did date someone a very long time ago, but it turned out that he was a vampire who sold me into a blood sex ring. That was the first time I was bitten by a vampire, but it wasn't the last, Mr. Stead. You can call me Michael. I don't want to call you Michael, that's a normal name for a nice and normal person. Mike. Mikey, Mick? No, you aren't a Michael or any of its derivatives. You really brought me out here on a date, because you wanted to get to know me better, to see if we could have some kind of relationship. I felt kind of idiotic even saying that. No, not kind of. That's right, Miss Morrell. I wanted to get to know you better. Past tense. Wince. Not that I could blame him after I'd eaten all the sushi and awoken the ancient vampire who would probably have some kind of showdown with the scholar after he got back from our date. Date? Did it count as a date if I was only here for information? Could I get information out of him if we did have a personal thing, like boyfriend-girlfriend, or other awkward positions in relation to each other? Maybe that would be worth pursuing, but how vile would that make me, using a personal relationship for my own gain? Right. So do you want the dress back after this is over? He looked down at the dress, then back up at me. No, I am certain that it suits you much better than me. You really did look like you had angel's blood when you walked in this evening. Is that flirting, like the weird star comment? You could consider it flirting, yes, he nodded slightly. It isn't that I haven't heard my share of lines, it's just that no one ever bribed me into eating sushi with them before. Maybe after I hunt down the demon, I'll make a point of trying dating and doing research on it so I know what's expected. Or you could date me now and gather data points without putting it off for the future. I stared at him, bewildered. You are offering to continue dating me even after this was so terrible. Was it terrible for you? I apologize. What did you dislike? The food was to your taste, wasn't it? You dislike water, or is it the height? I tugged on a curl that was so beautifully bouncy that I couldn't give it a good yank like I wanted. I'm speaking for you, because I'm oblivious and I awakened the old vamp, who is going to cause you problems, and I keep subtly mentioning how much I hate vampires, of which you are one, and... He put the last sushi roll into my mouth. Don't speak for me, Miss Morrell. I find you as charming as ever. Actually, hearing that you are a musician of song, fearlessly doing your work for the greater good in spite of the danger, makes you seem quite brave and selfless. Your inexperience as far as dating is also nothing negative. I have had personal relationships, but not for a very, very long time, so I am out of practice, particularly with the modern customs that change so rapidly. I would like to take you out again. Or, if you'd rather take me out, I would accept the invitation willingly. But I hate vampires. Which is why the first person you were ever seriously interested in was a vampire. Yes, you hate us with a fascination and attraction that is much closer to obsession than hatred, but you have experienced the worst of my kind, so naturally that would translate into caution and fear. I frowned at him while my thoughts spun. I hated vampires because I was attracted to them? Impossible. Would you mind if I sold the dress? You want to sell the dress? Why? Just think how much sushi it would pay for. He smiled and leaned back in his chair. Sell the dress, Miss Morrell. Eat your sushi and think of me. Which meant that I'd never be able to sell it or eat sushi without thinking of him, and what was more dangerous and despicable than that? Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 11. What's in a name? A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, and Jezerad by any other name would be as devious and terrifying as the monster I read about. I did a search spell in the stacks of mysteries, and found tome after tome with stories of demons who made deals with ambitious, cunning, ruthless men, who ended up destroying more than anyone could have imagined. Jezerad didn't come out of the shadows often, preferring to work behind his puppets, but when he did, as he did during the Great War, when he and his demon band went up against angels, large-scale devastation followed. I closed the last book one been reading and stared into space, my notes forgotten as I drowned in hopelessness. If I did manage to summon him here, Singsong would perish along with almost everyone in it. Even if he didn't get loose, his influence would rot my heart and soul, feeding on my rage until I was his tool. That's how it always worked, which I knew, but I hadn't been prepared when I'd first gotten the name from the scholar. I also hadn't known that the mark referred to one of those great demons whose influence on humanity was strong and terrifying enough to give you enemies to last a lifetime without touching on the source. I reshelved the books and went back to the main desk because I had work to do, and my mind and feelings were still roiling around. I had a name, which was more than I'd ever had before, enough to take this as far as I wanted to go, but I also had the scholar's offer to get to know one another better, and that consumed me almost as much, and was equally as depressing. I bounced between despairing that I'd never defeat the demon who had killed my father, and puzzling over the logistics of dating the undead. Was I actually obsessed with vampires? I did find the scholar attractive objectively, and when I thought about him my fingers still ached, but how would a real physical relationship work when he couldn't even kiss me without his fangs getting in the way? No, I didn't mind being bitten. I could admit that much to myself, but I wasn't giving up kissing, holding hands and being comfortable together, the way that Rin's parents were. He did the sushi, and she did the tables and the piano bar. It was true that the scholar worked at the lab while I worked at the library, and they really were literally on top of each other, but where would we live? Maybe he meant something else when he said personal relationship, maybe a vampire edition that didn't require actually spending time together, but vampires did have a sex drive, second only to their lust for blood. My blood was sweet enough, and lethal enough to have saved me from the second drive, but if he wasn't interested in my blood, was it my body he wanted? Or was he really attracted to my mind because I loved dead languages? Impossible. And confusing. Maybe he was toying with me? Everything was impossible, including nodding at the replacement for Bert, who wandered around looking suspicious while I tried to think and plan through a haze of bewildered overwhelm. Cross would be the perfect person to bounce ideas off while planning to hunt a new dangerous monster, but he was also very strict about controlling collateral damage and wouldn't ever condone summoning a demon just to kill it. Why had my family been targeted? Maybe I should start there, although having angel blood was probably enough of a motive when some of the angels and demons had been fighting and hating each other for as long as they could remember, far longer than humans had history. I was leaning on the main counter, doodling different kinds of flames on a sheet of paper, when Katrina, the young vampire who lacked self-control, approached very slowly, walking so her shoes clicked loudly on the marble. The scholar has asked me to inform the librarian that the experiment is ready for observers. Horace? I looked around and didn't see anyone looking at me, other than the suspicious guard, so I went with her, looping my bag with notes over my shoulder. That's what I'd agreed to trade for being at his first interview. Thank you, I said as we started walking back towards the elevator. She nodded and gave me a tight smile. We passed through the gate and got into the elevator. She cleared her throat twice and said, "I'm sorry for attacking you. It was my mistake. You see, I'm a born vampire, like the scholar, but not nearly so old. Usually the instincts aren't as difficult to control, but sometimes they're 5 times worse. And I haven't had to practice as much as I should, which isn't an excuse, but I am sorry for frightening you." I wanted to take a step away from her because she was talking when she should be silent, particularly about the scholar, who certainly wasn't comfortable with his inner circle of vampires talking to strangers about him, even if he was interested in getting to know me better. As he said, some things can't be rushed. Then again, when else would I find someone willing to talk about him who knew him so well? I smiled back at her. Yana. Forget about it. I shouldn't have thrown crayons at you, but it's one of my reflexes apparently. The other night, I was with the scholar, and another vampire interrupted us. The Marshal of Song. Have you heard of him? He seemed to know the scholar by reputation, but not personally. I hope that they aren't going to go to war or anything. Nothing rips up a city like a vampire war. He's awakened. Her face went pained. She had so much expression for a vampire, but maybe it was the born part that made a difference. That's what he said, but who trusts crazy old vampires? You mentioned being born, but I don't know what that means. My father was a vampire, and my mother was a human. She died a few years ago, but I didn't get to live with her, sadly enough, because she was completely insane. That's where he found her, at a mental hospital. She saw things that weren't there, things even scarier than vampires, so he was her great emotional support at a time when she had no one else. A vampire being a mental hospital patient's great emotional support. How? Sweet. The scholar is your father. She shook her head, dark hair whipping wildly. Oh no, he's a friend of my father's. He wasn't sure what to do with me, because I'm so different from a usual turned vampire, starting as a baby and growing older, until I hit my prime, and then she gave a small laugh, showing cute fangs. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. It's just that once I get started, I can't stop. It's fine. The scholar is also a born vampire. His mother was human and his father's a vampire. Oh, not like that. He isn't human, just half vampire and half. This way, if you please, the vampire who had opened the door yesterday said, as he opened the elevator gate, cutting her off and giving her a look that made her flinch. No, she shouldn't be spilling all of the scholar's secrets, but it really was interesting. What else was he? Half ogre, half werewolf. The possibilities were terrifying. Thank you, I said, stepping off the elevator and following him down a hall, then down a set of long steps, until we reached a room that had to be a morgue with corpse cupboards and everything. Horace was laid out on a table, with the scholar wearing a doctor's coat standing to the side, his hand on Horace's throat, as though checking for a pulse. The scholar looked terrible, gaunt, dark circles under his eyes, and bruised arms as he studied the corpse for signs of life. Well, as terrible as he could look, and still be devastatingly handsome. Was I really obsessed with vampires? No way. Hate was not an easy replacement for obsession. Sit here, my escort, vampire said, gesturing to the chair, the one from the scholar's office, draped with a down comforter that made me realize for the first time how cold it was in there. I sank into the down and Christina wrapped me tight in the blanket, with a cheerful smile that didn't quite go with her red eyes. The scholar said, Miss Morrell, this process will take some time, but I believe it will be helpful, if you could recount your time with him. A familiar voice from his life will help him hold on to his memories, even in undeath. His voice was so powerful, making me shiver even more than the cold room could. I licked my lips. You'd like me to talk to him, or to you about him? This was awkward. Whatever you prefer, Miss Morrell. My name on his lips made my stomach clench before I pulled out my notes. I might as well do something productive, such as catch the scholar up on what he'd wanted to study before the Horace thing went down, or up as the case may be. Heavenly fire, the holy flame of God, found in the hearts of the pure and righteous, burns in heaven, a flame that keeps all the unholy from entering. When heavenly fire is brought to another plane, it reacts with the elements of that place and changes slightly in nature and appearance. For instance, on Earth's plane, when I continued reading my notes, realizing how dry and basic they were as I went, but no one told me to stop, and it was a rough translation that I'd already apologized for, so I'd pretend that it was magnificent and keep going. I was halfway through my notes on the first text, only a few ever so tiny changes from the usual dry reports on eternal fire, when Horace sat up, throwing the scholar across the room, then fixed his red burning eyes on me. After that, everything went blurry. There were buzzing black specks, then a pain ripping through my neck and shoulder, then Horace struggling in the grasp of 4 large monsters, his fangs bared, dripping my blood down his pale chin as they dragged him towards the door. Chain him, the scholar said, kneeling next to me and pressing his palm against my neck. I reached up, covering his hand with mine, but he wasn't going to move so I could check the damage. "Wait, isn't he supposed to talk?" I asked, turning my head so I was nose to nose with the scholar. I wrinkled my forehead while I tried to process through the pain and sudden shock of blood loss. He didn't seem in the mood for talking. He smiled a crooked smile. "They can only. You noticed that? I'm afraid your topic of conversation may have been too stimulating for him. Miss Morel, your blood is pooling beneath my palm, but I don't believe that he cut you deeply. I would like to spread a great healing agent on it, but it might seem forward of me, since it would be applied by my tongue." I frowned at him while my head wobbled. How much of my neck had Horace taken out? "You want to spread your tongue on my neck?" "In a matter of speaking, yes, Miss Morel. Do you object? Doctors are coming. A sorcerer who is very competent will be here in a few minutes, but until then, we have to use what's on hand." "Your tongue? That reminds me of the kissing. I can't possibly have a relationship with you when your fangs would prevent any kind of really good connection. I'm not going to cut my lips on your fangs every time I want to kiss you. I have standards." His brow rose. "Indeed, Miss Morel. I am not going to kiss you, just spread my tongue on you. Do you mind?" I blinked while the world faded in and out of focus. "That should be fine. No fangs. I've had enough fangs today. Why did Horace go right for my throat, and why didn't I throw a death spell at him? Not that it wouldn't be a horrible waste of time, considering how much effort you put into." His mouth was on my neck instead of his hand, and then everything else was negligible. I was so cozy in his chair, with the nice warm blanket, and his arm draped over my lap, his strong hand supporting my head while he licked me from shoulder to chin. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the magical properties of vampire saliva, the pleasure, the contentment, the connection as manufactured as aspirin, but far more effective. I tangled my fingers in his hair and shifted so that he could more easily stroke my neck with his silky tongue, as limpid as a lizard on a rock in the sun. Come to think of it, kissing was hardly important if there was licking. What was so great about kissing anyway? I'd never personally done it much, but what I'd done hadn't been noteworthy, nothing like being licked by the scholar. Time went in a pleasant way until the scholar picked me up and put me on a cold table without the down comforter, leaving me struggling to get back into the comfortable embrace. He put a hand on my forehead, holding me down while he gazed at me, his eyes the lightest, happiest blue I'd ever seen. "My dear Miss Morel, rest well. The surgeon is here, and before you know it, you'll wake up to a new day." I didn't want a new day, not when I'd been so comfortable and happy, and now I was cold and lonely with pain creeping up around the edges, waiting to swallow me. After a sharp pain in my arm beneath my torn shoulder, I didn't feel anything at all. I woke up to Anna quarreling with someone about plants. I pushed the fog away and sat up, finding myself in a bed surrounded by the strangest assortment of plants I'd ever seen. I frowned at the one closest to my face. "Is that a Venus flytrap?" "You're awake." Anna pushed through the plants to sit down on the edge of the large, decidedly masculine bed and take my hands. "What do you want to do for the pain? I think that more holistic measures that treat your mind and body will be better for you in the long run, but the sorcerer wants cold, hard drugs and magic that will boost your healing, but end up draining the rest of your body for at least a few months as it tries to regenerate the stolen energy that he directed into healing your shoulder." "That's not what I said," the man corrected, his pale blue eyes and chiseled cheekbones rather pleasant to look at. I'd gotten the impression that sorcerers were all gaunt and colorless, but this one was pretty. I would subscribe mundane drugs to help her with the transition until her body has fully regenerated and accepted the magical growths that I put into her. There's no sorcery in common morphine. Anna turned towards him, bristling. "And now you want to turn my friend into a drug addict? You keep your sorceries away from her." His eye twitched, like he'd been trying to be reasonable and calm for a long time while she was her unencumbered hippie healer self. The scholar licked her wounds for hours. "If she's going to be addicted to anything, it'll be that." He leaned over to check my pulse, but the moment he touched me, Pansy came out of nowhere, barking and knocking over plants as he poured his way up onto the very large, very masculine bed. What made a bed masculine? The smell of sandalwood, the sturdiness of the 4 pillars, the solidness of the mattress, or the fact that everything was black. All of it combined with the scent of the scholar, which told me that I had been sleeping in his bed, and he had a weird taste in plants before Pansy was on my stomach, licked my face, getting brimstone slobber on my lips, before settling down next to me and putting his head on my leg. He growled at the surgeon when he tried to check my pulse again, then licked my wrist as if that settled that. "What are you doing?" I asked him, which took a lot of effort that he rewarded by licking my hand. I smiled and rubbed his head, the silky spots on his ears, and his tongue started lolling and tail wagging. He was such a goofball. "I must insist that you allow me to check your healing." The scholar was very specific about what he required from me, and I will not have a dissatisfied client. Anna scowled at him. "It's not the client you should be worried about, but the patient, the human who has to live with whatever you do to her, not the person who throws money at you. You're a soulless, heartless." I squeezed her hand because she was going too far. "Anna, it's all right if he checks my pulse. He's already done the surgery. What harm is there in him checking how well it worked? I don't need pain medication, though," I said to him, trying for a smile, even though my shoulder was throbbing terribly. I'd dealt with far worse injuries, with far less care. I gripped Pansy's collar so he couldn't bite while he carefully checked my vitals, listening to my heart and lungs, then examining the bare flesh of my shoulder and its smooth skin. There wasn't so much as a scar to show the wound, but the whole area was 2 shades paler than the rest of me. He smiled at me, a polite smile that didn't go with his natural sneer. "You are well on your way to recovery. Exercise caution as you return to daily activity, such as picking things up and walking your dog." "What about playing the guitar?" "I'm a musician, sort of. I guess I was a bad musician, but I was definitely a musician since I paid for my apartment with music." "Bad music." He frowned as he considered before his face relaxed, and he offered me another polite smile. "If you exercise caution, take breaks every few minutes, and stop once you feel any pain, it should be fine." Anna snorted. "She doesn't know how to stop because of something like pain. She's obsessive, which you'd know if you had ever studied personality and healing, but no, because all you need are chemicals and harsh spells to save the world one broke client at a time." Anna was usually almost too sweet, so she must really have something against sorcerers to go off on this guy like that. "If you suffer any sudden sharp pain, discoloration, bruising, or bleeding, be sure to call me at once." He handed me a card, bowed, and then left the dark room, closing the door behind him. Pansy grunted and buried his head under my armpit, the one that hadn't had surgery. I patted his back and stared at the ceiling with its sculpted medallion and arched coves. "Tell me honestly, how bad does it hurt?" Anna asked, frowning in concern. I took a deep breath and then sat up, flexing my arm and straightening it while I studied the pain. The ache of muscles ripped apart, then fused back together, and the bones aching where they were working to produce more blood to replace what I'd lost. Everything felt slightly off, like the veins and nerves weren't quite where they were supposed to be. "It's fine. There's no reason to lie around when I have things to." I threw the blankets back and tried to stand up, then fell back onto the bed in a whirl of black and white, losing consciousness for a moment before I blinked Anna back into focus above my head. She patted my cheek. "Poor Libby. Sleep it off, natural healthy sleep, after I rubbed this ointment into your injury. Don't tell him I said this, but the evil sorcerer did really neat work. I've seen a few true hacksaw demons, and this guy was meticulous, precise, deep, and extremely eager to please. I wonder what your scholar has on him." I exhaled a frustrated sigh. "If he's so good, why can't I get up?" "You're recovering. Magic can only go so far. I mean, I suppose we could pour a recuperative potion down your throat, like King Crown sells to the unwary, but then you'd come down harder in a few days, recovery would be 3 times as long, and the surgery might come undone, leaving you with a real mess. Just be glad that you aren't going to be laid up for a month, which is what it would take for mundane healing of an injury that impressive. He barely missed your lungs, Lib. I'm kind of irritated with your boyfriend, to be honest. Putting you where any vampire could slash you to pieces." She tutted and shook her head, and then started rubbing the ointment of evil suffering on my shoulder and neck. "It hurts so much." I whimpered. "He's not my boyfriend." She laughed cheerfully, or evilly. "No. Then I should date him. It hurts, doesn't it? That's because it's bringing all your nerves to life. You'll thank me later." I wouldn't, but eventually she stopped, and then the pain diminished to a low throb and I went back to sleep. I woke up with the scholar bent above me, for a moment unfocused before he blinked and smiled slightly. "You're awake. Would you still like to come to Horace's interview? I apologize most sincerely for the harm he did to you while you were under my protection. The situation would be quite different this time, since you would be behind a wall of reinforced glass imbued with magic while Horace was bound on the other side." I struggled to sit up, and his arms were around me, helping me upright, while Pansy snored particularly loudly by my side. I stared into his eyes while we were like that, his strong arms holding me while his eyes became almost soft, almost human, and my heart beat faster and faster. Maybe this was a dream. Maybe this wasn't real, and everything that happened wouldn't count. The first leaned towards him so slowly. He blinked, and the moment was over as he picked me up in the blankets, sending Pansy rolling over the bed. He woke up with a snort, then followed with a wagging tail as the scholar carried me out of the room, his sandalwood scent mixed with lavender soap. "Does Horace remember who killed him?" I asked, trying to focus on anything other than the man carrying me. I should get up and walk, but falling over would be so humiliating. "He won't say anything unless you are there. He is very highly focused on you, Miss Morrel, even after death, or he wouldn't have awoken and targeted you almost instantaneously. I've never seen a freshly turned react like that. It's his magical training during life, no doubt, reacting with the magic of immortality in unexpected ways. Still, there's no excuse for putting you in danger. I know how much you dislike the idea of being turned." I blushed. Why did I blush? Because somehow my mind went back to him licking me, and how I wouldn't mind being turned if he did it with his tongue. Not that I'd actually let him put his tongue on me if I wasn't incoherent from shock. Too bad I had such strong convictions, because that really had been blissful. It wasn't so bad to have him carry me around wrapped up like a blanket burrito, either. Humiliating, yes, unpleasant, definitely not. The scholar didn't look as pale or wan as he had before. He must have fed since Horace woke up. Then again, he'd probably had at least some of my blood, even if he hadn't sucked it out of me. I stiffened as I remembered what he said about my angel-touched blood being sweet and lethal. My blood, did it hurt you? I pressed my palms to his cheeks and turned his head until he was looking at me, and I was looking at him, searching his eyes and complexion for any sign of poisoning. He looked handsome, rugged, and his lips twitched in amusement, which were all signs of perfect vampire health as far as I could tell. Not that I was a vampire healer. "Your blood is out of my system now, Miss Morrel," he said in a low rumble that I could feel through his chest. It did make my reflexes and senses diminish, but it also increased my own feelings of contentment and relaxation. If I hadn't had to chase down Horace and stop him from murdering all the librarians, I'm sure that it would have been even more pleasant. I gasped. He attacked the library. He smiled, showing a flash of fangs that made my heart beat faster. Or was that from the thought of Horace, respectable, dignified chair of the board trying to suck everyone's blood? He barely threatened a librarian, Jessica, I believe, before we caught up to him and dragged him away. Still, it's impressive that he was able to cleverly plot his escape, avoid recapture for long enough to make himself a nuisance in the library, and then fight brilliantly and boldly to escape our grasp again. I'll have to hire him if I don't end him. I do hope that he settles into a dull and respectable state, or I really will have to end his life. He is too powerful, and he is my responsibility. You're his sire, so can't you force him to bow to your will? He winced. He is resistant to bowing, which happens from time to time to those of strong will who are turned in their prime. He was at least 65. That is the prime age for human accomplishment. Age brings wisdom, control, and power. And you're sure that my blood didn't hurt you? He sighed quietly. It may have left me mortally wounded, but only time can say. Here we are. Is it all right for you to go in there? I know that you fear vampires, rightly so when we react so badly to you, but I promise that I will not let him harm you again. His voice was low, barely a breath, but it rocked me anyway. I swallowed hard and nodded, almost wanting him to think that my nerves were from Horace instead of him. It's worth the risk. You can put me down." "No, Miss Moore, I cannot. If you were to fall without my pillows to catch you, I would be very distraught." "Distraught? Well, we can't have distraught vampires running around." "Absolutely not. I might start biting my nails, and then everyone will lose all respect for me and my field." "I suppose that you'll have to carry me around indefinitely. You could spend eternity doing nothing other than hauling me from sushi bar to sushi bar." "Oh no, Miss Morwell, there would be Cyrillic translators to hobnob with between sushi bars." I sighed heavily. "For the sake of the greater good, and your nails, I suppose I must remain here." I turned my head, brushing his nose, and a spark chased down my spine, leaving me breathless and aching. He was too close. I couldn't be so close to him, or I'd run down the hall screaming or do something even more humiliating, like kiss him, and then his fangs would cut my lips, and everyone would know that I'd been kissing vampires. He walked through a door and put me down in the chair, the one that smelled like him, the one that had specks of my blood still in the fabric from Horace's attack. I shifted uneasily in the chair while he took his position behind me. Through the glass wall, Horace sat in a chair, manacled hand and foot, with a thick collar around his neck, chained securely to two walls. He looked young, handsome, and absolutely fierce. He bared his fangs at me and hissed. I hissed back, but it lacked the same force. "Enough, Horace. Act your age. Do you know who killed you or not? I don't have time for this, because someone tried to rip out my throat, and almost succeeded." His eyes flickered red, and then he leaned back and said, "The Book of Fates is what they were after. They believe that the one who burned the square will lead them to unleashing hell on earth once again, or perhaps it was heaven they were after. But it's your usual cultists who obsess about the ideal world instead of dealing with the one they already have. I didn't see any faces, because the five were cloaked and hooded. I was captured in a spell set just for me, in my library, so someone laid it who had access." He yawned and tapped his nails on the collar. "That's all I have to say that's relevant, other than the beast who they summoned was truly ugly. Spiders mixed with cockroaches. Mandibles, pincers, and with spinner abilities. Your blood is very sweet, Miss Morrell. Pity you already lost so much. You owe me for allowing my nature to be corrupted into this." He stretched his hand into claws before relaxing and tapping the collar again. "Are you kidding me right now?" You ripped my throat open. "The next time you think about taking my blood, I'm staking you out in the sun, and then I'll really torture you." I got up, and then swayed, and immediately the scholar put his arm around my waist to steady me. "Such a charming couple," Horace said with a snarl. "We aren't a couple," I said with a snarl of my own. "He's a vampire. Maybe you've forgotten, but I despise vampires." "Love and hate can be interchangeable, Miss Morrell," he said with a cold and terrifying glare. "No, they can't, Horace. Take me back to bed, Mr. Stead, if you would be so kind," I said, turning to look up at him. "I'm done here." He picked me up and strode out, much more quickly than before, Pansy trotting behind. He didn't take me back to his room, his bed, but instead walked with me out of the lab's front door, past all kinds of monsters who stared at us in the public area like we were a terrifying act of nature. He carried me across the street into the Song Lydian, and then into the room with the garden courtyard. "Where are you taking me?" I asked as he headed towards the elevator. I'd distinctly meant for him to take me back to his sturdy bed surrounded by weird plants. "Your bed, Miss Morrell. You did ask me to take you to bed, didn't you?" I said, "Back to bed," so I assumed that you would take me back to the bed you took me out of. "It is a bed that I sleep in from time to time." "I know." "You shouldn't sleep in a vampire's bed, or he might think that you wanted him to sleep with you." I didn't have anything else to say after that, so I just clung to his neck and tried to not be disappointed that I'd be back in my lonely little apartment by myself in the bed too small for me and Pansy. There it was, a logical reason to want to stay in his bed. It's just that my bed is quite small, and Pansy worms her way onto it with me, so it's much more comfortable to stay in your bed. The danger outweighs the comfort. His words were short. "You're saying that if I was in your bed, since you're a vampire, you'd be forced to what? Suck my blood? Rip out my throat? Give me the sketchy gift of immortality?" Sleep with you, Miss Morel. I would be forced to sleep with you and Pansy. Once I got accustomed to sleeping with you in my bed, I wouldn't be able to sleep without you and that dangerous creature who finds you almost as charming as I do. Here we are. He set me down outside the elevator and left back the way he'd come, leaving me staring after him and feeling far too many things that I didn't want to name: wistfulness, aching, and a very tiny spark of something that burned dangerously bright for being so small. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 12. I slept for a long time, then woke up feeling sore, but mostly normal on Friday morning. I got dressed, took more time than usual fixing my bun, and got Pansy happily walked and fed. But it was still early as I approached the library. I had reservations since the last time I'd been early. I'd found Bert's body. I needed to go to the hospital and see how he was doing after work. I rubbed my shoulder absently as I neared the doors. My way was blocked by several reporters who took pictures of me as I stared at them. "What's going on?" I asked the woman who looked the least likely to take a picture of a bus hitting me instead of pulling me out of the way. "Didn't you hear about the former CEO? He came back as a vampire and almost killed everyone. What do you know about it?" I shook my head and pushed through them to the door where the new guard was, his scowl ominous as he demanded that I show him my badge before he let me inside. I smiled, but his scowl didn't budge even after I'd taken my ID out and slipped inside, past him and away from the reporters. "They want you to stay at the main desk this morning," he said, cocking his head slightly like he'd jump me if I objected in any way. "They?" in the board. "You've missed work for a few days." I wasn't feeling well, but I'm back now. "Okay, I'll be at the main desk if anyone wants me." He looked skeptical, like who would want me. I took 2 steps, then turned around to ask, "Any news from Bert, the other morning guard? He was hit pretty bad." He shrugged. "I'm not at liberty to say." Did he want to get a death curse thrown at him? Sure, but I've been working with him for a long time, so I'm worried about how he is. And whether or not he's conscious so he can tell his story. "Yeah, I get you." Wow, was that a not-so-subtle accusation? I wasn't sure what to say to that. It was so ludicrous, so I just shook my head and went to the desk to start organizing texts that hadn't been reshelved. There were always books to be reshelved, and this morning was no exception. I didn't usually take days off, so things had definitely piled up without me. I had preservation I needed to work on, which was what I had planned for this morning, but I'd move it to this afternoon, after I'd dealt with whoever the board voted in for the new chairman. The process of dealing with that whole circus made me nauseous. I'd have to explain about my book and work out a new contract of safekeeping. I should check on my book right now, because with Horace dead, turned, and chained in the underbuilding, the bindings that held my book would be breaking down. I worked at the main desk for 2 hours before Jessica showed up, her black suit and muted makeup showing the mood of the day: subtle, professional, competent, not making ripples of any kind. That's the look I'd gone for too. But she was good at makeup, and I was not. "Miss Morel, how good of you to show up for work." I wasn't fully recovered after the other day, so. "You can explain it to the board. They are ready to see you now. Follow me." She turned and strode off, her heels the loudest shoes she'd ever worn. They were power shoes that she'd used to stake you in place, so you couldn't run away while she announced that you'd lost your Christmas bonus. I loved Christmas bonuses. Sushi for a week. I followed her down the hall, past the offices and to the boardroom on the end, where I'd been to a few meetings where the general staff was considered necessary when they announced a new initiative. Every chair in the rectangle of seats that left the center floor was occupied, and the faces were dour, concerned, or downright angry. Naturally, they were unhappy after their former chairman had been murdered, then returned undead to terrorize everyone. And he hadn't even seen who had killed him. What a waste. "Miss Morel, please take your place on the floor, Mrs." Pineapple said. No, her name was Pinault, but her hair was always in a weirdly high bun that reminded me of a pineapple. Wait, they wanted me on the floor? Not the best news I'd had that day. I walked forward, opening the gate and stepping through while I felt every eye on me. There were a good 40 people staring at me. Sure. Let me know what you need me to do. Why did you hide the fact that the scholar was bent on turning our former chair? I opened my mouth and closed it. How far would denial get me? I heard that the scholar was going to raise him to find out who had murdered him. I objected, but the process had already begun. You didn't consider then that you should notify the authorities or the library which you work for as an employee? Or had you forgotten who pays your bills? Perhaps you accepted bribery from the scholar to keep quiet. Perhaps that's not the only thing you received from him. I've heard that you are seeing him romantically, or perhaps it's something else, closer to blackmail. My mind was reeling. Could you please accuse me of one thing at a time? Your suspicions are making me dizzy. Maybe that's from the attack of your former boss. You are deeply entangled in that dark world, Miss Morrell. I'm afraid that our two classes must remain separated. You're questioning my loyalty to the Library of Antiquities. I've worked here for 5 years. I've done everything that was asked of me without any objections or raises. I love my job. If I had to choose between Song's lab and my library, there would be no question. This is my home. Mrs. Pinole cleared her throat, making her pineapple hair bobble. Not anymore, I'm afraid. Why would someone work for so little for so long, unless they had other methods of raising funds? Who pays for your apartment in the Lydian? You are not formally under arrest, because the publicity would be terrible after what's already happened. But you are quietly relieved of all duties and responsibilities as a librarian of the Library of Antiquities. Her voice rang at that last part, and then everyone stood up and started chanting a release spell. I stood there, unable to move while their magic wrapped around me, ripping out every tie I had to the library one tremulous strand at a time. It was the worst feeling, like having someone shove a hand into your chest and pull out each artery leading to your heart, one at a time. I couldn't breathe while the pressure gripped me, squeezing me tighter and tighter until, with the last word, they released me, and I dropped to my knees, gasping, but unable to get enough air. My library was gone. They'd taken my library from me because they were suspicious that I'd joined the scholar. I should have told them about Horace from the beginning. They were right about that, but I didn't want to make any waves, and now I wouldn't be making anything at all. They'd done more than fire me. They'd stripped me of all the bindings to the library that had grown stronger and stronger with every passing day working here, serving the old building, caring for the abandoned books as well as the rare and dangerous, caring for everything it represented, history, humanity, possibility and preservation. I loved this library, and they'd ripped it out of me. I'd put my heart and soul into this place, and now I was barely able to gasp a breath when Jessica grabbed my arm and helped me to stand up. Her frown may have been concerned or something else. Can you walk, or do we have to call the guard to carry you? I can walk, I whispered, then turned and made my way slowly past every person, broken, abandoned, betrayed, worse than any other time I'd felt those things because it had been so unexpected, so sudden and impossible. Jessica kept walking with me. Once we left the boardroom, she said, I should thank you. If I'd been involved with the scholar instead of you, it would be me being stripped of my place instead of being promoted to the board. I'm a junior member, of course, but it's all happened so much faster than I anticipated, all because you couldn't keep your hands off forbidden temptations. I turned to her and gripped her arms. You know that I'd never betray the library to a vampire. I hate vampires. You know that as well as anyone. You have to tell them. I can't not be a librarian. She removed my hands and patted my shoulder. Maybe I believe you, but what's done is done. You can always apply to other libraries, however, without a degree, and with the way that things ended here, I wouldn't hold my breath. Who would hire someone who stood by while their boss was turned? You knew Horace. That went against everything he was. He served as a knight when he was young. There's a big uproar about it, because he wasn't supposed to have been able to be turned after he took so many preventative measures against it, but the scholar has more dark and twisted magic than anyone else. Maybe you can ask him to turn you and let you work with him forever. I pulled away from her, repulsed by the idea. I'd rather die. I can't be fired like this. I rubbed my chest where it ached so terribly. I still couldn't breathe right. Don't be so dramatic, Libby. It's just a job. Maybe you can work at that sushi place you like so much. I've got to get back to the meeting since they're going to swear me in on the board. Wish me luck." She flashed a smile before she turned and stalked off, leaving me there with panic building in my chest. I wasn't breathing well, but I wouldn't have a panic attack here and lose control, so I had to be carried out. I headed to the East Hall, where it was usually empty. Today did not disappoint. I stumbled, staggered past the ancient paintings, feeling like the creature that had 40 spears stuck out of it. Was it surprised? I was surprised. I touched a pillar, and then recoiled at the pain. I wasn't sure if it hurt or me, but either way, there was way too much pain to deal with. The library didn't want to be cut off from me any more than I wanted to be cut off from it. Somehow, that was comforting enough for me to shake my head and gather my thoughts. I needed to take care of my things I'd left in the various departments, but most importantly, I needed to get my book before its unstable magic started bleeding all over the place and messing with the other books in the library. I headed up the back stairs and stopped in the preservation rooms first. Don and Jade were working as they always did, unsurprised to see me. "Oh good, you're here! We were going to get started on." "I'm just here to get my things." I gathered up my supplies and handbooks on various preservation formulas while they watched me in confusion. "Are you visiting another library?" Jade asked. I licked my lips while a pulse of disorienting pain went through my chest. They fired me. Jessica is now on the board. Jade hissed, and Don cursed more creatively than I'd expected from a preservationist. "That's just wrong. You're much more competent than she is," at everything Jade said, rubbing my shoulder, the one Horace had mangled. I winced and tried to smile, but I'm sure I just looked sick. It's not that they picked her over me, but that I didn't tell them about Horace. I knew that the scholar was turning him and didn't notify the board. "That's still idiocy," Don said, scowling. "Is it your job to tell them what's going on here? Maybe if they made you a member of the board instead of keeping you hanging, you'd make sure they knew what was going on. Just because no one is here more than you doesn't mean that they own you." I shook my head and put everything into a box. "Thanks, but it's done." They stripped me of my title. My bottom lip trembled before I turned and walked out before I burst into tears. I'd save that for when I was all alone eating sushi, although not even sushi sounded good. After that, I got my translation notes on various junk texts out of the desk drawer of my favorite study room, then went to the lift that led to the floor with rare and dangerous texts, but I couldn't use the elevator because the blue orb wouldn't take my finger scan. For a moment I stood there on the brink of self-destructing when the doors opened and out stepped Felix, the guy who spent most of his time watching book wards. He smiled cheerfully. "Hey Libby, your book is getting volatile. I wondered when you'd be in to reset its wards." "I actually came to get it," I said, sniffing. "I got fired and Jessica is on the board." His brows rose. "You're kidding." I shook my head and my chin quivered. He ushered me into the elevator. "How am I going to manage all the books without you? You have a knack for knowing exactly how dangerous books will interact and how to keep them playing nice. And where will you keep your book? It's old enough that you could probably sell it for something. But how much money would be enough to lose the only thing you have from your father? You can't have it in an apartment, or who knows what it will do. It could transmorph the pillars that hold up the roof into flowers." I sighed. "I don't know, but that was part of my job, keeping my book, so if I don't have my job, I can't keep my book here." Downstairs in the lab they have a lock room filled with even more dangerous books than the ones up here. I got a tour once, to get ideas. Not that you aren't on top of your game, but it's always good to see new ways of doing things. I never mentioned it to you, so, because we all know how much you hate vampires, apparently not enough. The elevator reached the secure vault floor where he opened the gate, then followed me out. "I'm serious about you asking for the use of the Scholar's Vault. They might find your book interesting enough to do it for a small fee, maybe in exchange for a few of your methods of containment. I know that you can't stand any of them. But they're not all bad, they're serious about their work, and don't take any shortcuts." "What else will you do with her?" he asked, opening the door that led into the inner vault where my book hung in chains from the ceiling, touching nothing that could bleed into the other books or the building. "My inheritance was all kinds of hassle, but I loved that book, even if it wasn't rare enough to be priceless. It was a morality treatise in English and 10 dead languages, word for word, a key to unlocking all the mysteries of ages past. It was my language's key, and while it wasn't entirely consistent, as no such things are when we talk about variety of dialects and the changes of a language in an area over a period of time, it had begun my fascination at an early age. I'd used that book as a key while I translated the other ancient texts in the House of Mercy, but my experiments had mixed with the book's own magic over the years. If the old librarian at the House of Mercy hadn't known so much about containing dangerous sacred texts, I would have had to destroy it a long time ago. What was I going to do with it? What were my options? Truly, asking the scholar if I could keep my book in his vault wouldn't be too big a favor, since I hadn't reported that he was turning Horace in time to stop it. What a waste, since he had no valuable information on anything about his death. "Have you heard of the Book of Fates?" I asked, because I should care about something else, even when my library had been taken from me. "Which one?" "The Celtic is the most popular, but I think it lacks the pomp of the Norse. Then there are all the smaller ones, less popular, but if you wanted to make a study of it," he rubbed his chin and started drawing out the release runes on my book. "There's a scholar whose specialty is all about the books of fates. Stead, I believe his name is, something boring, Matthew Marcus." "Michael," I said, while my stomach twisted. The scholar hadn't mentioned knowing anything about the book when Horace said the name to me. "That's right, you should contact him while you're between jobs, help with translation. You really are a treasure, Libby. I don't know what we're going to do without you." He walked with me, carrying my box of supplies with my book on top wrapped in special bandages soaked in oils to keep it stable while I transported it. "Why don't I come with you?" he asked as he juggled the box and put his finger in the blue sphere. "I'll introduce you to the people who run their vault and you can decide what you want to do. We can take the stairs off the East Hall so no one asks questions. Jessica's a fine librarian, but she lacks your training and your instincts. I don't care how many degrees she has from her prestigious school. I went to a local college and then worked with a great bookspeller at a bookshop in New York. And let me tell you how valuable it is to not have those huge student loans hanging over your head. Most of my contemporaries who wanted to follow the path of the books had to quit and take security jobs with business firms just to pay off their debts." I nodded and followed him into the elevator. He kept up a cheerful chatter while we descended, then kept talking while he carried my box towards the stairs where I'd run, quite literally, into the scholar, the moment that had really started this whole mess. It would be so humiliating to see him again with nothing but my mediocre skills to fall back on. Felix was too kind, but I didn't have the background necessary to seriously work in his field. The scholar had offered me other translators to work with. Maybe after some time I could re-establish myself at another library, but would all of that depend on whether or not I cultivated his personal interest? The thought left a bad taste in my mouth. No, I'd be a janitor first. Still, I had my notes that he'd said he'd wanted, and he owed me something for not reporting to the board that he was turning Horace. What had I been thinking? I'd been thinking that maybe it was an inside job, in which case the fewer who knew about it, the better, but Horace hadn't remembered anything useful, other than that he had been trapped in the library, so maybe it was an inside job after all. I really needed to visit Bert. I took my box away from Felix and smiled as well as I could with my arteries detached from their essential source of oxygen. "Thanks, Felix, but I can take it from here. I don't want you to get involved with them while the issues with Horace are making the board trigger happy. You don't need to lose your job too when you're only a few years away from retirement." He scowled. "And who's going to take over when I retire?" "Not Jessica," he sighed and shook his head before he gave me his own sad smile. "You'll find your way, Libby. There's always hope of a new and brighter day." I sniffed again while a big ball of pain rolled around in my chest. My library had been ripped out of my heart, and I was supposed to hope for a new and brighter day. I ducked through the door and descended 2 and 3 steps at a time in the ever-growing darkness until I was 3 floors down, and the soft sound of the door closing let me know that I was alone. I sat down on the stairs, put my face in my arms and cried. Unfortunately, as I was getting really worked up, I was interrupted by a nibble in my ankle that had me scrambling to my feet and summoning a light. The light revealed dozens of eyes shining back at me that flinched back in unison. Were they imps? They were something, and I was bleeding, very slightly, but an open wound was not the way to go ask a vampire for a favor. Maybe I'd offer the scholar my blood again in exchange for a job just to be annoying. One of the creatures lunged at me, and I kicked it back, screeching into its friends. "You want to play?" I demanded, walking down towards them while the ball of light floated above me and tears still overflowed my stupid eyes. I walked quickly, because a moving target was harder to hit, but they took the challenge quite determinedly, and I ended up kicking several who tried to attach their sharp teeth to my ankles. They were so annoying. I leapt over a bunch of them, and my box rattled around as the bottles jostled together. Why didn't the scholar do something to clean out his back stairs? I ran, taking the steps 2 at a time, until they were all behind me, chasing me down into the darkness. I was still leaking tears, but I didn't have the mind space to really feel the awful sundering when I was being chased by imps, so that was something. I ran and ran, around and around until the stairs ended, and I leapt into the darkness, and then right into an arm that wrapped around me, spinning me around, and then fangs were against my throat. I froze, panting, gripping my box while the undead creature stayed like that for another beat before he released me and spun me back around to face him. It was the vampire who had guarded the front door. "What's your name?" I demanded, frowning at him. His gleaming red eyes widened in alarm. "I didn't hurt you." "No, but I keep running into you, and it's good to have names. Prescott is what you may call me." I sank down on the floor and tried to breathe, but leaving the library, realizing that the only possible job would involve fanged, clawed, scaled monsters who might snack on me at any moment was so incredibly depressing. I was already crying, which was embarrassing enough, but really I could hardly care about that when my library was torn from my chest, leaving a raw, gaping wound behind, even if I couldn't see it. "Lady Librarian, can I help you?" Prescott asked, delicately. I sniffed, and then buried my face in my arms. I wasn't a lady librarian anymore. Any minute now the imps would arrive, and I'd have to take off down the hall into the darkness again. That was my life, endless running, and never getting anywhere. My home was gone, and now I had nothing. I wasn't usually so emotional and whiny, for lack of a better word, but it hurt so much, right in my feelings, where I was used to keeping everything out so I wasn't on top of it. "Do you need a tissue?" Prescott asked, handing a clean white handkerchief to me. I took it and wiped my face, but the tears kept coming. What a waste of a perfectly nice white handkerchief. I blew my nose, loudly, several times, and then my book pulsed, curling the edges of the spelled bandages, reminding me that I had things to do before I sat down on the floor, like a child. The last time my book had leaked was when I came back from a long mission to the House of Mercy, and the new librarian had no idea how to strengthen protection spells, so had undone them instead, and my book had started turning everything around it into a weird forest. The new, incompetent librarian had put it in a small garden shed away from the main building that was still like stepping into a hollow tree, only green goop for sap that stained if it didn't eat away your flesh in slimy, smelly tendrils. It was terribly cozy. I sniffed twice. "Prescott, could you take me to whoever is head of your vault? I have a book that needs spelling." He cleared his throat. Of course, but nothing would be allowed into the vault without the scholar's signature. I sighed. Of course it needs his signature. Fine. Could you take me to a room where I can do some spell work while you contact your master and the head of the vault? It's very volatile, and no one needs an infestation of growing green acid goop. There is somewhere I can take you, but it's the dungeon, and I'm not sure how you'd feel about that. I'd feel terrible, but my feelings were already occupied with the devastating loss of my library. When Mother Mercy had hired another librarian instead of me to take over the old librarian's work, it had hurt more than I'd expected, like getting my feet cut off, but this was much worse. Maybe I shouldn't work in a library. This emotional attachment to buildings and immaterial objects was ridiculous. "Take me to the dungeon, Prescott, as long as there aren't any imps." "This way," he said, gesturing me down a hall to the left. We walked forever, down stairs that wound into the depths of the musty, cold earth. We went through an enormous cavern with a waterfall on one end, but that wasn't deep and mysterious enough. We went even deeper until we reached a long hall with cells on each side. "Hey, Prescott," a growl came out of the shadows. "Is it feeding time already?" He cleared his throat and hurried me past the creep in cell number 3. I was in number 8, and after Prescott locked me in, I was left alone in a very clean cell with a desk, a bed and other facilities, including a radiator that turned on when I fiddled with it. No sense getting stiff fingers while I was trying to do spells. I ignored the tears that kept dripping on the bandages as I prepared a solution from my own collection of elemental mixtures for my prep work. "Miss Morrell," the scholar said, entering my cell without the sound of a footstep or the turning of the lock. I sniffed and tried not to feel self-conscious about how terrible I must look. "Mr. Stead, I understand that you're the one to ask about all the books of fates. Peculiar that you didn't mention that at any point prior to now." I dripped 3 drops of silver into my beaker, and it sizzled while a cloud of smoke rose. "Why are you in my dungeon?" "I have a book that leaks magic, my father's book, one of the only things I have from him, and I need somewhere to keep it. Felix told me that your vault is quite secure." He stepped behind me, brushing my back with his chest as he watched what I was working on over my shoulder. "As is my dungeon. Perhaps I'll keep you here." "Did you honestly agree to wait in the dungeon of a notorious monster, Miss Morrell? Perhaps you want me to lock you up and drain you of your blood. Something grazed my neck. Or maybe it was my imagination. I ignored it. If you left this book in your dungeon, you wouldn't have a dungeon but a deadly forest glade, unless it was a deadly golden meadow or a deadly seaside retreat. It would be a pity to spoil a perfectly nice dungeon. It's quite comfortable, and it would beat homelessness. Not that I'll lose the apartment as long as I keep plucking strings." I swallowed hard as my voice cracked on that last word. Homeless, he leaned to the side, peering at my face, which I tried to ignore, like I ignored the tears plonking on the desk. "What happened, Miss Morrell?" The sound of my name on his lips probably affected me, but I couldn't feel it under all the other raw emotions. "They stripped me of my position as librarian because I neglected to inform them that you were turning Horus. They accused me of both blackmailing and taking bribes from you." "How would I blackmail you?" "You would find one of my many secrets and threaten to expose it to the world." I sighed heavily as I combined the last ingredient, stirred briskly with a glass mixer, and then unwrapped the book. "May I keep my book in your vault, Mr. Stead, on the assumption that in the future I will have something to blackmail you with?" "You may keep your book in my vault whether you blackmail me, bribe me, or ask politely. What is it? It doesn't happen to be a book of fates, is it?" I finished unwrapping it and then turned it so that he could see it. "That's divine writing. I can't read it," he said. "Oh," I glanced at him. Usually I got the opposite, that it was infernal writing and couldn't be read. "Welcome to the other side. It's a morality treatise. Here, I'll show you." I opened the book to the first page, where the English version began. He hemmed a few times, and then I turned to the Cyrillic section. I showed him all the other languages and then closed the book. It's a key, my key to the world that came before. I love this book even if it does have issues with leaking magic. That's not normal for a treatise on morality. I know, I'm afraid that I experimented on it when I was younger, before I knew what I was doing, so it's delicate at this point. I see. You experimented with preservation and containment spells on your own property. How responsible of you. And you developed your own formulas through trial and error. And adaptation. Some things didn't turn out very well. I gasped as a deep pain went through my chest, and I had to lean over and grip the table while the sundering gripped me. "Miss Morrell." "It's nothing, just the rending from the library." "It's fine, it's happened before. I'll just feel awful for a few days until I can find a new project to work on. Not that I'll have a new project, because I have no job, except tuning lamps and walking a fire hazard." I turned to look up at him while my eyes burned from too much crying. "Were you serious about letting me work with your translators?" He nodded, brows low over his eyes in a frown. "Of course, paid work, because I don't take advantage of my employees." I sniffed and shook my head. "Not your employee, but an intern beneath whichever translator has time to." He pulled me against his chest and wrapped his arms around me. His words were a breath against my ear as he murmured, "You are in my dungeon. Therefore you will accept a fair wage from me and will not be beneath anyone here, including me. I am deeply sorry for putting you in this situation. I should have realized the price that you would pay for my decision to turn Horus, but I was caught up in the moment. I had to act immediately, or I wouldn't have been able to raise him, and at the time, I thought that it was worth the risk, but I didn't think about the risk to you, your reputation, your livelihood, your sushi. I am in your debt, Miss Morrel. Please let me know what I can do to repay you." I sniffed as my dampness spread to his neat white shirt beneath his jacket. "If you will allow me to leave my book in your vault and learn from your translators, that will be enough." I disagree. Think longer on it, while I try to spell away some of your raw attachment. "You're spelling me?" I asked as I turned my head so I was more comfortable with my cheek pressed against the slope of his pectoral. "Of course. Why else would I suddenly pull you into an embrace?" I should have pushed him away, but I felt much better against him with his spells. Or just him, strong but gentle, helping me when I was most abandoned. I closed my eyes and listened for the heartbeat that came so slowly. It was oddly peaceful like that, and gradually, bit by bit, the raw edges of the torn arteries were sewn back into place, slowly, one at a time, until I could breathe again. I didn't pull away until with a hiss, he pulled us back, away from my book, and I pushed his arms down to look at the mess. I stared, because the mess was white marble veined in gold instead of what used to be the desk. The floor was shifting, pale, with streaks of molten gold. I sighed and went over to dump the contents of my mixture on the book, leaving a steaming mess behind. I picked up my book and turned to him with an unsteady smile. "I hope that your vault is as good as they say it is." He returned my smile with a strange one of his own. "I'm sure it can be improved, Miss Morrel. Perhaps you would like to experiment to find more optimal ways of managing dangerous residents." He picked up my box with one arm and held out the other one for me. I hesitated, then took it, feeling almost like there was hope somewhere past the current misery. I wasn't completely better, not when I still didn't have a real job, but there had to be some place in this world for me. I only had to find it. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 13. The vault was typical of its kind of room, shelves widely spaced with plenty of hooks and chains for the serious troublemakers. "Pepshaw, this is Miss Morrel, the librarian. She will be keeping her book here for the foreseeable future. She'll do her own containment spells, and if you're lucky, she'll help you with yours." Pepshaw was a goblin. His skin was a chalky yellow, his snarl as magnificent as his long white hair, which he kept in thick dreadlocks almost to his waist. He wore a lab coat and glasses, but his ears were goblin ears, as was the calculating shrewdness in his eyes. "Felix told me about you," he said with a short nod. "Tell me what you need and be done with it." That was incredibly polite for a goblin. Gold chains, soaked in salt under a new moon, powdered chalk, and that should be all I need. That I didn't bring my book was already prepared to take the chalk spells. The marble and gold worried me in case it was adapting to gold chains, so maybe I would try silver next time. I would think about it. He led me to a spot near the back of the room. I hesitated as I passed a book hanging from black chains, demon chains like the ones that had been around Horus. The chains weren't what caught my interest, but the book. It throbbed menacingly until I poked it through the chains and I felt its dark, corrosive will. "This one needs fresh warding. It's a handful, I can tell." "Would you like me to help you with it?" I asked Pepshaw, turning to find him staring at me with his flickering golden eyes. "I will let you know," he finally said before nodding at the table where I could do my work next to several buckets filled with salt and chains. It didn't take me long to put my wards and runes on it with the chalk, then even less time to chain it up and hang it in an isolated corner. I brushed chalk dust off my hands and went back to the scholar where he was standing still holding my box, studying the pulsing book of danger that I'd pointed out earlier. "You were going to introduce me to your translators," I said, bumping his arm to break his reverie. He glanced at me, then nodded. "So I was." "Good evening, Pepshaw. Shall we?" He held out his arm, and I took it again, feeling less aching in my chest when I did. Once we were out of the room, he said, "Miss Morrell, that book is demonic." "Of course. You touched a demonic book. Shouldn't you be more careful?" "It's not the kind that I can't touch." "Ah, what kind can't you touch?" "Demonic books put people in danger by turning their souls to corruption. I am not in danger of corruption, so the only kinds of books I can't touch are those that would physically harm me, such as those coated in acid, poisons, or spiked. There are some ridiculously spiked books. I saw one with snake fangs, dozens of them all over the book. I shook my head. Some bookmakers get carried away. I have to wear special equipment to deal with that kind of book, but I can still deal with them. I'm not sure you understand demonic books as well as you think you do." I shrugged. "It's certainly not my emphasis of study." "No, I don't suppose it is. What is your emphasis of study, Miss Morrell? I know that you translate most anything for pleasure and relaxation, but what is your serious topic of study?" Death runes were what I knew how to use. The demon mark of Jazarad was what I had obsessively sought and failed to find, but what I'd actually studied, evil and how to defeat it. How surprisingly practical for a librarian. I jerked to a stop while a pain went through my chest that left me breathless and dizzy. "I'm not a librarian," I whispered. He pulled me against his chest again, but that time with only one arm since he was still carrying my box. "My apologies, Miss Morrell. I am too insensitive." For a long moment I let him keep me like that, far longer than I should have, before he released me and I pulled away. "You're a vampire. Whoever heard of a sensitive vampire? Don't trouble yourself over it, Mr. Stead. I am freshly affected by my loss, but it will fade soon enough." We continued on until we got to the translation lab. It was simply ... wonderful, for lack of a better word. The light was golden and bright, lamps hanging from the ceiling and standing on the floor, tables of all shapes and sizes spreading throughout the large space, while windows on the opposite side from the door looked out on a waterfall, lit with dancing glowing orbs, with a balcony outside 2 large double doors. It was comfortable and comforting, with the shelves, cozy couches, chairs, plants, and paintings effusively welcoming. Everyone turned to look at me, and by everyone, I mean a woman with some kind of demonic heritage, a man who I would swear was an elf, and a human woman who wore the most garishly clashing clothing I'd ever seen, but had an extremely sweet smile. The Mrs. Sultry and Trumbull, and Mr. Glade. "Miss Moore will be here for a short introduction before she must return home, but she will come regularly after this. Sultry, see to explanations," he said to the demon lady. She didn't make sultry eyes at him like her name implied, just nodded at me. "Welcome. We're still working on the texts you found on Eternal Fire. If you've already translated them, our work will go much more quickly." "Yes, I can bring my notes, but I'm not authorized to translate officially for anyone. I'm still a novice, so you'll have to forgive." "What office should she have?" the scholar asked, cutting me off. "The far one overlooking the falls is available," Sultry answered, giving me a slight frown. "She'll be needing an office. Miss Morrell will be working here full-time until she has made decisions about her future work situation. They rendered her from her library, so I will be spending time here as well until she is no longer in danger." I frowned at him. He made me sound so weak. The human Miss Trumbull gasped and came over to grab my hands, her purple sweater matching the small barrette holding back her wispy dark hair, the only things that matched. "You were rendered from your library? That can kill someone. What kind of barbaric people run your library? Usually if someone bonds with a library, they're kept in some capacity until they die. To do otherwise is the worst kind of cruelty. Did they want to kill you?" I rubbed my chest while feelings threatened to spill over into more tears. "This way, Miss Morrell," the scholar said, gently leading me away from the furious human, his warm hand on the small of my back. I leaned against him as we walked, not caring for a moment how it must look to the others to touch a vampire without flinching. The office was beautiful, spacious, with a magnificent view looking over the falls, but I didn't appreciate it, even though I'd never had an office. It wasn't really mine. He put my box on a shelf next to the bare desk before he turned and gripped my shoulders, staring into my eyes. "You will have to spend time with me until your broken attachments heal, or they might destroy you. You loved that library." I nodded at first before his words sank in, then I shook my head and stepped away from him. I'll be fine. Why did you interrupt me when I was talking to Miss Sultry? I need her to be aware of my limitations before she agrees to take me on. I might be a liability. His lip curled, and he crossed his arms, scowling at me darkly. I dislike hearing you apologize for your imperfections, Miss Morrell. I would much prefer if you were arrogant and unaware of your shortcomings if you have any. My employees will not take you at your word, but look at what you can do. They will teach you what you don't yet know, but they will not treat you like a subordinate. I will not have it. Abasement and false humility have no place in my lab. I sputtered and crossed my arms, echoing his pose. Respecting their expertise is not abasement or false humility. Have you been deceived somehow to think that my love for dead languages translates to expertise? I am not going to pretend to be something that I'm not. He leaned close, arms still crossed as he gazed into my eyes. On the contrary, Miss Morrell, you pretend so often, and so well that you even convince yourself. I gritted my teeth. How dare he pretend to know me and my abilities? Just because he kept a lab filled with brilliant translators didn't make me one. What is that supposed to mean, Mr. Stead? We stood like that, his eyes flaring red before shifting to a shiny black that started to show striations of blue in their depths. His eyes were mesmerizing, powerful, and beautiful. I definitely shouldn't stare into his eyes, because he could put me under his spell easily, but I didn't back down, didn't look away. And finally, he looked down and took my hands, his warm grip so wrong for a vampire. I apologize for doubting your sincerity. It seems that when you touched a demonic book, or when I tasted your blood, there was more than angel in you. I flinched away from him, pulling my hands out of his. Whatever is in my blood doesn't change the fact that I'm mostly human. It would be unnatural at this point in the evolution of humanity if everyone wasn't touched by both sides. My apologies, Miss Morrell. Once you are settled in, I'll show you how to get back home, and of course, provide you with the proper ID and papers for your temporary position here. Temporary. It's not that I wanted to permanently stay in the scholar's laboratory, but it was a reminder that I'd lost my permanent work. I froze for a moment's pain before I took 2 steps forward, ramming into him and wrapping my arms around his waist while I pressed my cheek to his chest. He responded by pulling me tighter against him and pressing his cheek to my hair while he murmured sing-song words, a language that I'd never heard before that I couldn't begin to comprehend any more than why I'd willingly go into a vampire's arms. But this wasn't a day for understanding, but a day for surviving and forgetting as soon as possible. When I got home, through the bottom floor of the Lydian, I found Mirabelle in my apartment, playing her harp for Pansy, who started howling and barking as soon as he saw me. Well, look who decided to show up, Mirabelle said, bouncing to her feet and slinging her harp over her shoulder. Look who decided to break into my apartment. I gave her a pointed look. She rolled her eyes. You promised me sushi, but you stood me up. What else was I supposed to do? You weren't at the library, and I was starting to worry that my favorite musician had been kidnapped by werewolves or something that should be less likely than it is. For your first concert, the undercity was a pretty edgy, forward-thinking move. Come on, let's go tune some lamps, which was supposed to be your first assignment, and then you can get me sushi. I frowned at her. She looked on the thin side in spite of her bouncy energy. When was the last time you've eaten? She waved my question away. Don't worry about me, just keep your promises. Come on. She grabbed my arm while my concern for her starving to death shifted to the sad probability of her eating all of my groceries. Oh well, I could order more on my phone while ordering sushi. The scholar had already deposited a generous lump sum in my bank account, a month's advance to see me through whatever I needed while I transitioned away from the library. My chest panged when I thought of it. Of course it did. What else would it do? I followed her, wishing that her hand was as good at stopping the pain as the scholar's. The first lamp we came to was right outside the library, where I'd never be able to go inside again. She stopped and pulled out her harp, but I turned and dragged her along with me down the street away from the sushi place. Where are we going? She asked, tripping on the floral robe over her pants. I got fired today, and I don't want to be reminded of it. The words came out of my throat like spitting acid. I tried to swallow a few times before I managed. Why did it hurt so much? Ah, Not to be insensitive, but can you not afford sushi then? I might have to pay you back for the cereal I ate while I was waiting at your place, and a few other things. She winced and looked guilty. I sighed and shook my head, but kept walking fast and she kept up with me. No, I got a temporary position at Song's lab, with a pay increase, so I can still buy you sushi. Oh, that's a relief. I wasn't going to mention it, but the music guild has no money, so if you wanted to work full-time for pay, I have nothing to give you, but happily, you can keep working for rent. Happily we went on to a lamp a block away from the library, and then came the real fun. She started her lecture by gesturing at the flickering lamp post. You see, each lamp is keyed in to a different part of the majestic symphony that is Singsong City. It's a very technical piece that would require an entire orchestra, and if we had the resources to play to each lamp in the city, that's all it would need to find its place and be in tune. In the early days of Singsong, they say that they had wagons pulling musicians, and they took care of it that way, but it wasn't efficient enough, and soon the lamps went out of tune. There was a big debate about taking them out altogether, but... Fascinating history lesson, Mirabelle, but maybe we could wrap this up sooner rather than later. I need to get a good night's sleep tonight before I go to work tomorrow. Would I be expected to work nights? The human and the elf made up the majority of the translations team, so maybe. Sorry, Mirabelle said briskly. I tend to get romantic about Singsong City. It has the most interesting history, musically, of any in the world. So many experiments form the basis of the structure and... There I go again. This lamp is in your sector, which forms a certain piece of the overall song. This particular lamp should be in the key of G, but I won't tell you the theory of it since you're in such a rush to eat sushi. Let's go then. The basic melody to awaken the tuning is as follows. She played a song on her harp, very slowly, that I tried to follow the next time she went round. After the first time she played, the lamp started flickering, making different scratchy sounds like it was struggling to light. Pansy started howling, and I played my guitar along with Mirabelle. Good. Now this is the ditty that goes with tuning lamps. It's not great, but it will help you remember sing-song, making music all day long. Sing-song, sing-song, sing. Come and play along and see how I ended it on no note. That's where you fill in what note this lamp is supposed to be. Try it with me. We sang together while people walking past stared at us, getting more looks than I got when I went out with Anna. People always stared at her because of her scars, but the looks were no less uncomfortable with Mirabelle. She genuinely didn't see anything that wasn't music-related. If she were hunting new musical talent, she'd probably stop every person passing and ask them to sing a scale or pluck her harp to see if they had potential. It took 15 minutes of singing to the lamp for me to finally get it in tune. Mirabelle was delighted and dragged me on to the next lamp, Pansy trotting with us, tail wagging happily. Yes, Pansy was easy to please, he just needed music, and my public humiliation. The next lamp took me 20 minutes, because Mirabelle didn't help me as much. Pansy howled loudly, and I struggled to play the strings and sing the ridiculous ditty at the same time, but the magical lines of music didn't awaken and pull me in, and the ache for my missing library was starting to make breathing, and therefore singing, difficult. I got the lamp to flicker in tune with an unpleasant screech, and then Mirabelle grabbed my arm to haul me to the next lamp. She led me in a large circle that would end by the sushi place, but I was going slower and slower, until she was doing more of it than less. On the block a street up from the sushi place, where I could also the corner of the library, she faced me with her hands on hips, a frown on her face. Are you sick, or are you messing up intentionally? It won't work. You are this sector's musical maintenance specialist, or you're out of your apartment. I shook my head and tried to refocus on the lamp, but I couldn't even remember the tune even if I'd been able to sing it, and my fingers were sore and stiff. What a happy evening it turned out to be. The smug official Grey who had almost run me over said, sauntering over to us with a smile that he turned on Mirabelle before his eyes rested on me. You're a maintenance musician. You haven't been at it for long, but I'm sure that you have great potential. He was so condescending. How did you decide to become a musician, my blonde angel? Are you interested in volunteering? Mirabelle snapped at him, clearly less than impressed with his money or his class. No. Then move along. We're working. She eyed him while he smiled back easily. You know, he said, leaning towards me, while looking at her, I congratulate you on your new choice of companions. She is much more worthy than the last one you had." Now I remembered what the scholar had stopped me from doing. That was absolutely essential, particularly when I'd been fired this morning, sundered, and now had to run around with an insane musician singing to lamp posts. I punched his face, just so, snapping his head back and breaking his nose. Blood blossomed from said nose while he stood there, blinking in surprise at me. "What did you do that for?" he blustered, appalled and insulted. I punched him again, same nose, but that time my fist slipped on the blood, and I broke a blood vessel in my fist. I was holding my guitar in my left hand, so I only had the one fist to use, but if he said another word, I'd hit him again. He stepped back, covering his nose to protect it like he should have done in the first place. Poor baby wasn't used to paying for the words that came out of his ugly mouth. "Are you mad?" he sputtered, eyes huge and shocked. "Angry, yes," I said, stepping forward with my fist cocked again. I was about to punch his stomach when Mirabelle grabbed my wrist and dragged me away from my target, with Pansy trotting happily along, satisfied after her long evening exercise. "That's a Grey Society official, Libby," she hissed once we were far enough that he couldn't hear us. "I don't care. What is he going to do? Report me to the library and get me fired?" I snorted, but it hurt. Oh, it hurt so much to remember how much I'd already lost. Her fingers tightened on my wrist with a different kind of pain. "No, he'll report you to the music guild, and then you'd have to sit trial, and I'd probably have to fund it, and that would make everyone I'm trying to make work together hate both of us. Why didn't you stick to insults?" "I'm not so great at insults, and he's probably too stupid to understand them." "He didn't understand you punching him either." "I hate that kind of pansy. No offense," she said to my dog, who wagged his tail at her. "But he's not worth injuring your hands over. Next time, let me handle it." "What would you do?" "I'd suggest that he join musical maintenance, and then I'd start talking about his duty as a citizen of Singsong City. And how bad the snacks are." "You're coming to rehearse tomorrow," she said, ignoring my subtle criticism. "You need it." I nodded and led her into the cat's paws, waving at Rin, who was wearing her rollerblades indoors, which drove her mother crazy, which meant that she was out for the evening, probably to visit her mother on the other side of the city. "Oh, good," Rin said, coming up to us. "Anna's getting melancholy and singing really, really loudly." "Singing?" Mirabelle asked, ears pricking up like a spaniel. "Not literally." Rin frowned down at Pansy, who had his head lolling and drool was pooling on the floor beneath him. "Does he bite?" "No, he's a service animal," Mirabelle reassured her. "Singing." "It's a piano bar," I said, leading her deeper into the room, past the first bar and then towards the table and the bar around the piano. Ma Granite was the finest octogenarian pianist in the city, and she was getting ready to play for Anna where she stood next to the piano bench, hands clasped at her waist as she got ready to sing her favorite song, the one that made her cry and weave while she sang her heart out. She had a voice like rain, soft, delicate, but when she got like this, it was rumbling thunder and heavy beats that made you hurt with her. She'd suffered a lot of trauma she didn't remember, but it still weighed on her soul. Anna sang, and the piano's interpretation of heavy metal was deeply confusing to Mirabelle, but she took my guitar, pulling it over her shoulder and walking over on the other side of Anna. She did some hard riffs that would have worked better on an electric guitar, but even with my nice, soft-stringed instrument, she could make music do what she wanted it to do. All of a sudden, it was a performance, and lines of gold spread out through the musicians, through the bar, and out into the streets around us. I found myself singing along, and Pansy took up a howl, until the whole bar rang with voices, singing that hard, raucous riot, until the windows trembled with the sound. When Anna finished the last bit, the slow, sad, drowning in misery, my heart ached with her, the rending from the library making my chest ache, until a few tears fell from my tired eyes, and then the song was over. Anna sniffed, blew her nose on a napkin, and then came over to me with Mirabelle behind her. "Anna, you met Mirabelle." "Mirabelle, Anna the healer. She works at the small healery 2 blocks north. Mirabelle is the new song master of Singsong City, and will probably try to get you to join the guild." "A healer?" Mirabelle said, raising a brow skeptically. How good a healer are you? There was a beat of awkward silence before I put my arm around Anna's shoulders. Anna is the best. Come on, we need sushi before the kitchen closes. I promised to buy Mirabelle enough to tide her over until tomorrow, when she has all day of thankless manipulation to get the guild in fighting shape. I'm asking because your music is a different timbre than most healers, Mirabelle said, sliding into a chair across from me, but studying Anna with that slight frown. The metal comes out when she's melancholy, which is very rare. Usually Anna's a ray of sunshine. Do you remember what's bothering you? I asked her. Anna sighed heavily. Gabby works so hard at the academy, doing janitorial duties while she sees all the rich people taking classes. Does the music guild do scholarships at universities? She asked, looking at Mirabelle hopefully. No, Mirabelle said flatly. I'm sure we would, but we're broke. Why do broke people attract one another? It's one of those mystical cosmic things that is truly tragic. Is the server going to bring us menus? No, she'll bring out whatever the cook makes. I am also having a melancholy day, I told Anna. I was fired, actually they rendered the library from me, so if I start crying all over the place, that's why. The scholar put some spells on me to help with transition, but it's still awful. Anna gasped and grabbed my face in her hands, staring into my eyes. Who did that to you? Your soul is raw and bleeding like crazy. I ducked out of her grasp, the board. It's my fault, because I didn't tell them that the scholar was going to turn Horus, and then he came back as a vampire, and ripped apart my shoulder, and then terrorized the library until he was recaptured. It was drama, bad publicity, and unprofessional, so I got cut. I guess they had to blame somebody. I didn't have benefits. Corruption's everywhere, Mirabelle said with a scowl before she jabbed my shoulder, the one Horus had ripped apart. I wondered why your form was so bad. Still, that's good work if you're back to playing so soon. Who paid for your surgery? You said that you didn't have benefits. Anna's eyes got bright and mischievous. The scholar is very interested in her good health. He stopped a car for her and hired the most competent sorcerer I've ever met to heal her. Not that I've met a lot of sorcerers. She made a face before she continued. Speaking of poor people attracting poor, the scholar's loaded, isn't he? You suggest that we three operate a heist and rob him blind, I asked blandly. He sent you a dress and paid for you to eat sushi. Maybe you could talk him into sponsoring a scholarship for Gabby. Oh. And funding the music school, Mirabelle said brightly. We need to have a stream of talented musicians that feeds into the guild, or it's never going to be a competent music hall that can become self-sufficient. I can ask, but I'm not going to sell my body, soul, or blood for it. Anna elbowed me. But if you sold your body to him, wouldn't that mean that you got his... She wiggled her eyebrows and then giggled. If she was giggling, she'd had more than a few drinks. I'd have to walk her home. That's not selling, that's barter, Mirabelle said with a thoughtful frown as Rin brought out the sushi. They brought a lot of sushi, and for a long time, I drowned my sorrows in food and companionable silence. After we'd eaten and sang enough for Anna and Mirabelle, they went off towards the healery, Mirabelle linking arms with the other woman easily as they walked. I watched them go, frowning after them in thought. Mirabelle hadn't flinched away from Anna even once, not slightly. She'd jumped into the music and not seemed to notice anything else about her face. Mirabelle was beautiful, but it was hard to notice when she was so busy badgering you. What kind of musician was so comfortable around scars? Maybe she'd worked as a music medic in one of the battle guilds. Either way, she was worth getting to know if she accepted Anna as she was, even if she was eerily right about her healing abilities. I turned and started to cross the street towards my building, but then I looked up and saw my library, and I turned around instead. Pansy whined and tugged me towards home. Poor tired dog, but I couldn't do it. I walked north, planning to come in around the service entrance through the block, when a beautiful Bentley pulled up beside me and the back window rolled down. Miss Morwell, may I offer you a ride? Never get into a car with a vampire at night. I sighed heavily and opened the door. Pansy leapt inside, jumping up on the scholar and kissing him all over his face before settling down on the cushy floor mat. The scholar froze, covered in brimstone-scented saliva. I got in and closed the door. You may offer, but I must warn you of the danger. Danger, I scratched Pansy behind the ears, and his tongue lolled out, his eyes rolled back, and then he was snoring. I smiled at the scholar. I might accept. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 14. The concert wasn't a big deal, but for some reason, I was incredibly nervous. I'd been working in the lab for a week and rehearsing every night, but 2 weeks was not long enough to play an instrument. It didn't help that my orchestra was the beginner's orchestra made up out of all the people dragged into Mirabelle's madness on the first day, including the snarling teen and the walker-whacking old lady. "It's not ludicrous, it's impossible," Tiago said in a low voice so the other nervous beginners wouldn't hear. I advised against a concert so early in training, but the music master insisted, said that it would be good to experience humiliation as a unit, so as to encourage future efforts. He shook his head. "I don't care how much you deny it, you've had some musical training, but most of these children have not. They'll be crushed. But the snacks are better. I bought a few trays that I'm hiding in the basement fridge. Don't tell Mirabelle, or she'll eat them all. I'd wanted to bring sushi, but my advance couldn't afford it, and not everyone likes sushi, strangely enough. Anna had helped me choose sensible alternatives. She'd be here with Gabby unless she forgot. It would probably be best for everyone if she wasn't here to witness the debacle of musical monstrosity. It was supposed to be Singsong City's theme, but that was an incredibly complex piece, and we'd been playing our instruments for 2 weeks. "That's very generous of you to bring something to soften the blow." He patted my shoulder, my sore shoulder that I probably hadn't rested enough. I'd been spending longer and longer hours at the music hall and at the lab, both to avoid the inevitable pain when I saw the library, and to not be alone, where the pain would be worse. Pansy came with me to the music hall, but I wouldn't dare bring her to the lab in case he lit a delicate document on fire. He hadn't torched any of my books, but he'd gnawed half the leg off my chair. "All right, everyone, places please. We've all tuned." Yes, Tiago looked around the room at the nervous kids, mostly ages 12 to 15, and nodded. The teen rolled his eyes, and the woman with the walker sniffed like we hadn't been practicing for an entire week together, long enough to be experts in the tuning of our instruments. We were mostly strings with a drum to keep time. The drummer was the smallest 10-year-old girl I'd ever seen. She had a constant look of surprise when she made a sound. It was fine. We'd play, eat crackers, vegetables, and dip, then go home. Tiago opened the door and led us down the hall to the concert hall. We'd had one rehearsal on the stage, so it was still unfamiliar as 17 of us filed behind Tiago. The curtains were down as we walked out onto the stage. There were more than 40 chairs set up, but we took our places huddled around the conductor's stand. They must be having another concert later, one that would use the huge golden harp set right behind our group. The curtains opened, and I looked up, prepared to see the parents of the kids and maybe Anna and Gabby, but not the scholar and all the employees I knew from his lab, as well as all the librarians and preservationists I'd worked with, including Felix, who shook his fist at me in encouragement. I froze. These were the people I'd tried so hard to be the perfect librarian for, and now they were going to see me in all my beginner awkwardness. I looked down at my instrument and couldn't remember which string I was supposed to play first. Not that it would matter. This would go down as the most miserable concert any of them had ever gone to. For the rest of my life, when I bumped into one of them on the street, they'd say, "Are you still playing? Remember that concert we went to? You must be better than that now," and I'd have to laugh because I couldn't kill them. Well, I could, but I'd feel bad about it later. Maybe. I could preemptively kill everyone right now, do a giant death curse to put them out of their misery before they had to suffer. That would be practically noble of me. I sighed heavily. No, it wouldn't. I looked up at Tiago, and he returned my look with one of sympathy before he raised his baton, and we began. I forgot to come in at the right time, and then when I turned the page, I knocked my music off the stand, and then when I got it back up, it took me another few measures to figure out where we were. It was, in a word, terrible. Still, we made it through to the end eventually, and then Tiago cut us off, but kept his hands raised, so we didn't put down our instruments, even as that last terrible note hung in the air. No one clapped, but no one booed or hissed either. so that was something. Maybe I could slip out the side door before anyone could tell me either how wonderful I'd done, lying boldly to my face as would be polite, or how terrible, which would be the cruel truth. Golden notes of a harp spilled through the air, bringing the world into sharper focus, brighter color, fuller sound. It was divine. There was Mirabelle playing directly behind us, her long hair down, a dress of shimmering blue playing off the golden harp. She was stunning, and the music, pure magic, real, true, actual magic. When she finished her intro, the other musicians began, those who had filled in the seats while I'd been busy focusing on playing my piece badly, and they were all perfectly in tune, perfectly in time. And then Tiago lifted his baton, and I lifted my guitar. And then the golden light swallowed everything. I was pretty sure that Mirabelle's will took over the playing of everyone there, because I'd never done that before, and neither had old Walker Wacker. We went from dejected humiliation to exalted unison. My heart pounded in time to the music, Singsong City's theme, a song of redemption and cooperation, and rising up against great odds with faith and perseverance to overcome. It was beautiful, and for a little while I was part of that. The last notes hung in the air, suspended for a long golden moment, until they faded into a hush. I blinked tears out of my eyes to find Tiago beaming at us, while his own watery eyes made my tear ducts overflow in companionship. The applause rocked the room, rocked me. I hesitantly looked up to find the scholar on his feet clapping, while all my other associates cheered and yelled my name. Pansy took that moment to break through the back doors and tear down the aisle, coming right towards me. A chicken came out of nowhere, landing in front of the dog, and then there was an impact of fire and feathers that ended in a mad scramble as I and Mirabelle abandoned the stage to rescue the creatures. I shouldn't have bothered because the scholar coalesced into black specks, then fully formed in the midst of the mess, grabbed the chicken by its legs while it pecked wildly, and taking it away from Pansy, who whined and cowered away from the fierce fiery beast. I reached them only a moment before Mirabelle. "Thanks," I said, grabbing Pansy's collar and looking up at the scholar, who was being pecked by a burning chicken, but still managed to look unearthly handsome. He smiled at me and something in my chest came to life, eclipsing the pain that had gnawed on me since the rending. "You were magnificent," he said softly, and for some incomprehensible reason, I believed him. I shifted awkwardly, while Pansy lunged away from the chicken, who had taken that moment to flap its wings and squawk a battle cry. "I think it has some merit," I said without the slightest idea what I was saying. "The scholarship of dating, I mean. Experimenting in a controlled environment to check outcomes." I blushed hard, because why was I talking about dating at a time like this? Mirabelle grabbed the chicken and tucked it under her arm. "My precious diamond, you're supposed to stay out of trouble during the beginner's showcase," she cooed at it. The chicken was her avian friend. It bobbed its head and dove into her armpit, apparently content to hide like that now that it had done its work of traumatizing Pansy. "What sort of controlled environment did you have in mind, Miss Morel?" the scholar asked, absently straightening his tie, while his eyes never left mine. "Well, I need to tune the lamps in song, but I wouldn't like to go alone." I said it like a question, because dating. What did I know about dating? Nothing. Big, miserable, glaring nothing. Even more obvious than my lack of musical skills. Of course he'd want to experiment with both of those. Since one wasn't enough, I had to conflate music and companionship. It would be a disaster. "Good thinking," Mirabelle said brightly. "And then he can take you somewhere nice to eat in song. Explore the local cuisine, try something new, and compare notes on the subject afterwards. It sounds very academic, Mr. Scholar. We're always open to donations from benefactors in the city, and they're always tax-deductible." She beamed even more terrifyingly at him. She'd actually hit him up for money, just like she'd said she would. I was going to die of embarrassment. "I'm going to go get the snacks," I said, picking up Pansy and dragging him out the nearest door into the hall beyond. "Wait," the scholar said, catching up to me in the outside hall. "When would you be available for the—" Was I serious about this? He was a vampire, and he'd come to cheer for my beginner concert. Anna chose that moment to burst through the doors after me, Gabby close behind. "You are amazing." "Not at first, but the magic is real, isn't it? You have potential. That's what we were seeing, at least that's what Gabby says," and you know how bright she is. She's so bright, and I believe that the benefits of establishing a scholarship with the local university can be very useful for organizations like Song's laboratory. She gave the scholar a manic smile that was even more terrifying than Mirabelle's. Gabby winced and blushed all the way to her red hair. Yes, I have scholarships set up in several areas. Your daughter can apply, but they are targeted towards those discriminated against the most: werewolves, zombies, that sort of thing. He gave Anna a polite smile before he turned back towards me. When? My mouth went dry and my heart beat harder and faster. Tomorrow night, 6. He exhaled and nodded. At 6 tomorrow evening I'll come by your apartment. I'll let you get back to your duties. He gave me a slight bow and then slipped back into the main hall, leaving me with Anna and Gabby. Gabby was smirking at me. Her delicate beauty beneath sheets of red curly hair hid the strong and willful personality that kept her healer mother busy patching her up from her daredevil tricks at the local skate park. Well, other than being humiliated by my mother's shameless grab for money, that was illuminating. Libby, he's hot. You shouldn't objectify people, Anna said, then added, I know, right? He's so handsome, but it's the violence buttoned beneath the perfectly tailored suit that really makes him sexy. So, you asked him on a date? I groaned and headed towards the snacks. They came with me, but no matter how much they pushed and prodded, I didn't elaborate the whys and hows, not when I wasn't sure how I'd gotten to the point of dating a vampire, myself. Not that we were anywhere. I mean, one experimental tune-eat combo didn't mean anything, but for me it was a first, and maybe it wouldn't be the last. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 15. The next morning, I walked Pansy, tuning 3 lamps on the way, which made him extremely happy, and then called up Sam, the night guard, to find out where Bert was and whether he'd been released from the hospital yet. He was at Bellum Towers, and still unconscious the last time I visited 2 days ago. The board of directors jump all over anyone who asks questions about him, I would guess anticipating a lawsuit, but he was the guard, and it's not like you can sue the board just because someone breaks in and turns your boss. The scholar turned Horace after he was killed, I said. I saw his body before, and it was I swallowed hard. I didn't realize that you were a witness. Does the board know what you saw? Because they make it sound like vampires did it. I guess you don't owe them anything after they fired you, rendered you is what the scholar called it. Is that true? He and I were both silent for a long moment before he continued. That's serious, Libby. Everyone was talking about it, worrying about you, but I guess you were doing okay if you were able to go to your concert. Look, I've got to hang up. Jessica's coming over. He hung up, leaving me with so much to say, and no one to say it to. I should call the scholar and ask him what he was doing telling everyone at the library that I'd been rendered, but I didn't have his number, and I wasn't sure I wanted to talk to him in case I said something crazy. Like if he wanted to get sushi with me for breakfast. I shook my head and went to the nearest train station, which was 3 blocks east of my apartment. I made it down my block without looking at my library, and then the rest of the way without making eye contact with anyone. Should I contact the library board and explain that the scholar had only turned Horace after he was dead? Why had he gone into a meeting to talk about me? Was it a matter of personal interest or professional respect? Was it possible to have both, or either for that matter? I only waited 5 minutes to catch the train, then a 4-minute ride later, I got off in the Union Station and walked 2 terminals over until I climbed on the train boarding towards the west before it swung north. I sat down and plucked invisible strings on my pants leg while we rode in the car. The city trains were functional more than beautiful, but the long-distance trains that left Singsong City for one of the other popular destinations in the country were nice, plush, cushy. I'd ridden one on my way into Singsong 6 years ago, but I'd never made it out. Singsong City's theme played in my head, but not the student version, the full orchestral piece, including me and my fellow students' potential. That had been powerful magic of Mirabelle's. Tiago had been quite impressed with her, but she only used the opportunity for his compliments to try to get him to go around to local schools and hustle on his own dime. She was ferocious. The train stopped across the street from the hospital on the edge of one of the city's large parks. In the hospital's lobby, I stopped at the gift shop to pick up some balloons and a package of his favorite cream-filled chocolate mini cakes. "Hi, I'm here to see Bert Flaherty. I probably should have called ahead, but I was in the neighborhood." The nurse behind the desk looked at me, then checked on her computer. 7th floor, East Wing, room 742. "Is he allowed visitors?" She looked at me with a frown. "Are you close family?" I shook my head. "No, I'm the person who found him. We worked together." She raised a brow. "You found him? Are you the one who did preservation spells on him? You're probably the reason that he's still in a coma. You can't go around acting like you have a doctor's degree because you can play a little tune." I backed away from her. "Thanks. I backed away and bumped into someone else, apologized, and then hurried towards the elevators, balloons bumping as I rushed. Had I maintained his coma instead of his life? I was such an idiot." I was rubbing my face when the elevator doors opened and I stepped out onto my floor. It was quiet, with no one at the nurse's station on the corner. I peered into empty rooms as I walked down the hall. It was creepy enough that I eased out the file I kept in my bra band. There should be a guard on his room, right? No one had captured the attackers, and maybe Bert had seen something, although the odds of him witnessing something when Horace hadn't was slim to none. Still, some people like to tie up loose ends. Other people just like to kill people. Either way, Bert would be a target. My heart was pounding by the time I got to his room. A doctor was humming under his breath, dancing around with some pretty slick moves while he checked his clipboard. He turned, saw me and screamed, flinging his clipboard at me. I sidestepped, and it hit the doorway and sent papers fluttering down. "Hi there," I said, crouching to pick up his papers. "Sorry for startling you. I worked with Bert, so I thought I'd stop by and see how he's doing. You're his doctor?" "How is he?" I stacked up the papers and handed them back to him while he ran a nervous hand through his hair. "Oh, he's fine, still unconscious, but we've got him on tubes that will keep him healthy until he decides to wake up. No idea why he's still out. I heard that someone did a maintenance spell on him. Yeah, that was subtle." He shrugged and edged his way past me. "That's not likely the issue. Whoever heard of a maintenance spell working on something organic? I'll leave you to your visit. This room is monitored, so make sure that you keep things professional." "Excuse me." He flushed beet red and ducked out, apologizing as he went. Maybe he was talking about dancing. I walked around the room, checking the shelf filled with cards and flowers before I added my pastry and let the balloons float to an out-of-the-way corner. I took my time turning to face him. There was a chair on the side, so I pulled that over and stared at the sad, mustache-less face of Bert. He looked thinner, much more vulnerable than just a sleeping person with the tubes in his nose. "So, I'd been tuning lamps," I said, feeling incredibly awkward. "Was this professional enough for the people watching?" I tapped my file against the inside of my leg, nowhere anyone could see it. Not that I needed it in this hospital room with so many other things I could use for weapons, needles for stabbing, tubes for strangling, and blunt force with the machines hooked up to poor Bert. No, I definitely shouldn't mess up the machines keeping him comfortable and alive while he was in a coma. I'd have to talk to Mirabelle about what she could do to help him in case his prolonged sleep was my responsibility. That was another number I should have in my phone. "I brought your favorite kind of pastry, so you should wake up and eat it before the doctor does. You know how those people with degrees are, think that they're entitled just because they know better than to sing people to sleep. Permanently." I sighed and leaned back in my chair, kicking my legs out while I stared at Bert's profile. It was so sad without a mustache. I could paint one on. How long should I sit here to prove that I cared about him? I did care. I'd really tried to keep him alive, and not so that he could be in a coma. Maybe the board thought that I'd done this on purpose, working with the scholar for some nefarious reasons I'd never be clever and villainous enough to understand. Who could I call who would have the scholar's number? Felix probably had the number of the lab's vault, but then I'd have to call the library, and if I heard Jessica tell me about how happy she was on the board, I'd probably sing myself to sleep. We were like that, companionably dozing, when a spider unfolded from behind one of the machines and leapt onto Bert's bed. I hadn't seen an assassin spider for ages, I'd used them a few times, but they weren't foolproof, and I hated killing the wrong person, even if they were also evil. Its body was the size of a baseball cap, and it was shifting its weight on Bert's body while it loaded its poison in its proboscis needle. It was less than a blink before I was moving, slicing half its legs off with my file, then kicking it against the wall hard enough to crunch the syringe at impact. Almost immediately, another one launched at me, half the size of the first, which meant that it was faster, deadlier, and trickier to stop. It had been years, but some things were more muscle memory than anything else. I blocked its thrust with my phone, batting it against the other spider as it tried to launch at me again, less effective with half of its legs missing. The impact ruined number one's trajectory, and I barely had to kick it away. Was there another one in here somewhere? I always packed them in threes, transporting them all in the large spider's abdomen. I checked my phone for cracks in the screen, but I'd sensibly used the back as my racket. I called up the library before I could think about it or feel the pain from the rending. The large one crouched down, skittering back and forth while it tried to get a new balance, and the phone rang. Library of Antiquities, main desk, a bored voice answered. The small spider leapt at me, spiraling like a maple seed. "Transfer me to the vault, please," I said before blocking the spider with it, knocking him towards spider number one, so its volley of scattershot acid barely brushed me. Still, that was a nasty thing to have in its arsenal. What else did it have? Would the acid be flammable? That could cause a distraction while it went for a direct kill. Where were these spiders from? Mech magic was tricky, and I only knew a few people who manufactured them. "Hello, this is Felix from the Vault of Antiquities." "Hey, hold on," I dodged the next leap from the second one, and blocking another thrust from the big one with my boot. Boots were such a good choice for visiting sick patients. "Sorry about that," I said as I kicked the thing on its back and whirled around to stab the small one with my file. "Could you give me the number to the lab's vault? This is Libby." "Oh, hello dear. You did beautifully yesterday." "Oh, thanks," I said, putting my weight on the creature's abdomen. I didn't want to destroy them, not when they were so incredibly expensive, and would be much more difficult to track to their maker once they were decimated. "I was really worried about you, particularly after the scholar came and—" Felix, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's kind of important." The spider rotated its joints and shoved up, knocking me off it, back into Bert's bed, bumping him, but not knocking any of the tubes out, thank heavens. Oh, of course, his number as he gave me the number, that I mouthed over and over, while blocking the smaller spider's leaps with my file and kicking back the other one. This was ridiculous. I really would have to destroy them. Such a waste. I called the lab's vault, and it took 10 rings for the goblin to answer. Who did I give this number to? "Hi, I'm looking for the scholar." "He's not here." He hung up on me in time for me to use my phone to smack the little bugger back with enough force that it hit the window, cracking it to the frame. I groaned and redialed, dropping flat and rolling under the bed to get away from the big one. It had adapted remarkably well to only having half its legs, redistributing them so they were even. Smart design, adaptable. "He's still not here," the goblin growled, picking up. "Wait. It's me, Libby the librarian. I'm facing down assassin spiders in Bell, room 742, and I would love if you could notify him that someone's trying to kill Bert, the guard on duty when Horace was killed. Maybe he could organize a guard on the hospital room here, because I have to get back soon to walk my dog." He grunted and hung up on me again. Well, that was that. I'd have to destroy the spiders for good. I rolled out of the bed, drew a death rune and threw it at the creature. It wasn't a generic death rune, but one made specifically for magically altered creatures. It popped and bubbled, smelling of tires and a variety of poisons, the strongest scented one arsenic. Meanwhile, the other monster had its pincer out, and was this close to my hip when it ran over the death spell I'd written while under the bed chatting with the goblin. It froze, then fell over, not completely destroyed, but without a trace of life or animation. I'd kept one intact. I lay there, breathing hard, half under Bert's bed, half under the window when the glass exploded and bats came pouring in. I blocked my face with my arm so the glass cut it instead of my eyes. When the seething bats reformed into the scholar, I just lay there staring up at him for a long time. He looked so good, but how could I reconcile that with him being a vampire? "Miss Morrill, are you injured?" I brushed off the glass and sat up. "I think that I'm okay. I guess the goblin passed on my message after all." "Mr. Pepshaw notified me that I had a caller the first time, so when I arrived to question him further, he had an exact address for me from your second chat. Don't move for a moment, if you would be so kind." He crouched, spreading his arms wide, and then summoned blue glowing magic that crackled in the room until my hair was standing on end. With an explosion of sound and movement, the glass went back into the window, resealing and erasing the mess like it hadn't ever happened. He knelt and grasped my wrist, helping me up like I was some dainty creature. I grabbed the spider out from under the bed before I let him help me. "What is?" he started, and then frowned and plucked number 3 out of his neck. I swore and took the tiny insect, dissecting it with my file so I could analyze the poison I hadn't noticed it injecting into the scholar. "Miss Morrill, I don't believe that you provided Mr. Pepshaw with enough specifics," he said, sounding slow and ponderous. My heart raced as I studied his pale skin and complicated eyes. What could possibly be affecting him, a vampire, like that? He'd probably be fine. Vampires were notoriously difficult to poison to death, what with already being dead. My blood was toxic, and it hadn't killed him. He swayed while I ran the liquid through my poison identifier spells, but I didn't recognize it. "Miss Morrill, it seems that we have things to discuss," he said, words long and drawn out. Was he going to be drunk from the poison's effects? Things were about to get weird. He staggered to the side, and I grabbed him around the waist, pulling his arm over my shoulder. "Easy, Mr. Stead. Do you have anyone else coming who could help with poison identification?" He frowned at me, and then his legs went out and we both went down in a tangle of limbs. Vampires were very solid, and I couldn't hold both of us up without getting a much firmer grip on him. We were closer than we should be as it was, his cheek against my forehead, eyes blue, and then flashing red. He said, "I think that we should discuss us, this unspoken thing between us that's impossible to deny." I think that. I kissed him. It's not that I wanted to kiss him as much as I wanted him to stop talking, and kissing seemed like a sane alternative in a clearly insane moment. The shock of my lips against his was enough to make his eyes widen, flare bright red, and then close as he cupped the back of my head in his strong hand and tilted it so we were more comfortably positioned. What was I doing, kissing a vampire on the floor of a hospital room? Maybe this was what the doctor had been talking about. Clearly I needed to stop this, but at the same time, I could blame this on his poisoning, and when else would I kiss a vampire? I closed my eyes and leaned into him, slipping my hands around his neck and holding him close. For a moment I was lost in the connection between us like sweet, distant fireworks and lightning, but how could I blame this on his poisoning? He'd been poisoned, and I chose this time to indulge my secret desire to kiss him. How sick and twisted could I be? I pushed him away, but he growled in his throat and rolled on top of me, pinning me down while he kissed me, surprisingly gentle lips without a trace of cutting fang, while the rest of him was so immovable. I tried pulling his hair, but he only sighed and softened, like that was encouragement. What could I expect from a drunk and drugged vampire? Still, he didn't seem to be in any pain, and kissing him seemed to be the only option. I stopped struggling and gave in to the sweet contact, warm, pliable lips against mine. Kissing. I had no idea how to do it properly, but I had a pretty good idea that laying on the floor next to an unconscious person wasn't the most romantic circumstances to do it in. I knew that in my head, but I couldn't imagine anything more breathlessly inspiring. I touched his skin, his neck, his cheek, silky skin that almost burned beneath my caresses. I wanted to kiss him forever, to taste his lips while he said my name, to feel his breath, his soul, his heart, and share mine in return. I wanted to keep kissing him until my lips fell off from the contact. Get off! A harsh growl came before Horace's terrible vampire maw came into view as he ripped the scholar off me. The next few moments were remarkably violent, but at the same time, not a card was knocked over, and not a single vicious slash of claw or snap of teeth came close to Bert's bed. I stayed on the floor, looking between the two vampires, confused at the randomness of the moment, the scholar wasn't fighting as well as he normally would when he was in proper control of himself, that Horace wasn't trying to rip off his head, just get him off me. Exactly what did he think that the scholar had been doing? I swallowed hard and wriggled closer to the wall, away from their viciously controlled epic battle. 5 more of Stead's men came in the next moment. First, they went after Horace, but the moment they got him off, Michael whirled around and charged me, eyes burning red, fangs elongated, and aimed clearly for my throat. I brought up the bedpan at the last moment, slamming his face into it with a beautiful gong. He ricocheted off, and before he came at me again, his men grabbed him, releasing Horace, who straightened up, smoothing down his neat suit, like he hadn't just been a spitting and snarling force of vampire terror. What happened here? Horace asked me, eyes more or less clear of the usual red fury. I licked my lips and tasted the scholar. Why did he taste like spearmint and orange? That was suddenly my favorite flavor combination. I wasn't going to talk about the kissing. I pointed at the spider bot where it had been kicked back under the bed. Assassin spiders came, and one of them got him. He's under the influence of some kind of poison, so he was acting out of character. Miss Moore Sultry said, coming in wearing spiked heels that looked much more like weapons of death than seduction. I'll stay with you until this situation is resolved. Horace, it looks like this is your opportunity to escape the scholar's grasp. I suggest you take it or go back to your cell and await your judgment. If you bother anyone at the library, I'll personally castrate you before I rip out your heart and feed it to the pigeons. He raised a brow slightly, then bowed to her, and then left the room, ignoring the men struggling to hold the scholar who was still snarling and lunging towards me. I swallowed hard, but I wasn't sure if I was as alarmed as I should be. I'd been bitten before, and if he bit anywhere close to how he kissed me or licked me. Come, Miss Morrill. He will be easier to manage once you are out of harm's way, Sultry said, taking my elbow and guiding me past the group of his men. At the last moment I reached out a hand towards him. Somehow, he got loose long enough to reach out to me, and then there was a sharp pain as his claws ripped through my skin. Sultry shoved me through the door, slammed it closed behind us, and then dragged me down the hall by the elbow. Put pressure on your wound, Miss Moore. Conveniently, we're at a hospital. We'll stop in at a doctor I know, and he'll whip up some stitches for you in no time. She pulled me into the elevator and finally released me as she pushed the close button. When the doors were almost closed, the scholar came into sight at the end of the hall, fangs extended, eyes glowing far too bright, but the doors closed right before he reached us. I heard the thud of a vampire hitting metal doors. Usually poisons make people far slower, I said, frowning down at my hand where blood had stained the skin around the wound where I was holding it with my other hand. I still had my file in those blood-stained fingers. My dear, are you always so casual in the presence of a feral vampire? You don't seem to be panicking. Unless this is you panicking, she frowned at me, peering into my eyes until I started remembering his kiss in a much more tactile way than I needed to on an elevator with a work associate. I pulled away from her and looked at the doors. He has more control than any vampire I've ever met. Horace seems to be doing better. He does have control, which is why it's such a terrifying thing when he loses it, she shivered theatrically. You're very lucky that he didn't kill you, either purposefully or by accident. How did you distract him from his rage? I pressed my lips together. We were talking. How impressive that you could soothe the beast of his soul with words. She raised a brow, but didn't push the point. Why did I always end up in situations where I felt like I couldn't possibly fully disclose circumstances? It might be relevant. After all, the scholar really shouldn't have lost control like that. I kissed him, and that seemed to distract him, not that I'd been trying to distract him from his feral vampire as from his unpleasant topic of conversation, a lot like this one, but I couldn't kiss Sultry to change the subject. Of course I couldn't. What kind of logic had that been? Stupid logic that was compelled by the fact that I secretly wanted to kiss him. Was he right after all about me being secretly obsessed with vampires? How humiliating. I'd never kissed a vampire before. I expected some cutting, but he didn't leave a scratch. Did that sound scientific? Not remotely. I was such an idiot. Interesting, her answer made it sound like we were talking about an impersonal ancient text, and I immediately felt much better. She didn't say anything else, and neither did I, because everything was starting to catch up to me, but I wasn't sure if the blood loss was affecting me as much as the way the kiss stayed, buzzing on my lips, 1,000 times more pleasantly persistent than the way he'd lingered on my fingertips. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 16. Sultry stayed with me at my apartment until Monday morning. She was companionable enough, not complaining about my lack of chairs as she settled in with translations spread around her on the floor, but she would not leave until she got a call saying that the scholar was stable and wouldn't be a threat to me. Then she gathered up her things, smiled at me with her sharp teeth, entirely black eyes shining, and told me that she'd see me at the lab. I took Pansy out for a walk, and then, while I was in the middle of tuning a lamp, my phone rang. It was an unknown number, but I answered anyway. "Hello. Miss Morell, this is Michael Stead." My heart skipped a beat, then thundered ahead without me. "Good morning. How are you feeling? I'm sorry that I didn't warn you about the spiders, and that I missed that one. I should have. Please don't apologize for anything, particularly my own carelessness. I was wondering if you would be available this evening for a rescheduled experimental outing involving tuning lamps and a possible dinner. Actually, I thought we could go to dinner first, then I could walk you home after, The lamp business. He tried so hard to make my musical maintenance gig sound normal and respectable for a former librarian, but it wasn't. He continued, "Unless you've decided that I'm not stable enough after the experience in the hospital. That must have frightened you." For a moment I thought that he was talking about the kiss, before I realized it was the part where he went feral. "You were poisoned. How could I hold something like that against you when I knew that assassin spiders usually come in threes? Is this your phone number? I'd been meaning to ask you for it." He hesitated, then said softly, "Yes, this is my number. I got yours from Mr. Pepshaw. I hope you don't mind the intrusion." "Not at all. As for the, outing, that should be reasonable." "Excellent. I will pick you up at 8 then." I grinned idiotically at Pansy, who was absently gnawing on the lamppost. "That should work. I'll see you then." "Oh, could you bring the spider with you?" "The big one I made a point not to crush." "If that's what you'd like. Do you collect assassin spiders?" "I have an acquaintance who has done a lot of research on the subject. I thought that he could help me pinpoint the manufacturer and maybe the buyer." He was quiet for a long moment. "I'll bring it this evening. Good day, Miss Morell." "Good day, Mr. Stead." I hung up and saved his number to my contacts, hesitating for a moment before I put it under date. There may have been other Michael Steads in the world, but there was only one date for me, which was probably pathetic, but I couldn't care. I spent the day working on translations in the lab, enjoying my work no matter what language Sultry or Trumbull passed to me. The elf kept his distance, which was normal for his race. He'd take a few years to warm up to me, weigh whether or not I was valuable enough to add to his close circle of friends, probably decide that I was not, and keep me at arm's length for the rest of his life. That was fine with me, since I only needed one prickly elf in my life. What was interesting was the way he didn't stay away from the human woman, Trumbull, but found reasons to ask her about this or that text, as though he actually liked talking to her. She had no idea how honored she was, but it didn't seem like she had much interest in anything other than clashing colors and her work. The work was too enjoyable to have any sense of immediacy about the topic, because was it truly so essential to learn about eternal and infernal fire now? What could that possibly have to do with Jazurad and his followers, if he really was the one responsible for Horace's death? The day passed quickly, and soon enough I was at home on my phone with Anna, trying to get her to tell me what to wear. She wanted me to eat at the sushi bar instead of going to Song, so she could talk to him about other possible scholarship opportunities. She really was worried about Gabby. Maybe I could say something to him, because if he created scholarships he'd know other ones, probably. At any rate, by 8 o'clock, Pansy was walked, fed, and I was ready to go. I was wearing one of my librarian working outfits because the only other thing I had to wear was the gold dress. Maybe I should go shopping for experimental dating outfits, but why spend money on clothes when you could buy sushi? The scholar knocked on the door and I was out, locking it behind me before Pansy could escape. I turned and then stared at him because his suit was blue, a color that wasn't quite bright, but was still mesmerizing, catching the light in a million different ways. I leaned closer to peer at it. That is interesting fabric. Is it experimental to go with the dating? It's very eye-catching. Probably the gold dress would go better with it. Do you want me to change? He cleared his throat, and I realized how awkward my position was before I straightened up. I have a secret streak of color beneath this monstrously black soul. Do you mind? You are perfect as you are, of course. No changing allowed. He offered me a slight smile and then offered me his arm. I smiled back and took it, my heart pounding as his hand came over mine, warm skin above and silky suit beneath. It was silk and looked and felt like water if you made it wearable. It was woven with magic of some kind, but probably not death. No, I'd recognize death magic, and it wouldn't be that color. Your magic was blue when you fixed the window, I said as we walked towards the elevator. How extraordinarily observant of you. I chose an unusual venue for our dinner, that is, I made reservations, but if you'd rather go somewhere else, it can be arranged. I've never been anywhere in Song to eat. How unusual is it? I'm not eating anything human, or anything else sentient. He laughed, a low rumble that slid down my spine like butter. No, Miss Maule, that would be illegal. I'm taking you somewhere unusual, not illegal. It's dinner and a show. The food should be passable, with the usual entrees you would find at an upscale steakhouse. Steak? What kind of steak? Nothing sentient is the only thing I can promise you in Song. He smiled at me, and we stepped into the elevator. Riding up to the top floor so that we could get access to the penthouse elevator shouldn't have been anything, but in that small space, I could feel his energy pinging from wall to wall and soaking into my skin like tiny acupuncture needles. It wasn't very relaxing, and then I thought of kissing him and couldn't stop thinking about it. What did he think about it? Maybe he'd been so far gone from the poison that he didn't remember it. Is that what I wanted? If he did remember, was he wondering why I'd kissed him? I was wondering that almost as often as I was wondering about the Jazarad cult. My awareness of him ratcheted up every second of that elevator ride until we finally reached the top floor and the doors opened. It couldn't have taken longer than 2 minutes, but it felt like forever. I got out of that elevator as quickly as I could, pulling my arm out of his while I smoothed down my skirt for something to do with my hands other than grab onto his silky lapel and kiss him again. Are you all right? He asked, following me into the large room with the stunning view of the city. There was a couch right in front of it, a large couch that 2 people could easily lay on while enjoying the view and kissing. Was I blushing yet? This was so awkward, and there was another elevator ride right there, and then probably a car ride. All of those enclosed spaces would no doubt be as alarming as the elevator. I walked over to the window and pressed my palm against the cool glass, trying to rein in my galloping heart. I took a deep, steady breath, then another before I turned to him. He was standing very still, watching me with dark blue eyes from across the room, but it felt like I could reach out and touch him, and that he could close that distance in 1 step. Maybe this wasn't the best idea, I said, fiddling with my cuffs. Are you worried that I'll attack you again? I should be, but no, I was more worried that I'd attack him. No, I finally said and started walking towards him. He watched me come, eyes never leaving mine for a moment. I suppose it must be difficult for you to consider the possibility of a relationship. Sultry was talking about your apartment, how it's designed for 1 person, 1 chair, 1 bed, and many books. Take your time, Miss Maule. There is nothing terminal in a relationship. People enter them, then exit as often as they stay. You've had a lot of experience leaving relationships? I haven't thought of that. It must be easy for you to let people close and then push them away when you change your mind. He smiled slightly. Are you more worried that I'll decide to keep you, or that I'll move on? Both options are terrifying. So this is probably a bad idea. I gestured at the space between us. He tilted his head while he studied me. I believe that the things we fear should be faced. Nightmares are only nightmares if you're running, letting fear control you, don't you think? Once you've conquered dating, you won't fear it nearly as much. I frowned and walked past him to the elevator and pushed the button. Or I'll know that I was right to be wary. Either way, I apologize for my sensitivity. Sensitivity, he asked, following me into the elevator. He was too close, and the doors closed, leaving him smelling like jasmine and oranges. I should have put on perfume. Why didn't Anna tell me to put on perfume? Oh right, because she hadn't dated as long as I'd known her. Just because she watched dating shows with Gabby didn't mean that she had the slightest idea what happened in real life, not that there was much real-life vampire dating. Maybe someone blogged about it. I could start one if I wasn't concerned about staying off the radar. He wanted me to explain about my sensitivity. What could I say? I suppose I could try the truth. My awareness of you is heightened after the other day. His eyes widened for a moment, then narrowed as he studied me thoughtfully. It isn't a relationship that worries you, but... He cleared his throat and said, I have been puzzled by something. You are Montaigne's daughter, but you can't always afford sushi or help your friend with her daughter's tuition. Why is that? I don't like notoriety. You could claim your inheritance privately. I have several excellent lawyers that you could use if you'd like. I have a lawyer, but it's not that simple. Cross was an excellent lawyer, politician, almost as good at persuading as he was at killing things. Everyone had to have a hobby or two. Ah, forgive my intrusion. At least talking helped me not think about kissing him. Yes, why was the Montaigne heir penniless? Because the estate had been left in Mother Mercy's care and distributed to worthy causes before I turned 18. There was an estate somewhere with my name on it that hadn't been legally sellable, but liquid assets were gone. I'd already been angry and gotten over it. There was more to life than money, particularly when you were an assassin with aims at retiring to become the keeper of sacred texts, but Mother Mercy had hired someone else for that instead of me, because I was far too good at what I did to be retired. Cross had wanted to go on a killing spree for me, starting with the new bookkeeper and ending with Mother Mercy. You had to appreciate elf loyalty once they decided you were family. Even if there were liquid assets, Mother Mercy would be notified that the heir was alive and cognizant and claiming her inheritance. I didn't want to be owned by her anymore, no matter how just the cause. That was the last serious relationship I'd been in a dysfunctional family of assassins, Mother Mercy's best weapon, to be used and used again. It wasn't dating, but it was possession, and vampires were notoriously possessive. I glanced suspiciously at the scholar. Was he really capable of being in a casual relationship? I probably wasn't. The whole thing was bewildering. I needed to stop thinking and just enjoy the experience as much as possible. The elevator doors opened into the lush dark apartment, and I started for the door. It's out through the garden, Miss Morrell, he said, brushing my arm with his hand in what may have been a gesture of direction, but ended up being lightning and fireflies and a flashback of hospital floors and fangless kisses. I froze and then turned, heading stiffly towards the wall of windows and the garden beyond. It was dark outside, even with the softly glowing orbs that floated slowly around the garden. Why did you have plants all around your bed? I asked suddenly. Yes, talking about his bed was a brilliant way to dispel any awkwardness. I like plants. This way, if you would, he said, opening the French doors wide and walking through. It smelled like jasmine and oranges, which made sense because there was jasmine, and oranges, blood oranges with white jasmine blossoms twining around the branches. We walked down a path between rows of orange trees and jasmine, with the waterfall at the end of the enclosing bower. It was stunningly romantic, probably. I should hold his hand and look up at him while sighing audibly. The whole thing was so ludicrous. Tell me a poem, I said, because this walk clearly needed poetry to push it over the top. He spoke in a dizzyingly delicious voice, words I'd never heard aloud, ancient Persian if I wasn't mistaken, that I'd only seen on the page. Hearing it was so thrilling. I whirled around to face him, his eyes in shadows then lit by a glowing orb, while his lips spoke what had been dead for centuries, awakening in this dark bower of beauty, words that felt like a spell, resonant sounds that pulled on my heart, my soul. He was magnificent in his glistening blue silk, like a pale sculpture emerging from the water, coming to life from long, long ago. I wanted to capture those words, preserve them so I could look at them later, But it wasn't only his words I wanted. His voice, his eyes, flickering in the light, his lips, capable of saying such impossible things. I wavered closer to him, fingers buzzing along with my lips. I wanted to taste his words, his mouth, his tongue, oranges and peppermint. Wait. I knew that word. I focused intently until I understand the gist. It was a poem about oranges. The magnitude of his appeal in that moment was so great, I almost sank down on the path in defeat. He had slain me with oranges. How could I possibly resist someone who spouted dead poetry that easily? I forced a laugh and grinned at him. Now that is a suitable poem. How easily you pluck poetry from ages past, as sweet and delicious as the oranges above us. And how sweet and delicious a mind that can appreciate the words of a forgotten age. He took my hand in his and raised it to his lips. He kissed my hand, his eyes closed in a moment that froze and stretched out while I soaked in every detail of the night. Him, the feel, the scent, the way I felt coming alive, unfurling like a jasmine blossom. I blinked, and the moment was over, my hand released, our walk once more resuming, but slower, too lost in feelings that roiled and spun inside of me, to overthink about what this was and whether it made sense. We talked about books, ancient authors who changed the world, and those who spent their life preserving the knowledge of the ages. Why do you translate Hammurabi's codes so often? You do it at least once a year, usually more. I shrugged and tilted my face up to smell a clump of flowers, aware of him beside me, waiting for me, keeping pace together like I'd never been with anyone. I love it. I love everything about it. I don't translate dead languages because I'm easily bored with things that never change. I seek the stability that comes from knowing what words I'll find before I open the book, with perhaps one or two nuances that I never noticed before. It's like visiting with an old friend. You never feel like that about anything I asked, turning to him. He plucked a blossom that I'd been admiring and tucked it into my hair, barely making contact before he pulled away and we began walking. I'm a vampire. By definition, I appreciate things that don't change. And the other half. He glanced at me with a raised brow. Are we shedding our armor and revealing our hidden natures, Miss Morrill? I'm game if you are. My heart beat rapidly as I considered revealing my former career, my impossible work of death in the square of immolation. I faced forward and said, "What a lovely view," walking more quickly until I came out of the trees and into the clearing near the waterfall. He chuckled and followed me, that low rumble chasing down my spine and sinking into my bones. A table set for two was near the edge of the deep falls, silver-covered dishes looking out of place in that wild location. "Is this the restaurant in Song that we're going to try?" I asked as I walked towards the table. The food is from the finest place in Song, but the show can only be seen on special occasions. Being the scholar, I facilitate several specialist groups, one being historians obsessed with recreating long-past entertainment. Tonight is ancient Babylonian, I believe. He held out a chair for me, which I took, and then he sat beside me, for a paralyzing moment brushing my knee with his, and the show began. I'd thought that dead poetry was amazing, but this, having ancient dance and music brought to life, was more than brilliant. The dancers seemed to be mostly vampires in elaborate face paint and robes that were meticulous replicas of several pieces I'd seen in museums. The dancing and music were fascinating, dovetailing perfectly with everything I knew about their language, but it was more than an intellectual feast. It was beautiful art that evoked feelings, like awareness of the man sitting beside me, his stillness, his secret band of dance and music reenactors, and his vast expanse of knowledge regarding ancient fruit poetry. I reached under the table and grabbed his hand, gripping it too hard, but it was like stepping into a dream of so much more than I was used to thinking about wanting. It was better than sushi. He was better than sushi. I watched breathlessly, too fascinated with the show to eat anything until they performed the last flurry of spins and then disappeared into the darkness dramatically, like magic. It took me a few seconds of breathless silence, my eyes still filled with the movement and color, before I realized that I was still holding his hand. I pulled away and grabbed my fork. I carefully cut into my steak, slicing a sliver-thin piece like you'd use to get information out of a certain species I hadn't seen in years. I took a bite and focused all of my attention on it so I didn't get distracted by the man next to me. I wanted to devour every piece of him, but I focused on food instead. It was extremely delicious steak that melted in my mouth with so much butter and garlic on the mushrooms and tender asparagus that you could barely count them as vegetables. There was salad, a nice peppery mix with candied nuts and light dressing, but nothing was as appetizing as the man next to me, not even the world's best sushi. I was officially in trouble. He ate slivers of meat, a bit of candied nut, and 2 spears of asparagus, but mostly he drank a thick, red elixir that smelled like elderberries. After we'd been quiet for long enough that it felt awkward, I clicked my fork against the rim of his glass. "What are you drinking? I shouldn't have used my fork. I'd been sucking on that fork. That was too casual, too intimate." Wait, was intimate the same as casual, or were they the opposite? "It's a cleansing elixir to help with the detoxification process." He cleared his throat. "I dislike alarming you, but you should be aware of some unfortunate news. Brace yourself." I raised my eyebrows. I'm breathless with anticipation. Is Bert dead? He frowned and shook his head. "No, nothing like that, but the spiders weren't targeting him. The spider that injected me had poison based on demon blood, but mixed in such a way with certain elements by someone that knows me very well." I stared at him, puzzling through that maze of almost information. "You're saying that you were the target, but you weren't there when they came out." He bared his fangs for a moment before he took a sip of the elixir, made a face, and set it down with a thump. "To kill you. I was injected with a serum that would turn me into a monster that would destroy anything Angel touched, like you." I swallowed hard, and I had to work to not pull out my file. "You're saying that someone was trying to use you to kill me. Why?" He shrugged. "Jezerad prefers to twist things into the most agonizing end possible. For me, betraying those I consider under my protection would be most unpleasant." "Unpleasant? You think that killing me would be unpleasant?" "Well, can't have that." I grabbed my glass of water, sniffed it, then took a sip. He smiled and shook his head. "No, we can't. In the interest of full disclosure, we also followed the spiders to their manufacturer and found the place decimated. I have agents sifting through the ashes as we speak." My stomach clenched, and I leaned back in my chair, frowning at my untouched mashed potatoes. Potatoes were supposed to be comfort food, and for some reason I wanted comfort. I didn't want potatoes. No, I'd rather slip into Stead's embrace, like all of those times in the days right after I'd been rendered from the library, but potatoes would have to work. I took a bite. Why were they so delicious? I took another bite and another. It wasn't sushi, but it was comforting. The manufacturer was destroyed, and someone was aware enough of me and the scholar to use him to kill me. Still, they'd failed because they hadn't taken something into account, either Horace and Stead's men showing up in time to stop him, or how effective kissing him would be as a distraction from violent impulses. He hadn't as much as cut me with his fangs. On the other hand, my hand still had stitches from stupidly reaching out to his claws afterwards. I frowned at my empty plate for a long time before it registered as empty, then looked up at him. "Miss Mowell, are you all right?" His voice was soft, careful, making up for how uncontrolled he'd been. I mentioned that I prefer to remain largely unnoticed. "You didn't happen to tell anyone about my heritage, did you?" He shook his head. "Certainly not, Miss Mowell. However, there are certain things about you that may draw notice if one were paying attention. Someone was certainly in the library, and after information from Horace. I think it is far more likely that my old enemies are targeting you in a bid for revenge." "Old lovers you rejected? Well, you can't blame them for that." He gave me a weird look. Jezerad is incapable of feelings as delicate as love. I sat up. "If Jezerad wants me dead, then we have to find him, using me as a lure so that we can." Absolutely out of the question. His voice was hard, icy, and the way he gripped his knife, until it bent, was a physical demonstration of his feelings. "You don't think it would work?" He unsheathed claws and drew a death rune on the table where it wouldn't do any harm, nice and slow so I could appreciate his meticulous capabilities. "You left runes in the mangled metal cage in the Square of Immolation. It's your favorite death rune, The same one you threw at me when you were out of crayons, I believe. I know the work of the assassin who used you, and I can assure you that I will never allow you to be handled in such a way again." He viciously bit into his asparagus, put down his mangled fork and stood. "I believe we have lamps to tune, Miss Moore." I slowly stood up while his words and that death rune bled into the table, blue and blinding for a moment before it faded out. He knew part of who I was, a very small part. Like that I'd been caged in the square, that I'd seen the fire, but not that I was the assassin who used me as a lure, or that I'd walked through the fire unsinged. Should I clarify things? No, he already knew more than enough about me, and what did I know about him, other than that he was handsome and poetic, and brilliant in all the ways I found irresistible? We were on the second lamp when the Marshal of Song showed up. The scholar hadn't said much during the first tuning, just kept guard, like we were due another spider assassin attack, and when they came, he'd be ready. The blue silk coat had long tails in the back that swirled around when he spun to face Marshall. "Good evening," my beauty Marshall crooned, ignoring the other vampire as he focused his fanged smile on me. "Have you decided to accept my generous offer of eternal life?" "Life, yes, eternal, no. Be on your way, civilian. This is music guild business." He clucked his tongue while the scholar growled, barely loud enough for me to hear, but Marshall certainly heard it. "But you'll die in only a few short years, and in the interim, you'll get old and haggard." He wrinkled his nose distastefully. I glanced at the scholar, whose perfect beauty was perfectly preserved. Would he be interested in a personal relationship with me once my age caught up to me? Maybe that's why he was good at leaving relationships. I shrugged. "You say that like living to a ripe old age is somehow a disadvantage. When I need glasses to see better, I'll go buy some. What disadvantage does age give you that isn't more than compensated by what is gained? Wisdom is something I'm looking forward to." He glanced at the scholar. "She likes ancient things. Lucky you being so much older than I am, and some consider me a relic." The scholar's jaw tightened, but I'd had enough of this pettiness and focused on my music. It took time and effort to get the lines to come to life, golden and burning for a moment before they faded, and the red glowing lamp sang a note of pure emotion that made me want to weep. What was wrong with it? The lamps in Sing didn't reach me on an emotional level. I put my guitar over my shoulder and headed towards the next lamp, while the scholar fell in right and slightly behind me. He'd make an excellent bodyguard if he could take the pay cut. What exactly did he make his money doing? I still knew so little about him. We turned a corner, and there in front of us was a group of vampires in various states of elegance and power. The scholar stopped abruptly, grabbing my arm and pulling me back against his chest. "These are his children," he murmured. "Naturally, as are these," Marshall said from behind us. I cautiously looked back and after a quick count saw how excellently we were penned in. "What are you doing?" I demanded of Marshall, but he only smiled at me, anticipation burning in his glittering red eyes. The scholar said, "I have more men in the city. You've been asleep for a very long time, and Song doesn't belong to you any longer." His voice was low and terrifying. "If you touch a hair of my heart, I will see you and your family hunted to extinction." Who knew he had a hairy heart? Wait, was that supposed to be me? How poetic or romantic or possessive? We were experimentally dating, and it's not that I wasn't completely blown away by the experience, but I wasn't anyone's heart, particularly a vampire, who liked hearts as a matter of increasing blood flow to their mouths. The Marshal cocked his head and smiled. "But they aren't here, and she is. If I take her, I can fly far from Song before you can stop me. Is she as sweet as she smells?" He inhaled the air dramatically before flashing his fangs in a brilliant smile at the other vampire. Seriously. Now he was posturing to impress his competition. Forget the prey. Yes, forget the prey, but his children were watching me instead of the two vampires, waiting for the opportunity to snatch the helpless victim. I wasn't feeling particularly helpless today, but I made a point of remaining unnoticed. I stepped towards Marshall, gripping my guitar. "Are you always this annoying? You'd bring a vampire war to my city for what? I woke you, and as my reward, I'd like you to take your children away and give them attention. All you do is summon them when you want to go to war, but they have feelings, aspirations, ambitions. But do you even know who they are anymore, Why are you fussing over some ungrateful human when you have the most fascinating and beautiful vampires I've ever seen to become reacquainted with? You couldn't be threatened by the scholar who isn't even a whole vampire. This squabble is beneath you. I gave him my most winsome and enticing smile. I hadn't ever failed me, not once, until that night. Marshall laughed in my face, but this time it sounded almost genuine. Remarkable. Scholar, are you sure that you've got her and not the other way around? That was the perfect delivery of flattery, persuasion and allure. Child, now you're almost interesting. Having his direct attention wasn't comfortable, but it didn't last long. Michael grabbed me, pulling me behind him, and his suit coat curled around me, stretching out like wings. She is mine. Challenge that and die. Marshall cocked his head. You can't fly away into a flock of bats carrying the delectable musician librarian, can you? Against so many of my strongest, what can you do? I tried to push the coat down, but it kept coming up and getting in my face, keeping me firmly against the scholar's side and away from the enemy. The marshal moved suddenly, sliding down and grabbing my ankle, pulling me off balance and yanking me away from Michael for a brief terrifying moment of freefall. The next moment, my scholar caught me around the waist, and then he turned into a dragon. I stared at him, forgetting all about the vampires and the danger in a moment of awe and shock. He wasn't a full dragon, because one of those would hardly fit in the street, but he had glistening scales like water, enormous wings, and ridges over his brows. His face was elongated, somewhere between human and beast, and his claws were long enough to thrust entirely through a body, which I saw when he stabbed Marshall with all 5 fingers, then curled his claws and yanked, spraying me with a fine sheet of Marshall's vampire blood and other miscellaneous parts that would definitely clog my shower. Dragon. I was in the grasp of a dragon, and there was no creature in existence more dangerous, whimsical, possessive, and powerful. Welcome to the other half, mister. Hide, eat your heart out. No, the dragon would eat his heart out. What did dragons eat? I couldn't remember, but he'd called me his heart. If he meant that in any way I was in so much trouble. The cage I'd spent weeks in would be nothing compared to his cage, and the worst thing about it would be that I'd like it. No one could resist a dragon, one way or another. He launched into the air, scooping me up in a bridal carry, while he darted through the darkness of song, faster than thought, breath, fear. No, the fear was alive and well as we almost flew straight into a building. He barely dodged around it and climbed higher. Where were we going? The ceiling was right above us, so I could see the cracks in it that I needed to do something about before it fell down. In the next breath, we came to the escalators that I'd fallen off so magnificently, and the next moment we were out into the sky of Sing, flying higher and higher and higher and higher. I clung to his neck and tried to keep my breath, but the terror and the height ripped it out of me. Heights weren't my favorite. For far too long we flew around the city and no doubt the view was great, but I was freezing and terrified, and I'd been dating a dragon. How could I have missed that? Not that I'd ever met one before, and not that I'd made a study of dragons. Oh, that's what he'd been talking about so long ago. He'd offered to tell me all about dragons. Too bad I didn't take him up on it. Finally, he landed on the Lydian's roof, which was an elaborate garden strung with lights and a happily burning fire pit with an enormous dessert table next to the rich cushions, just waiting for a couple of happily oblivious idiots to fall into. It took him a long time to put me down, maybe because my hands were frozen around his neck, maybe because he was holding me with those claws, stained in the vampire's blood and whatever. It wouldn't kill Marshall, but it would slow him down and make his children furious. Just what Song needed, a good old-fashioned vampire war. By the time he lowered me to the ground, I was shaking, and furious, and terrified, and worst of all, betrayed. I'd kissed him when I didn't know what he was. Why was I so stupid, and why had he treated me like that, showing me the beautiful, rare, magical world he had to offer me? It was a lure. I'd been a lure long enough to identify what it was perfectly well, and it was a very good one, set out nicely for the prey to walk in unsuspecting, and then me would be ensnared before she knew what had caught her. But I knew that he was a dragon, because Marshall had forced his hand. In retrospect it all seemed designed, plotted, because if he actually wanted to kidnap me, he'd do it when I wasn't with the scholar. What was Marshall's game? How would this serve him? When Michael released me, I barely didn't fall over, but somehow stayed on my feet. He shook himself and became once more the vampire in the blue silk coat, the one that came with wings. "You should sit," he said, his voice darker and more growly as he gestured towards the cushions. One thing was absolutely certain: if I went into those cushions, I wouldn't come out again. I licked my lips and forced a smile. Actually, I think I should get back home. I had a beautiful time on our experimental date, but I need to get rest so that we can go out again sometime. I wouldn't want to indulge too freely in such rich experiences. I slowly walked towards the door on the end, acutely aware of the way he watched me out of those elemental eyes. A water dragon. That explained the waterfall, but not the plants. How did a dragon get with a vampire in the first place? "Are you certain you wouldn't like to ask me questions?" he asked, following me a respectful 3 feet away. 3 feet was nothing for a creature like him. The worst thing was that I had no idea how to kill him. I knew how to kill almost everything, but an elemental dragon mixed with an undead creature would be, in all practicality, unkillable. I'd have to do research, but I didn't have access to the resources I'd need. Even the Library of Antiquities didn't have the required sacred texts. "I have so many questions for you, but not tonight. You're very cold. I should warm you before you go." I laughed, and it was almost gurgling at the end, but I managed to keep it under control. If he knew I was panicking, he'd push to get closer, and then I'd end up in his cage. "You should, but I'm concerned that I wouldn't be able to resist you. I was raised in a very strict religious order, and I still feel strongly about the place of marriage in society." He raised a brow. "I assure you, Miss Morrel, that your virtue is safe with me." "Ha! You think that I'm worried about you? I almost came undone on our first elevator ride tonight. Good night, Mr. Stead. I'm leaving alone." I hurried away from him, hating that I'd had to say that, and hating even more that it was true. I hated vampires, but dragons? Impossible. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 17. When I got home, Pansy drooled all over me, licking me over and over again, maybe to get off the vampire blood spray. I definitely needed a bath. When I got to the bathroom, I stared at my reflection. I was pale as a ghost, my hair was absolutely terrible, tangled and stuck up in odd places where it wasn't still in the tortured half bun, and I had bits of vampire all over me. I shuddered and turned on the tub. I had to soak and then use a strainer to catch all the bits so they didn't clog the pipes, and then I'd take a nice shower to get off everything else, and then I'd go to bed and never get up again. I was curled up in the tub the first time I sneezed. I'd used too much allurement on Marshall and the scholar, which always weakened my immune system. Throw in my icy night ride, and I was due for a nasty cold. Well, at least that would give me an excuse to avoid the scholar until I could strategize an exit from his claws. Had he been stalking me for 4 years so that he could add me to his horde? What kind of dragon collected translators? Should I protest being collected when his other employees were so happy in his care? Had he told them that he wanted a personal relationship? I could ask them. I sneezed violently and groaned, sinking into the water. I'd figure it out later. The next morning, I dragged myself out of bed when Pansy threatened to rip my pajama pants, threw on a robe, and took him outside for a brief walk in my biggest, warmest coat, and then came back in, fed him, and went back to bed. That day was blurry, and the next, but by the 4th day, I was healthy enough to worry about what to do with a dragon. He hadn't come by, hadn't had anyone check on me for him, hadn't made the slightest move towards me. Was I being paranoid? I took a minute to sneeze violently, stuffed my tissues into my pockets, and then ran through some fighting drills that would never be sufficient to kill a dragon. I was like that, poised for a decapitation with my slender file when Cross came in from the bathroom, no doubt having slipped in through the window. I threw my file at him. "Haven't you heard of knocking? You scared me to death." He stared at me, frowned at my rumpled pajamas, the coat I wore over my pajamas, tissues peeping out of the pockets, and said, "You've been hunting?" "How did it go?" I shook my head, took a tissue out, and blew my nose. I'm not dead, so I guess that's a win. What brings you to town? I thought you were keeping a low profile, so Mother Mercy doesn't know that you gave her a corpse. When is the last time you've eaten? I stared at him, then I remembered the mashed potatoes and I sniffed. But it wasn't from my cold. Everything had been so beautiful, so perfect, and then it had all gone to dragons. Cross, do you know how to kill a dragon? He came over and put his hand on my forehead. You have a slight fever, but you might be mad from hunger. Where is your phone? He found it face down, turned off behind the books on my shelf closest to the door, where I'd left it once I'd come down from the roof the night of the mashed potatoes. I don't want my phone, that's why it was hiding. I can't use my phone to order food to your house. Think what kind of gossip that would cause, strange men coming and going at all times of the day and night. Just night, I said, but I didn't stop him from opening my phone and ordering Chinese, then calling another place and ordering chicken in all its many incarnations, then a sushi place, and ordering way too much sushi for me to pay for now that I was out of even my part-time job. I couldn't go back, or I'd never leave. Not that I'd mind. I stared off into space, thinking about ancient Persian poetry and oranges until he bumped me with his elbow. Now, let's talk business. Mother Mercy is coming here for your book. I'll only be able to delay her for a few days, a week at most. I stared at him. My treatise on morality. He raised a finger. What kind of treatise on morality bleeds magic like that? The kind I did experiments on. It didn't use to bleed magic. It used to be like a teddy bear that I held at night to keep away the nightmares. He flicked away my words with his fingers. You're talking like a rational person. Someone has convinced Mother Mercy that your book holds the key to bringing heaven to earth for all eternity. I stared at him in horror. Everyone with a hint of darkness would die like the half-vampire dragons who seduced innocent assassins and then didn't bother them for days afterwards. Maybe he'd been talking about his own hairy heart. He shrugged. Eventually, after a millennium of burning, heaven's not for the faint of heart, but Mother Mercy is convinced that it's the only way to save the last dregs of humanity. Okay. Take it. I headed for my kitchen and put on some water. I should make tea, not that I had tea. I could drink hot water. Everyone knew that the benefits of herbal tea were mostly psychological, anyway. He followed me, frowning. Take it? You're fine with Mother Mercy taking one of the few things she hasn't already stolen from you. I leaned on the counter and then thought that maybe I had a lemon. A squeeze of lemon would be good for my cold. I went to the fridge, but he held it closed above my head. What do you want, Cross? I'm tired and tired and tired. I collapsed against the fridge and blew my nose a few times. He fussed with my hair for a bit, studying me. Why did you turn off your phone, Angel? I should tell him that the scholar was half dragon, just so he'd help me figure out how to kill him, but Michael hadn't come over in days, so maybe he wasn't the possessive kind of dragon, and I couldn't just tell assassins about my scholar's secret life. I mean, he gave me advance pay in spite of my ineptitude, and he'd fed me a lot of sushi. No, I wasn't going to tell Cross any of my scholar's possible vulnerabilities, because he'd laid the perfect trap for me, and I was emotionally invested in his well-being. I always did fall for the absolute worst guys, but a dragon was a new impossible. Cross took my chin and raised my eyes back to his. Hey, I'm worried about you. I tried to call to warn you, but you didn't answer. You had some other messages too, and maybe they were important. I've been sick. What am I supposed to do, Cross? Not get sick? You never get sick when you don't go hunting. I thought you gave up on that. I looked up at him and said a name that should mean nothing to him without context. Jazarad. His eyes widened, and he visibly flinched. What he recovered quickly, but I knew all his tells. I punched him, which was so pathetic that he didn't even block. You know who it is. He held up his hands. You can't chase that kind of demon. What would you do? Summon him so you could kill him? How would you kill him? That kind of demon is worse than a dragon. You withheld information about my father's killer. How long, Cross? I swear, if you don't tell me, I'll cut a cross in your face. I grabbed the nearest metal object, and it was a spoon. He eyed the spoon, then gave me a look. "You're sick, out of shape, and you think you can carve into my face?" I narrowed my eyes at him. "Sure, I'll just tell you how fun it will be." I wiggled my eyebrows at him and took a threatening step forward while I summoned whatever it was. He held up his hands and took a step back. "When you're still sick from the last time? What did you use it on anyway? If you really want to cut a cross in my face, then fine, but don't overextend yourself." His words deflated me, as he knew they would. My water started screaming its boiling song, and I searched the fridge until I found a sad lemon in the back of a drawer and started making a cup of hot lemon water. "How long have you known about my father's killer and not told me?" 4 years. "I came to tell you, because I only figured it out after I studied your messy, fiery experiment, but then I saw you, and you said that you wanted out, and you looked." I'd avoided mirrors at the time, but I knew that it hadn't been pretty. I stayed in for 30 years because that was my motivation. I'm sure I would have summoned the strength to track his followers down. "I know that you would have, which is why I didn't tell you. Angel, you're too powerful. The next time, maybe it won't be just a square that you burn. Maybe it'll be a city, and maybe it'll be worse than burning. It took longer for you to recover every time. Like now. How many days have you been sick, and all to compel your prey? I care about you, and I care about collateral damage. Both of those dictated that I keep what I knew to myself. I have been working on my own to track them, though." I gripped his wrist. And they're hunting you. You must be aware of that much. Spider bots. Who uses those these days? I am pretty sure that they want what everyone wants right now. Where is your book?" I took my cup of lemon water and held it against my chest so the warmth could spread into my lungs. He wasn't wrong. I really wasn't in prime shape to run around assassinating people ever since Song's Square of Immolation. "It's in the laboratory's vault in Song. I work there now because I got fired from the library for consorting with vampires." He snorted. "Nonsense. Where is it really?" I glared at him. "They rendered me from my library." "I wouldn't joke about that. It's really in the vault in the undercity." "Ha! Why is it there? You've really been consorting with vampires. Do you guys have a thing? Would he protect you from whoever's bending Mother Mercy's ear?" "No, work for him temporarily. We don't have a thing." I scowled at him and stirred some honey into my cup. "Then why is the person saved as date leaving you so many messages? Morning, noon, and night. He's called you for the last 3 days. The longer you go without calling him back, the more like a stalker he'll appear. And if he is a stalker? If he's the worst, wickedest, awfulest baddie I've ever met?" His mouth got tight. "Then maybe, just maybe he can help you when they come for you." His voice was soft, but the words cut through me like a knife through hot butter. No, like a hot knife through cold butter. Either way reminded me of buttery mushrooms and garlic potatoes. "Maybe I want them to come for me. What better way to find the unfindable?" "Sure." That went so well the last time. He smirked, and I kicked at him fast enough to get him in the shin. He just stared at me and let me kick him. Ow. He didn't have the softest shins. I sighed. "Thanks for coming and warning me. You can tell Mother Mercy that my book is in the scholar's vault. That should make her give up." He snorted. "Did I mention that this book is also the key to bringing hell on earth? She wants the book as much to keep someone else from getting it as to have it herself. Thus the interest of Jazarad's cult." "You're giving me a headache," I accused, then took my tea with me to the living room and my only chair. My phone was sitting there, showing that I had several new messages, texts and voicemail. "Are you sure it's not what they think it is?" Cross asked. "It's my book. I know that book more than I know anyone or anything. It has gotten less and less stable in the last few years, but we're talking magical acid forest, not merging with a different dimension and destroying half the population. I thought they were looking for the Book of Fates, but unless that's a different, demonic cultist group in my life." Cross, I retired. "Why is all of this coming up now?" He came over to me, kissed my forehead as the doorbell rang. Chinese food, delivered by a werewolf. I'd guess whose payroll it's on, but it isn't fair to play games with a sick girl. I'd feel better if you were with him. If you're serious about letting me have the book, bring it in Monday night. middle of the night, East Hall. I scowled. The library? Not a chance. Because you got fired? Get over it. That's the most convenient path from the lab to freedom. The doorbell rang again. I blew my nose and went to answer it, hearing the soft slide of my window as Cross slipped out into the night. It was way too much food, but I was saved from stuffing it into my fridge when Mirabelle showed up, scowl on her face, harp slung over her shoulder. I looked up for my sushi, because no matter what, I was eating all the sushi. Oh, what's going on? Are you hungry? I'm here to make sure that you're coming to the music hall tomorrow. Are you sick? You are. Where's your boyfriend? Isn't he taking care of you? I sniffed and ate a sushi roll. She grabbed a box of spicy chicken and vegetable stir-fry and started eating. She stopped after that box long enough to text someone on her phone, then she grabbed some chicken wings. Do you want to talk about it? Did you guys have a bad breakup? I've never had any emotional connections with anyone like that, not when I have music, but I've seen a lot of people have relationships, and I know all the love songs. I actually have a question for you. Bert, a guard at my work, was attacked a few weeks ago, and I used a maintenance spell on him to try and keep him alive while I waited for medics. He's still in a coma. And I wondered if it was from my music. I heard from a doctor that was impossible, but a nurse said that's what everyone thinks it's from. She chewed thoughtfully, then shrugged. I have no idea. It's interesting though. Maintenance music is usually only used on inanimate buildings keyed for that kind of thing. Was your coworker very musical? I shrugged. I think that he liked music. I'll go with you once you've gotten over your cold and see. Anna can come too. Do you know, I stopped at the sushi piano bar first to find you, and she was there, but she didn't seem to remember you. I shrugged. She has memory issues. The only thing she always remembers is Gabby. She has good days and bad days. Your best friend doesn't remember you. That's so depressing. I punched her shoulder gently. I'm happy with my relationships. Thanks very much. She studied me for a long time. Sure. It's like you're expecting to run at any minute. No furniture, no friends, no relationships, just work and sushi. Well, maybe that was true, but now I've also got music and you. You're my good friend, Mirabelle, or I wouldn't feed you so much. Her lips twitched. That would be new for me. I don't cultivate friendships very well either, but you are a conscientious musician. Tuning song was a bold move. I only got a few lamps, and I'm taking a break until I can find a way that won't involve vampires. I'll go with you. No sane person would mess with a music master in her prime. She raised her chin and looked so young and ridiculous that I patted her on the head. You keep thinking that. Confidence looks good on you. She narrowed her eyes, sniffed at me, and then went to the door to let Anna in. Hi, she said shyly, looking around the room curiously. The message said my friend was here, but I don't remember she saw me and then stared boldly until she grinned. Sushi. I went over and gave her a hug even though it might get her sick. She was a healer with good vibes, she'd be fine. She squeezed me back, then pulled away to study my eyes. You're sick? Yeah, I got a cold. Let's get you better. Mirabelle will run out for anything we need. I'll make a list. It was kind of nice to be fussed over by two crazy women, even if one of them forced me to consume vast amounts of revolting concoctions that would kill a weaker person. They tucked me in bed and stayed in my living room, playing music and cleaning up the leftovers while I fell asleep. When I woke up, I felt much better, good enough to walk Pansy to the music hall. It took longer than going alone, but it was one of the few places I could take him, and I wanted the company. The music hall was as depressing and run down as I remembered, but when I got inside, the whole atmosphere was better. People were laughing, the music felt less forced, and while it was musical chaos in the big hall, with multiple groups practicing different styles with different instruments, they were mostly in the same key. As I walked through the room, my instrument on my shoulder, Pansy's leash in my hand, I saw people carrying plates with snacks that looked like a French food film had decided to use the music hall as their set. I followed the food into the dining room, and there was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. They had an entire table just for sushi, platters in tubs of ice, all my favorite kinds and others I'd never tried before. The other tables had varieties of snacks from sweet to savory, and all of them were beautiful and looked edible. Libby Tiago called, coming towards me while balancing 3 plates. Thank you, and the caterers said that the Saturday snacks were paid for in perpetuity. Can you imagine? I picked up a sushi roll and then stopped before I put it in my mouth. By who? They called him the Marshal of Song. My heart sank, and I put down the sushi roll. It might be poisoned. He's a vampire who wants to turn me. It's not poisoned. It was catered by a respectable company, and Mirabelle did some spells over it to make sure it was okay, as well as sampling every dish herself. She's such a conscientious music master. He smiled brilliantly. And you are a most conscientious maintenance musician. You've been tuning in song? No one's done that for years. I tried once and ended up crying for hours from the emotional harangue. I did notice that it was more emotional in song than sing. Why is that? He shrugged. From the moody, brooding, emotional people, probably. Did Mirabelle tell you about the night sessions? We have 12 people coming at midnight to join our guild, all from song. You've been such an excellent ambassador. I haven't done much. P.S. You've tuned at least a lamp a day since you got sick, usually many more. Almost your entire district is in tune. Do you know how happy that makes the city? I walk through your neighborhood just to hear the lamps, and now you're tuning song as well in your district. Taking responsibility for both instead of just the one? Mirabelle is terribly grateful to have you. I popped the sushi in my mouth. This conversation was getting awkward. I didn't do anything besides tune lamps when I took Pansy out for a walk in the morning and in the evening. The lamps in song had more to do with needing something to do on my date with the scholar than me being particularly vigilant. Still, it was always nice to be appreciated. It was probably mostly the snacks that made Tiago wax so eloquent. He didn't let his happiness stop him from working me particularly hard in lessons that day solo, and then in our group as we studied without nearly the amount of whining and hesitance as we'd had before the concert when we'd seen and heard our potential. Walker Lady was chummy enough to tell me her name, Naomi, and that she'd tuned a few lamps with Mirabelle, and it hadn't been so bad. It was a great day, and I played until Tiago sent me home to rest and get completely recovered. On the way back, I stopped and tuned lamps with Pansy, walking slowly between lamps as I tried to figure out what to do about the book and the scholar and paying my bills. I had a place to live, and I could, theoretically, live off the snacks for a week like Mirabelle no doubt was doing, but eventually I'd run out of things to translate in my living room. The scholar could supply me with an infinite variety of books as well as my old favorites. When I got home, I stopped and stared at the box of oranges on my doorstep. There was a letter on the top with my name on it, or rather, the librarian on it, which was ridiculous, because I wasn't a librarian of anything other than my private library. I dragged the box of oranges into my apartment and then unleashed Pansy. He went to the spot in the sunshine in front of the window and collapsed. He'd had a busy day napping in between our walking sessions. I dragged the oranges to the kitchen and then sat on the counter to read the letter. Dear Miss Mole, deceit. Please accept these in way of apology. I understand that oranges are very healthy, and that you've been sick from my thoughtlessness, flying with you until you were nearly iced over. If there's anything you would like that I could do to make amends, please let me know. If you'd rather not communicate directly with me, Anna will take a message for you. Stead. Anna. Had she gone marching through song and into the scholar's lab to browbeat him into apologizing to me? Of course she had. What were friends for, even if they couldn't remember you half the time? I smoothed over the words of the letter with my finger, then noticed the words on the back written in his same clear handwriting, but in ancient Persian. He'd given me oranges and something to translate. My heart beat faster and my lips ached. I closed my eyes, pressed the letter to my lips, and tasted his words. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 18. Monday morning, after a quick walk with Pansy, I was ready to descend into Song and retrieve my book. I wore my big black coat, even though it wasn't cold, and went down to Song in a way I'd never gone before. It was a lot of walking. The dawn was not the time that anyone was up in Song, other than a couple of drunkenly singing vampires who knocked over a garbage can as I was walking by, who found themselves hilariously funny. I kept the collar of my coat up and kept walking. It was good to see the vampires laughing and messing around, because that probably meant that they weren't at war. It would take me ages to get through the city if it was war-torn, even at dawn. I got to the scholar's lab through a side door past the waterfall near my office. Well, what had been my temporary office. I couldn't think about it in any kind of possessive way, or it would be over. It being my freedom from the claws of dragons and vampires. Even if Cross was deluded enough to think that Michael could protect me from the demons, no one would protect me from him. He was too hard to kill. I'd never be with someone I couldn't kill. That was logic. Or madness. Either way, I had to stick to my ideals or I'd lose myself entirely. I climbed up to the balcony, peered in the window, and heard a low voice muttering in ancient Egyptian. That would be Trumbull then. She was probably sleeping on the couch with a book on her chest, mumbling the way she did when she wasn't working. Perfect. I crept in, careful to open and close the door silently before I tiptoed past the human. I held my breath until I reached the door, and then carefully started to turn the knob when it turned under my hand and was flung in, barely missing me. I stared at Sultry, who stared back at me, her face the most startled I'd ever seen it. "You're here?" she demanded. I was just leaving," I whispered, trying to edge around her. "How long have you been here?" She frowned past me at my office, then at me. "You're leaving." "Sheesh, she's sleeping. I don't want to wake her. I'm just going to the vault." Her expression cleared, and she stepped out of my way. "The vault?" "Oh, that's right, Pepshaw was complaining about it. You aren't leaving. That's all right then, you've been here all night." "Not all night." She gave me a weird look that I returned before I flashed a stunning smile and continued tiptoeing into the hall. She stuck her head out and watched me walk down the hall like I was as interesting as ancient Armenian. I waved back at her, but she only watched me like I was a truly inscrutable puzzle or a crazy person. That was a distinct possibility, considering that my bed was full of oranges. I turned the corner and then walked more quickly away from Sultry's suspicious stare. When I got to the vault, the door was barred from the inside. I knocked loudly against the iron door, demon metal, probably with a core of heavenly gold. The scholar certainly had the finest vault I'd ever seen, although everything could be improved. For a second I smiled, remembering his words, but then Pepshaw peered out at me, golden eyes widening before he opened the door enough for me to slip in past him. "Hi there. I'm just stopping by to pick up my..." I trailed off once I got a good look at his situation. The unstable demon book had just about melted through the demon chains holding it, and swirls of purple were spiraling around, glowing and flickering with evil. It was very high drama, but some books were like that. "As you can see, I have a situation. I'm afraid that you couldn't make it to your book currently. Come back later." I ignored his dismissal, instead putting my hands on my hips and walking up to the thick line of salt he'd drawn in a circle around the dangling book. "What does the salt do?" I asked. "If you don't understand the purposes of clarifying salt with a book like that, it'll just leave a goopy residue when it's done with it, which is so difficult to get out of rugs, but I can see that you have unseen basalt in here, so it should be fine. You'll just have to scrape it off. I like to keep a snow shovel handy, you know. The really sturdy kind they ship from Maine." I dropped down on my heels and held out my hands like a frame, getting a clear visual of the book in its space. Thick clouds of dark smoke had filled most of the room, except where Pepshaw kept it clear near the door, so I couldn't even see my book. "Look, girl, I don't mean to be abrupt, but it's a dangerous time to be in the vault, and the scholar will have my head and my hands in separate bottles if any harm comes to you. It's just a book." He rubbed his forehead over his deeply furrowed brows. "It's just a book," she says, he muttered under his breath. "How can I combat such ignorance? Do you see my face? These claw marks, that just a book did that to me." "Claws?" I hate it when they do that. Look, you all call me the librarian. You should trust me with books. I flashed him a smile before I stepped over the salt line and summoned a pail of chalk dust that I flung up in just the right shape so that it stayed aloft in the rune I'd formed, holding the purple smoke in place. I did 6 chalk runes until the book stopped smoking as the runes took hold of the entire space inside the salt circle. I walked towards the book, pushing the runes of floating chalk dust out of my way, which had bonded to the purple glowing and crackling smoke, so it was pushed away as well. The book was just sad, bloated, spitting sparks, and those were definitely vicious claws curling out of the cover. "You know, Goblin, I think we're going to need some lamb's blood." He didn't answer me. When I turned to look at him, he was staring at me in absolute horror. "Come now, quickly, quietly, before it devours you," he whispered. I flung chalk dust over my shoulder in a containment rune, and didn't have to turn to see the dark force that was about to bite off my head, not when it roared its rage at being contained. "It's fine," I said cheerfully. Honestly, it was kind of nice to face such a normal problem as a demonic book. There were no feelings to get in the way, no questions about oranges or possession, other than that the book would love to possess me. But I didn't have feelings for it, so it wouldn't happen. Seriously though, Pepshaw, if you could run and get some lamb's blood from Felix, he keeps it refrigerated in case of emergencies, that would be incredibly useful. It will take time to help it work through its dark energies, but when it's ready, there's nothing like lamb's blood to help a book settle down. "You want me to leave you here?" he whispered, still the picture of goblin terror. "Is it against policy?" "I promise I'm not going anywhere until you get back. Anyway, your choice, but I'm going to have to concentrate for a little while, so if you wouldn't mind being quiet, I'd appreciate it." I turned back in time to catch the jaws of the monster as it devoured me. It stung slightly, but no more than too much orange oil in the tub. I still had oranges floating in my bathtub. I hadn't eaten any, because that would be admitting that I liked oranges in him. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, searching the dark agony for the heart of the book's discontent. It wasn't hard to find, because whoever had created the book had an unhappy childhood involving sorcerers locking them up and feeding them beating hearts, that kind of thing. It wasn't only the original maker's darkness that needed therapy, it was a long series of people sacrificed on the book until it swam in their anger, not to mention blood. You had to be careful with blood and books, because books remembered stains for a very long time. I worked through one story at a time, one stain on the book's pages until I got to the heart, the center of the book. As I took it in my hands, it burst open and let out all its pent-up frustration. Books were meant to hold knowledge, not blood and sacrifice and misery. Poor thing. I sang to it all the soothing songs I remembered from my childhood before my father was slaughtered. Some of them must have been from my mother, and not all the lyrics were what you'd consider peaceful, about rivers of blood washing away all your worries, but what was more peaceful than a battlefield after the war had ended? Sad, sure, but definitely peaceful. Pepshaw came in when I was like that, hovering 6 feet from the ground with the book in my hands. He stopped abruptly and almost dropped the lamb's blood. I kept singing, weaving the rivers of purple glowing smoke into a much prettier story, giving suffering purpose and replacing agony with peace. I'd only been grasped by a book in the air a few times, but it was still weird. Not enough for the goblin to still be staring at me like, not really sure what that expression was, not being familiar with goblins. I ignored Pepshaw, hoping that he'd stay quiet. I shouldn't have worried, because he didn't move from that spot near the door while he watched with that weird expression. Finally, the book's angst had faded to a sigh, and with a rush, the smoke gathered around me until the book had inhaled every last bit of it, looking thinner, really only a few pages considering how much blood and pain was in it. Poor thing. I stroked its surface as I hit the ground, barely keeping my balance. "Bring me the blood, goblin. Stay out of the circle of salt." He obeyed immediately, bowing as he backed away once I had the vial of blood. I sprinkled it on the book and it sizzled at the contact. Turning the book over, I applied the blood to the other side. It sizzled and hissed, steam rising in a thick vapor that smelled like oranges. That was strange. "Pepshaw, I apologize for the delay. Sultry told me that it had been long enough for me to." I whirled around as the scholar's words trailed off. He was staring at me blankly. For a dangerous moment I almost dropped the book and threw myself into his arms dramatically. But that wasn't me, but the over-emotional book one was still dealing with. I refocused on the book, sprinkling the blood generously and blaming my trembling hands on everything but my scholar. I hummed and tried to look professional while I finished up, wrapping the book in gold chains once it had drank in its fill of sweet, unblemished blood. I know it stings, I murmured, smoothing my hand soothingly over the cover, but it will hold you securely. It's all right. I finished wrapping it in gold, and then tried to reach up to hang it on the hook, but it was too high for me. Strong hands came around my waist, and the next moment I was in easy reach of the hook. I carefully put the book away, trying desperately to ignore the scholar, the feel of his warm hands, strong, careful, incredibly controlled. The dragon was keeping his claws sheathed today. I swallowed at the memory of his claws and my heart pounded faster and faster, but I wasn't sure if the claws were as terrifying as my own feelings that welled up like a drama queen demonic book, demanding to be felt and acknowledged. He lowered me before I could sort out anything. I turned to face him, carefully, slowly, like he'd bite off my head if I moved too quickly. Miss Moore, what brings you to the vault this afternoon? Afternoon? Oh, I must have taken more time than I realized dealing with the book. Some books are so emotional. I was just going to check on my book and see how it was. My words died when I turned to point at my book and saw the disaster. Last time it had leaked white marble striated with gold. This time it was dripping red magma and had turned the gold chains to demon metal that bubbled up with cute, tiny volcanoes that splashed molten lava out of them. The burbling demon metal had spread to the hook, the solid chain, the ceiling, and to several surrounding hooks and chains. One chain was dripping magma down towards a cute little book that would probably ignite and be damaged, if not completely destroyed. I finished lamely, shooting a harried smile at Michael. He was staring at me, kind of how sultry had been staring at me. He didn't seem to be worried about his vault being turned into the infernal realm. Wait, what? I grabbed his arm, digging my nails into his flesh. Tell me about the Book of Fates. How is it made? He covered my hand with his, and I felt the prick of claws, even though they didn't break my skin. I did not mind the feel of his claws. No, there was something sweet about them, like Anna's squirrel's little claws when he clung to your shoulder. Your book is a book of fates. His voice was low, soft, but sank into me more rich and sweet than old worn leather or crackling parchment. It wasn't, but these things fluctuate, don't they? He stared into my eyes, his own eyes shifting from red to blue, until there was a very interesting blend that reminded me of the purple smoke. I've never witnessed the creation of a book of fates. I assumed there would be blood involved. Should we see? There's a goblin over there that would love to be a blood sacrifice. The scholar smiled, flashing his fangs at me in a way that made my toes curl. Is that right, Pepshaw? If the librarian would prefer my blood over another creature's, I would be honored. The scholar broke eye contact to frown at Pepshaw. She's joking. She wouldn't actually be interested in your blood, he growled. He sounded possessive enough to shock some sense into me. I slipped my hand away from his and turned to my book. This was a problem, several problems actually. I had no idea what was going on with it. It had been happy in the library's vault for years, and now it was leaking infernal magma and heavenly marble. I couldn't transport it anywhere like that, and it was actually turning into something even close to the Book of Fates that everyone was looking for. I definitely couldn't take it to Cross to give to Mother Mercy and whoever she was working with. If only there were an expert on books of fate that I could speak to, I said, crossing my arms and walking closer to the mess of lava. He held me back when I got in range of the little spitting volcano bubbles, hands on my upper arms in a way that shouldn't have been so delicious. Careful, Miss Moore. This is the kind of book that can harm you, isn't it? Shouldn't you put on some gloves, maybe a hazmat suit? His breath was warm, delicious, absolutely delightful, and I wanted to sink back against him. I shook my head and stepped away. It might have to be destroyed. The thought of destroying one of the two things that I had from my father hurt my heart, but it wasn't worse than rolling around a bed of oranges like a lunatic. I could give up what I wanted to get what I needed, like the scholar. How do you intend to do that? His low voice was so close to my ear that it made my skin prickle. This wasn't the time to get distracted by my awareness of him, but for a moment I wavered, almost turning around and tasting his voice, but then a big drop of infernal magma dropped on the pale book. First containment. Pepshaw, bring your salt if you have any left. It took hours working with the strangely eager to be sacrificed goblin to get my book under control. The scholar had managed to transform the magma on the poor book into ebony, which didn't blend very well with the book's leather cover, but I wasn't going to mention that. I tried not to speak to Michael, or look at him, or notice him at all, but it was impossible, because he had dead poetry in his head, just waiting for me to ask him to give me. What kind of poem would he come up with for this situation? Scholar, tell me a poem, I said before I could stop myself. He chose ancient Aramaic, something about the torment of unrequited love being like the eternal flames of hell. Maybe I was mistaken. Either way, it was a very long poem, and his voice speaking dead languages made my mouth water and my whole body tense for the opportunity to tackle him to the ground and taste his words and breath, and... Is it finished? He asked, ending his poem while I stood staring at the innocent-looking book on the table. He'd transformed everything from magma into basalt, which was a good choice as far as recurring magma disasters were concerned. He could do transformative spells while quoting dead poetry. Was anything more attractive? For now. I carefully opened the book, and there was the treatise on morality, but as I was turning the page, it grabbed me and split into a dozen books of itself with me holding each one. And then there was a very disconcerting and hallucination-like sequence of reading spells of destruction in a language that wasn't heavenly or infernal, but I recognized the symbol for fire. I knew that symbol. It's what I'd drawn with my last desperate breath on the top steps of the porch, where the house had been before it became the square of immolation. I'd had no blood to bring the rune to life, at least that's what I'd thought, but there were so many others filled with my blood, and for a moment I could see it, and then the connection between the rune and my blood created fire. It wasn't more than a moment that I was out of my body, in those different weird realms before I was back, the scholar looking at the book over my shoulder. You can read angelic and demonic, he asked, his words slow before time sped up to normal. I slammed the book closed and stood up, turning to face him. I need to talk to Horace. He raised his brows. You're right, he might have some insight into this kind of book. I assure you that this is not a book of fates. I've never seen anything like it before. Books of fates are always created by one side using the blood of the other, but this is a collaboration as messy and unique as Singsong City itself. What does that mean? He smiled softly. I'm a dragon vampire, and you are a demon angel. I stared at him, waiting for the punchline. I may have trace amounts of demon blood, like most humanity at this point, considering the existence of succubi, but I'm hardly a demon. You said yourself that I have angelic blood. It would be impossible to be both. He nodded soberly. It is impossible, like your fire. I inhaled sharply while my limbs froze up and broke off, shattering on the floor in a million chunks of ice. Not really, but it felt like that. His words had sucked all the heat and oxygen out of the room, casting me into deep space without anything to hold. I grabbed the only thing steady enough to hold me up, and there he was, right where I'd left him. I gripped his forearms and took a careful breath. It hurt to breathe around the shock and terror. What are you talking about? A book of fate could bring hell or heaven to earth, at least a small piece of it, but your book, you could bring both. I shuddered and released him, wrapping my arms around myself instead. I'd known that I was always weird, but hearing that I was a demon. Wait, why should I believe him? I'm not a demon. Then you didn't use your demon to compel Marshall and myself the other night. That was somebody else's demon. I glowered at him. If I had a full demon, it would have worked. You say full demon like that means something. You are likely more angel than demon, but there is enough demon for you to attract the absolute worst creatures. I swallowed hard. Like you. He smiled softly. Like me. My nature isn't who I am, but I admit to being drawn to you as inevitably as any other creature of the darkness. What compelled me to remain with something else, not the angel, not the demon, but you? Your love of dead languages, Hammurabi's code, and sushi. The way you throw crayons and death spells with equal impunity. The way you think until you have found a solution, and it's always remarkable, unique, beautiful. I could search for the rest of my extremely long lifetime and never find another woman as charming, beguiling, entrancing as you are to me. I was already shocked from the demon thing, but this was a whole new level of stunned. Let's go back to the demon thing. It's not important except as it relates to your safety and happiness. I swallowed hard. Like your dragon isn't important enough for you to mention more than once in passing. He pursed his lips. You bring up a salient point. As expected, he stunned me with a smile while I was still reeling from everything. It was too much. Everything was too much. I shook my head. Let's stick to facts. My book might be used to bring heaven or hell or both at the same time to earth. It would be quite devastating in Jazarad's hands. I rubbed my temples and tried to focus. So, he'd need the book in his hands, but his hands are stuck in the infernal realm, so someone would need to bring it to him. Opening portals isn't easy or unobtrusive, not with how much blood it takes. That's where his faithful acolytes come in. You'd call them cultists, but I think that doesn't give them credit for the seriousness of their mental instability. They are powerful, devoted, and wretchedly devious. I had been more than moderately concerned about your health since the hospital. The hospital where I'd kissed him. No, the hospital where I'd fought assassin spiders. A kiss couldn't possibly be as interesting as killer spiders. No, but it hadn't been just one kiss, had it? Ismail. I realized that I was staring at his mouth and looked down at his chest instead. He had the top 3 buttons of his white shirt undone, and his pale chest was as beautiful as the marble my book liked to spew. He wasn't wearing a jacket, but he was still broad-shouldered, strong, powerful, incredibly fit. Would you allow me to see to your safety as a temporary employee, if not something more personal? My eyes flew up to his, and my heart pounded louder and louder. More personal. Was that consent or a bid for further clarity? Clarity. Are you certain that's what you want? If I remember correctly, although I admit it is slightly hazy, the last time I tried to discuss things with you. I put my hand over his mouth, because it was either that, or I'd kiss him again, either to shut him up or to relive the moment. Either way was absolutely out of the question with my volatile book just waiting for me to get distracted so it could leak something else weird in the scholar's vault. What kind of bodyguard did you have in mind? I asked. His lips were against my hand. The realization gobbled up all of my thoughts, leaving me staring into those irresistible eyes until he removed my hand, sliding his fingers between mine until our hands were clasped together, palm against palm. I think a dragon would be adequate. A dragon. Or a vampire, if you'd prefer. He leaned slightly closer and inhaled deeply. You smell of oranges, like they're soaked into your skin. Really? I think you'd be more attuned to the lamb's blood or salt. They aren't soaked into your skin. Why do you smell of oranges, Miss Moore? Why wouldn't I? Oranges are very common. His eyes glimmered and his lips twitched in a smile. Then they should be honored to be chosen by someone so uncommon. I'm not convinced that I'm a demon. It isn't logical except that it sort of was. For instance, the way I killed things was very thorough, and I didn't have lingering regrets about it. Cross had regrets sometimes, as if the target could be saved, when I was solely interested in saving the target's future victims. He said, "There is nothing logical about existence, not when it's more a matter of faith and acceptance than logic." Says the scholar that sounds whimsical enough for a dragon. He flashed white teeth at me. Do you know what I wanted to do when you ran into me in the East Hall, in the middle of your acrobatics routine? My heart beat faster and faster. Bite me. He frowned and shook his head. I wanted to join you. I'm very fond of acrobatics. His words were so low, so suggestive. For a moment my imagination went wild before I reined it in. I cleared my throat. Ah. You probably have a gymnasium down here. I probably do, with all the equipment a back hall doesn't have. He ended on a growl that rippled down my spine. I blinked at him, bewildered and undeniably fascinated. I think that you're flirting with me. I'm also propositioning you, but subtly, so that you don't notice he grimaced as if in pain, then dropped to his knees in a smooth movement. The last time he'd lost his balance, he'd been poisoned. I bent over him, running my hands over his neck as I searched for a killer spider. There was nothing but extremely silky skin that left my hands buzzing. "What's wrong?" I asked, gripping his shoulder. "To your way of thinking, probably everything. Miss Morel, Libby, I find myself unable to deny my feelings for you." He spoke so simply, so sincerely. I straightened, taking 2 steps back while I stared at him in horror. What feelings can a vampire dragon have? I winced once the words were out, because it was so dismissive and cruel, but I needed to be cruel, to cut myself out of his heart before his feelings took root. "All of them, apparently. I have a ring. Would you like to see? I understand that you're probably going to reject me once you're over the shock, but stranger things have happened, and you've been involved in every single one of them." He pulled a ring out of his pocket, a simple gold band with a dozen gems embedded in the metal. "Miss Morel, Libby, will you marry me?" I stared at him for a very long time, then I switched to staring at the band he held out towards me. "So, that's the kind of engagement ring a dragon would pick out. I suppose you keep all your impressive gems in the cave." "My impressive gems would break your hand. You're welcome to them, but I recommend you doing something with them other than wearing them. You could probably crush them into powder and experiment on rare texts with them. I have so many rare texts that you could experiment on, all of them." He searched my eyes as he slowly stood, head slightly cocked, until he was once more standing taller than me. "I offer you everything I own, possess and am, and you don't even have to wait until I die, accidentally of course. Naturally, that includes all the sushi you could possibly eat." He was using my own words and sushi against me. I swallowed hard. "I can't kill you." He smiled slightly. "No? Perhaps that's the beginnings of attachment." "No, I mean, I literally can't kill you. How could I possibly marry someone I don't know how to kill?" He stared at me, at a loss for a moment. I hadn't considered that. "Naturally, why would you? You've never been stuck in any kind of cage until you were dregs of yourself. You're a dragon, the only thing more possessive than a vampire, which you also are, and you have feelings for me?" "Sure, possessiveness is a feeling." "Miss Morel, I have exerted a great deal of effort demonstrating my ability to control my instincts. I left you alone for days, allowing you to have the space you desired, even though I wanted nothing more than to. Take me and keep me and never let me go. I know." He scowled. "Take care of you, see to your health and happiness as far as is in my power. I want to make you happy, to give you all the good things and wicked things you desire, not stuff you in a vault until you suffocate." He gestured around us, reminding me of the location of this overwhelming situation. "To be frank, Miss Morel, you put yourself in a cage stronger and more isolating than anything I could do to you. You underestimate yourself." He laughed, flashing fangs at me. "I suppose you don't know me as well as I know you. I have been studying the topic of Libby librarian for 4 years, and you've only recently taken interest in the scholar." "Who says I'm interested?" He leaned close, peering into my eyes. "Are you interested?" "Dragons. You couldn't lie to a dragon." I scowled at him. "You know that I'm interested, that I've been aware of you for 4 years, as you mentioned so indelicately." "Miss Morel, this is probably the part where you hurl a death curse at me, or stab me in the heart in an attempt to clearly communicate your rejection of my proposal." I took 2 steps away from him. "Excuse me? What kind of marriage proposal tradition is that?" "The kind where I don't kiss you in the next 10 seconds. I stood there sputtering, lost between bewildered and infuriated. "Pardon, 5.5," he murmured before he stepped forward, took me into his arms, and kissed me. I probably shouldn't have kissed him back. I had no intention of accepting his proposal, which he knew perfectly well, but I couldn't help melting against his mouth. I needed to taste his lips, his words, and when else would I get another chance? As soon as I was finished kissing him, I'd run and keep running and never stop. The trouble was that it didn't seem like I'd ever be done with him. He tasted so good and right, and he brought every part of me to life, contentment, happiness, all those things he gave me when I was sundered from the library. He was already rooted in my heart, probably deeper than I was in his, and what could I possibly do about that other than kiss his silky lips and tug on his shirt? He had skin under that shirt that I was dying to feel. I tasted darkness and ripped his shirt, searching for more connection, more of him, my dragon, my vampire, my husband. What would it be like to not wake up alone every morning, to have someone tell me poetry every time I ask for it, to teach me how to speak dead languages, to study within silence, to build a life in a world divided into two pieces, neither of which had ever been home to me? Would he hold me through nightmares and love me through the darkness when it came again, as it inevitably did? The flashes of darkness, fear, terror clawed at me in spite of the gentle pressure of his lips, unlocking me from my desperate need for him and giving me a moment of blinding clarity. I loved him. Love would be my last cage if I didn't escape now. I wrote a death rune on his bare chest, ignited it, then turned and ran while he was knocked back. I ran through the halls, vibrating with emotions that kept rising higher and higher, overwhelming me past the point of anything like rational thinking. I ran towards the one thing I knew, the one thing I trusted, the one thing that would never change no matter what else crumbled up and blew away. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 19. When I came up the back steps, no imps were chasing me, but I still slammed the door after me, leaning against it with my heart pounding like a dragon was coming. I was there for a long time, leaning against the door with burning lips, burning heart, and burning fingers. I'd put a death curse on his chest, the one he'd called my favorite. It wasn't the strongest death spell, and he was an impossible-to-kill dragon, but it couldn't have felt good. Just because I loved him didn't mean that I should hurt him, did it? Love was an untouchable mystery that I'd never tried to unravel, and here I was, thoroughly tangled in it. I pressed my fingers to my oversensitive lips, and that's when I noticed the ring he must have slipped onto my left hand while I was distracted. I stared at the simple band with tiny gems that blinked and sparkled happily. It was such a simple thing for such a complicated person as the scholar. It probably suited me perfectly. I spun it around my finger, examining all the beautiful stones before I tugged it off. No, I tried to pull it off, but it got stuck on my knuckle. I frowned and tried again. How could he have put a ring on my finger without my noticing if it was too tight to easily remove? The answer was probably magic. He'd probably have to be the one to take it off, so I'd have to see him again, which would be an even greater disaster, because I'd already started to miss him. "There you are," Libby Jessica called from the end of the hall, then strode towards me purposefully, her shoes clicking loudly as she came towards me. I licked my lips and barely didn't make a dash for the back stairs to hide in the stacks. I didn't need Jessica to tell me how amazing it was to be part of the board, and how it was all thanks to her amazing degree at the prestigious school that would never accept me. "The board would like to talk to you. Come on, I'll escort you there. What were you doing in the lab? Don't tell me that you work there full-time," she said with a cheerful smile. "I suppose you could turn the board down." "It's only a temporary translation job," I said, unwilling to tell her that I didn't actually have even that currently. The board wanted to talk to me. Was it possible that they actually wanted to hire me back? "Pity. I had no idea that you were so well connected. How did you get the junior senator of Texas to be your lawyer?" I tripped on nothing, and she clucked in sympathy. "Be careful, Libby. The floor has a lot more cracks these days." I looked at the floor, confused why she'd say that the perfectly smooth marble was cracked, but she was right. There were cracks everywhere, and not only on the floor. Cracks went up pillars and even across the ceiling. "What happened?" I asked, cautiously touching the next pillar we came to. The pale surface reminded me of Michael's beautiful chest, and I quickly pulled my hand back. I think it was traumatized by everything that happened so quickly, the attack on Horace and Bert, the one that broke so many of its preservation spells and protection wards, and then you abandoning it. "I didn't abandon it," I said, sliding my hand over the silky wall. It felt so good, so right. I was rendered from it by the board. What do they want me for? I'm no longer their employee for them to summon at their will. I crossed my arms and frowned at her. I had other options, and I should go further than up a set of stairs from the scholar. It would be far too easy to accidentally tumble down them and land at his feet. Maybe they want to hire you back, she smirked slightly. You know you want it. Maybe if you beg, they'll let you wash the toilets, she laughed and walked more quickly, forcing me to hurry to catch up to her if I really wanted a job at the library. Of course I did. I wanted it almost as much as I wanted Michael. They wouldn't really want me as a janitor, maybe as a shelver in the stacks. I could do that. I would be the best bookshelver in the history of the world. I missed my stacks. I could live without the scholar if I had my library, although it would be better if I had both. No, I couldn't even think that. It wouldn't work. I walked faster until we reached the main floor and I saw Jade the preservationist walking with a stack of papers. I waved, and she came over quickly, looking relieved. Libby, I'm so glad you're here. Is there any way you could come with me for a minute? I have a situation that... Libby is coming with me, Jessica said, grabbing my arm and giving Jade a sharp smile. You'll have to use her later. You're the preservationist. I'm sure you can figure it out. Jade scowled at Jessica. And what are you, exactly, other than A? I'll try to help after I've talked to the board. Okay, I interrupted. Jade was clearly stressed out, like everyone else seemed to be, and I couldn't blame her, not if the library was literally falling apart. Thanks, she said, shooting me a grateful smile before she hissed at Jessica and strode off. What's going on with preservation? I asked Jessica. Same thing that's happening everywhere. Spells are breaking down, documents are crumbling, running from one fire to the next, putting out one in time for another to spring up. Not literal fire, at least not yet. The stacks have swallowed several people, even one of the employees. Poor Zach. We still have no idea where he is. It was like going from one horror movie to another. You've lost librarians in the stacks. I'm sure they'll turn up eventually, she said with an irritated shrug. We posted signs stating that they were closed, but some people think that they're exempt from the rules. Some people go wherever they want, whether they're authorized or not. I can help. Of course you can help, if they hire you back. I know how much you love to be useful, meddling in every department like that's your job. I didn't say anything after that. She was clearly as stressed out as everyone else, even if she covered it up with a smile and power heels. I got more and more nervous as we walked down the hall lined with offices. My stomach tangled with knots so excruciating, I thought I might throw up as we neared the end. Maybe this is a bad idea, I whispered, pressing my still buzzing fingers to my stomach. What I needed was a quick hug from the scholar, because nothing said safety like dragons and vampires. You're here. Might as well get it over with, and everyone is waiting for you. Everyone was half as many people as there had been the last time I was there. The woman, Mrs. Pineapple, the one who had held counsel on my firing squad, was there, but she was in the middle of the side seats looking embarrassed and not meeting my eyes, not that I wanted to gaze into her eyes and feel the sweeping humiliation and embarrassment of my last time here. The group sitting on the end from the doors was entirely new, and one of them was the junior senator of Texas, otherwise known as Cross the Assassin of the Holy Order of the House of Mercy. He was my lawyer when I admitted needing a lawyer, but when did that happen? Tax season. I had his email and had sent my tax documents to him from the library for the last 5 years, and every year he did them for me, even though most lawyers didn't do that for their clients. I was special. Still, him coming all this way and showing his handsome face in the same place as me was dangerous to the real person he was as well as who I used to be. Please come in, a man who reminded me a lot of Horace before he turned into a vampire said, seated in the center of the far end. Apparently he was now in charge. I'd stayed in the doorway, but at his words, Jessica gave me a push forward and closed the doors behind her. Go on, she said, giving me another push. Don't be scared. When I looked back at her, she was smiling, mocking, generally annoying. I cleared my throat and straightened up. I was not scared. I was terrified. Still, they'd already ripped me from the library and I'd survived, so I could survive this, whatever it was. I have other things to do today, so if you could make it quick, I'd appreciate it. I gave my lawyer a small nod that he returned with glimmering eyes filled with mischief. I hated when Cross looked like that. There was either a slimy lizard in my bed coming, or a basket filled with my favorite fruit, and you'd never know which until it was too late. The older respectable gentleman said, "Of course, Miss Morrell. Forgive us for the intrusion, but we need to implore you to reconsider working with us here at the Library of Antiquities." My heart pounded as I stared at him, for a moment speechless as he voiced my deepest desires. Well, the desires that weren't entangled with a dragon. "What position are you offering to me? I don't have a Library of Magic degree or a degree on anything else, to be perfectly frank. The job I currently have comes with benefits. Hopefully, this guy wasn't a dragon who could tell when I was lying. I'm not interested in working hard to clean up this mess, only to be sundered again." I didn't enjoy that my voice was tight and slightly angry at the end. Was I angry? Yes, look at my library, what they let happen to it once they threw me away. And that was besides my own feelings, of which I had many, building up on top of all the injustices I'd received at the hands of Mother Mercy. A person could only take so much, and maybe I was a little bit of a demon. He cleared his throat. "May I explain first? The position is unique, like you. 60 years ago, the board of directors was organized after the last general librarian retired." Cross elbowed him hard. "That is, he was murdered. It isn't a job that doesn't come with some risk, but I think that with your alliances and experience, you are the ideal candidate, actually the only candidate. The library has to choose the librarian, you see, and it has chosen you, as demonstrated by its behavior once you were, most unfortunately rendered. Horace appealed to me before his unfortunate turning, asking for you to be considered in the position which has been vacant since the board was formed. But I was away on some business, and didn't see it until I got back a few weeks ago." "Who are you?" I demanded, while my heart raced and stomach churned. He was offering me a job of that magnitude? Impossible. I must have misunderstood. The board wouldn't ever give me that much power without the proper accreditation. "I'm Robert Klofsky, the former chairman's brother, the vice president of the board, and chair in case of his absence. I was brought back from a very delicate matter in Greece involving—" "Never mind about that. But the library has certain benefactors who were very concerned with the way that the Library of Antiquities was being run, and about your treatment in particular." The hair on my neck pricked up. "What benefactors, Mr. Klofsky?" He smiled soothingly. "Please, call me Robert. This is Singsong City, a place that celebrates diversity in all its kinds. I'm not ashamed to admit that there are many vampires with interests in the library, financial and otherwise." He cleared his throat and adjusted his necktie. "I had to get this straight. Vampires convinced you in Greece to come back here and fix the library." "The situation, not just the library. If their cause wasn't just, I would have refused them, but their outrage at having the librarian rendered was completely understandable. I am also outraged on your behalf, Miss Morrell," he assured me, looking terribly sincere. "Call me Libby," I said flatly. Had the scholar actually gone to Greece to threaten the vice chair of the board to get me my job back? It's almost like he wanted me to be happy more than he wanted me safely ensconced in his lab. My heart swelled before I shuddered and shook off the impossible thought, refocusing on the man on the end who was here because he was terrorized by vampires. A library shouldn't be run that way, but who could stand up to the fiercely terrifying creatures? Certainly not me. A dragon could probably do it, but I wasn't giving the scholar my job, so I'd have to figure out how to manage. Cross probably had some ideas. He was very good at managing people. I shot him a look, because what was his part in this debacle? Had the vampires come after him as well? "What are the benefits?" I asked. Mr. Klofsky spread his hands. "Whatever you want. You decide your own benefits as well as everyone else who will be in your employ." Was this real? It couldn't possibly be real. I didn't say anything, just stood there staring stupidly at the man, waiting to wake up. He cleared his throat. "We're also going to pay you retroactively for the time you spent working unofficially as the librarian before now, as well as compensation for the discomfort you endured from your rending." "Discomfort," Cross said with a sharp smile that made me shiver. Klofsky didn't know him well enough to know how dangerous that smile was. Suddenly the lights went out, and a shroud of deep darkness enveloping the room and each person in it. I couldn't move, could barely breathe as blue runes flickered on the walls. The runes flared up along with the scent of blood, and then black-cloaked and hooded figures were pouring into the room, surrounding the assembly, who were as frozen as I was. The lights came back on, but there wasn't a lot of time to do more than catch Cross's eye before one of the cloaked figures grabbed Mrs. Pineapple and ripped her throat out, shoving her at my feet so blood sprayed artistically, then pooled on the floor while the poor woman gurgled, eyes large with horror. Stop! Jessica vaulted over the back row from behind the chairs where I hadn't noticed her standing. She's my aunt. Don't kill her. Take someone else. The hooded man said, You'd like to offer your life in her place. Everything takes sacrifice, young one. She clenched her fists, but she didn't come forward and save her aunt. Wait, why could she move when the rest of us were paralyzed, and who had written those runes in blood on those walls waiting to be ignited and turned into portals? And where were the bodies of the people who had been lost in the stacks once their blood was used up? Who was the inside person who had set up Horus? I stared at Jessica, horrified and confused. But Jessica was too incompetent to betray Horus without him figuring it out immediately. Not that he hadn't been dead. I'd been working on getting out of the complex paralysis spell, but it had only been a few short seconds since the lights went out, and it was a very complicated spell. Even Cross hadn't worked through his, and he was much better at them than I was. Still, this had to end before Mrs. Pineapple bled out however much she deserved it for rending me and giving Jessica a place on the board when so many other people were much more experienced and certified and not related to her. The hooded man knelt in her blood and then started singing a song of opening. One of the cloaked people moved behind me, sniffing at me inappropriately. This one's a virgin, she hissed to the kneeling man. We should use her as the blood sacrifice. She should spin her cape around and point a dramatic finger at me while she was at it. He ignored her, weaving a complex melody and rune with his hands, pulling from the energy and strength of the rune. For such a complex rune, he performed it crazy fast. The next thing I knew, a rippling portal opened between us, and then the woman who could smell virginity shoved me through. I stumbled but didn't fall down, because once I was through the portal, I was no longer paralyzed. I whirled around to go back through, but with a shimmer, I saw a flash of Jessica's surprised face, and then nothing but a dismal landscape that my book had been trying to recreate this morning. Oh, hell. Welcome. His voice was probably as appealing as the scholar's, but my heart was already taken. I turned to face the demon who was sitting on a big chunk of rock, flat at the top and lined in elaborate, tiny runes. Was he trapped on the rock? That would be great. Give me some time to figure out how to get home before he bled me for his own purposes. Transportation to another dimension? No problem. Forget that I'd never done it before. Wait, wasn't there something in that weird moment with the multiple singular books that could help me? Maybe. Thank you for coming. I get so few visitors. His voice was so silky and delicious, and his face as handsome as an angel's, with a hint of mischief that would have thrown off any other buttoned-up librarian. He was probably spooling lustful desire around me, but lucky virgins didn't have experience to trigger their instincts. I can't imagine why I said looking around for something to see, but the only thing was dismal red land punctuated by the odd volcano. 5, and they were all active. If they exploded, they would probably all overflow down here and swamp this area, leaving the demon under the molten magma. And me. Come to me, he called, his voice and will curling around me like real ropes, pulling me back around to face him. His eyes glimmered with red as he smiled, such a devastatingly wicked smile. Was he an incubus? How boring. A thunder of beating wings came the moment before a demon dropped from the sky, landing in a cloud of dust that made me cough. When the dust cleared, I was looking at a man, or a demon who could look like an ordinary human when he felt like it. He felt like it, which meant that he wanted me to put down my guard. Because all humans were complete idiots who could be fooled into walking right into the mouth of the dragon. Well, not me, no matter how many oranges were in my bed. How could I miss the scholar when I'd only just seen him? Also, this was not the time to be distracted by my personal misery. My child, you are lost, the new demon said, walking slowly towards me, his face filled with the deepest concern and empathy it was possible for a human to feel. He'd start weeping for me any time now. Then he'd eat me. I shrugged. Not exactly. I've never been to this realm before. Who are the great demons in the area that I should know to fear? He blinked twice, then smiled slightly. Are you interested in swearing fealty to one of them? Do you wish to trade your soul for immortality or great riches? Perhaps fame? Almost. I'm here to kill the demon who killed my father. His brows rose. A demon killer? He looked me up and down, and maybe my librarian outfit didn't scream, demon killer, but I was here, and so I might as well do what I could to find the demon I'd been looking for my whole life since I had no idea how to get home. Not currently, but I'm aspiring to the career. Do you have any tips? Don't underestimate them, he murmured, and then attacked. My file was waiting for him, and once I had a drop of his blood, the runes I'd been working on since I stumbled into the infernal realm came to life around me, sending him rolling back, and then keeping him pinned on the ground like the runes from the library had pinned me. I had a small scratch on my arm from the barbed end of his tail, so I took a moment to wet my thumb and rub away the blood before I walked over to the demon and started cutting him apart. His blood was what I was after, but also, he shouldn't underestimate humans. He stared at me, incapable of movement or speech, shock and a bit of appreciation in his gaze for how neatly I'd turned the tables. That was the most amusing thing I've seen for 100 years, the demon stuck on the rock said, laughing seductively. He underestimated you. What an excellent betrayal. I ignored him as I continued my slicing. Are you actually searching for a particular demon to kill? You're wasting your time. None of them would remember killing a particular human. They're all dull, insipid, uninspiring creatures, other than yourself, but you aren't entirely human, are you? I kept right on ignoring him, until I had enough blood to write runes of containing around the rock where the first demon was already contained, and still laughing like demons shouldn't be capable of laughing. I'd use his runes as well when I summoned the great demon. Would it be enough? Probably not, but you had to live in the moment. I wasn't going to live long. You didn't have to be a Harvard graduate to see that. I was already feeling dehydrated, and I hadn't been here an hour. Not that time means much in the infernal dimension. I'd give killing Jezarad my best efforts, and then die killing demons. It was a fitting end for Mother Mercy's finest assassin. I'd been expecting this kind of thing for a long time now. It was only strange that my lifestyle had taken so long to catch up to me. I wrote 2 rows of containing runes around the stone table, and then I started on the summoning. I'd done a lot of research on summoning demons after the scholar had first told me his name. Wait, you don't want to summon that demon, this human child, please reconsider. Also, if you're going to summon him, release me first, or he's going to eat me. I ignored him, but his words didn't comfort me. Are you seriously mad enough to think that you can kill Jezarad? You are. Well, I can't deny that madness has its own kind of charm. Surely you don't want to die a virgin, and you are most certainly going to die if you continue with your noble, if slightly misguided mission. They left you here because you talked too much, I said, nearing the halfway point of my last rune circle. The demon's blood was almost used up, but there should be enough. Do you want to know my name? You can control me if you have my name, and then I can help you kill him. Doesn't that sound like a grand plan? It sounds like the plan of a hysterical incubus, but if you want to give me your name, I'm not going to stop you. He crouched on the table, watching me intently as I finished the last rune. He crowed when nothing happened. See? Not enough power from you, and not enough blood from him. You can't summon someone so mighty as the great Jezarad. I crouched on my heels and waited. I'd used the most certain summoning, which made it the most slow acting. It took time to get going, so I'd have to sit here and get dehydrated while the spell did its work. I'd put a lot of thought into this since the scholar had. My chest constricted at the memory of him. This wasn't the time to get distracted, but I hoped that he didn't really miss me much. What if my dying for a lost cause hurt his feelings? I'd assumed that he didn't have feelings for me other than possessiveness, but what if I was wrong? He'd gone to some lengths to get me my job back. What if that was an act of real and true love? A volcano erupted, smoke billowing in the air. which may or may not have been triggered by my summoning spell. The demon stopped looking cheerful. Instead, he studied me with a solidly unattractive frown. And there you have it, me being the second demon today to underestimate you. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. He vanished in a cloud of smoke as the volcanic ash rained down, obscuring everything. A gust of wind spun me around, and then the valley was gone, replaced by a small library, a demon sitting near a fireplace with his feet stretched out to the flames, a small volume of Voltaire in his elegant hands. The only thing out of place in the scene was the demon crouched to his left, holding a table stacked with books on his head. The demon from the stone table was here as a table, which was enough to make me realize that this wasn't real, although was real in the demon realm. "Miss Mowell, you summoned me," he murmured, not looking up from his book. His voice was ordinary, slightly sleepy, but certainly not dangerous. Did I looked around, but the room gave me no clues. We were in his world, and yes, I'd contained him with the other demon, but he'd trapped me with him, unless this was all just an illusion. "What do you want?" No need wasting more time than necessary. There was something so normal about his voice, something that made me feel like I knew him. "I want to kill you." He looked up, brows slightly raised. In his eyes there was an infinity of pain and suffering, some of his, most of others. "Do you? How surprisingly ambitious of you. How will you manage that?" I licked my lips. "There are a lot of books here. Perhaps you could die of paper cuts. Did I dare to try this here?" He shook his head, unamused. "You misunderstand your purpose in this play, little human. Your virgin blood will feed the portal on this side once my faithful and vigilant servants have secured one on the other. Meal, give me your life." He didn't even try, not with seduction, not with persuasion. He just gave me an order and I obeyed. I cut my arm from my elbow to my wrist with my file, deep enough for the blood to flow freely. Was I really going to do this? I was breathing shallowly as my blood ran down my hand, pooling in my palm until it was full. I dipped my file in the blood and summoned the impossible fire that was as unnatural as I was. I threw the file into the demon's heart, but it wasn't a sword with any weight, so it barely pierced him. He plucked it away, holding it with a look of scorn on his face when it imploded, fire curling around his hand like a serpent, leaving the scent of burning hair and flesh behind. The demon wasn't unaccustomed to burning, but he was certainly surprised as he stared at that fire eating away at him, and more surprised as he raised his head and stared at me. I flung the rest of the blood in my hand at him, leaving a fine scattering across his chest. It bloomed up into eternal flames of heaven fire and infernal fire that ate away at him in a way that gave me hope. Maybe I'd kill him before I died. "My dearest Sibylla, you've returned to me," he growled, and then yanked his arms apart in a violent motion that did several unexpected things. The first was my demon and my angel were yanked out of me on opposite sides of my body, leaving me feeling lightheaded and empty. I didn't have any misery or happiness. Did most people feel like this all the time? It was so peaceful. The second thing was that demon metal cut through my skin on the edges of my cut arm, zipping it together like you'd see in an early Frankenstein movie. I felt that, and it wasn't peaceful. The third thing was that the endless flames that were impossible to put out, went out. How do I kill the angel without ruining the host or the demon? He asked me like I'd know, and if I knew, like I'd tell him. My peace had ended once my impossible flames went out. I was not about to sit around talking when I had a demon to kill before he was unleashed on my city. I pulled myself back together, angel and demon both, then leapt at him, summoning my file as I went. He should have blocked me, but he let me stab him as deeply as I could with my small file. He didn't fight back, only frowning thoughtfully about how to kill my angel without messing up the delicate host. I stabbed him again while pressing against his throat in a way that would kill a different creature. The ring hummed, and the next thing I knew, I was growing dragon scales. The demon reacted to that, standing up and sending me flying back, away from him, and hitting the dirt in a rolling rush that took my breath out of me, but I still stumbled to my feet, holding the file like it was a two-handed sword, while wearing dragon scale armor that had kept the demon's claws from shredding me like coleslaw. Still felt like I'd been hit by a battering ram though. Yep, that was a cracked rib and possible internal bleeding. Still, I'd had worse. The demon didn't look unobtrusive anymore. He crouched on the stone table with one clawed foot through the back of the other demon, who looked understandably miserable. "Sibylla," he mouthed at me, looking seriously disappointed. "I can't kill her for her blood now, can I?" Gerard said to the other demon. "Yours will have to do." "Any last words?" he asked, trailing a claw down the other demon's throat so blood spilled, flowing in a swirling circle around the demon. He was going to create the other side of the portal with the demon's blood. "Don't underestimate," he gurgled. What could I possibly do to stop Gerard? Was it worth the risk? Did it even matter, considering how idiotic I apparently was, giving up love and sushi so that I could be alone with my safety? If I could be brave enough to face off with a great demon with nothing more than a file, I could face my feelings and deal with vulnerability. Could I really? If I survived this, I would give love with a dragon vampire a chance. I took a deep breath, then coughed and hacked violently on the thick ash. Okay, needed a different method to calm my nerves. Forget it. I summoned my book, using the blood on my hands to bring it to me. My book was eager to come, or it wouldn't have worked, not in another dimension, but it was almost easy. I caught the book, then ran, leaping over the containment runes and onto the crowded stone table. I opened the book and summoned heaven. A sonic boom shook the ground and the stone table, which was now marble-veined in heavenly gold. The air swirled with sparkling flakes of ice as the ash transformed to rainbow liquid that floated upwards, transforming everything it touched, stretching out as far as I could see. "What have you done?" Gerard gnashed at me, fangs as long as my fingers and much more terrifying than dragon teeth, while horns curled out of his head like hair, standing on end. He had so many horns. "How do you kill the angel without killing the demon or the host?" "You don't." I transformed my trusty file back into its original form, an angelic sword that I'd stolen in a moment of weakness that I'd like to blame on my demon. Then I chopped off his head. It wouldn't kill him. No, unfortunately, demons weren't that easy to kill. I shoved his body off the stone table right before the portal to Earth opened, sucking me through instead of the demon. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 20. The succubus came with me, not quite dead, and recovered enough as it swam through the blood on the floor towards the door to gurgle hysterical laughter about underestimating humans. I slipped on the blood and came down on one knee, which is the only reason I wasn't caught by the death spell thrown at me by Horace's brother. What had his name been? Ah, Roger, like his grandnephew. How sweet to name a kid after his great-uncle. It took me a second to be reoriented to the council's court. Cross was bound and bleeding on the end, apparently the virgin sacrifice to match mine on the other end of the doorway in hell. First thing first, I threw an unbinding spell at him. I should have saved the trouble because he immediately stood up, smoothing his hand over his throat to stop the bleeding once he'd seen me. Ah! He'd volunteered as a virgin sacrifice, hoping that the demon would bring me with him. Maybe he had confidence that I'd defeat him and come through on my own. No, he was pretty surprised that I was here once he'd identified the dragon-armored warrior as his old ally. What now? He asked with a raise of his brows, speaking without words. Did he honestly think that I'd planned this far? I blocked the knife of the nearest cloak and disarmed him with a twist of the sword, then kicked him back, sliding him over to Cross. Cross lazily bound him and pulled back the hood, revealing the face of the new guard while I was on to the next cloak. Cross would be bored with nothing to do but binding, but he had lost more blood than I had if the state of the floor was any indication. He could take it easy this time. When the board saw that I was on their side and that Cross was free, they joined in the battle, at least those who hadn't already been killed or knocked out. There was probably no hope for Jessica's aunt unless the scholar felt like turning her. That would just be mean. I smiled slowly as I turned to the last cloak where he was fending off 6 board members with masterful skill. He was good. Really, really good. Why had he decided to join Gerard when he already had so much talent? I grabbed him from behind, punched his head with a stun rune, and then ripped off his cloak and held him against me, my sword lovingly pressed against his throat. "Hi there," I whispered. He shuddered so deliciously. "You aren't a librarian," he said in a calm voice that belied that shudder. "I am the librarian," I corrected. I didn't say it loudly, but the whole library quivered, and then it shot its broken roots into my heart, wrapping around it along with the feelings I had for the scholar. Yes, I was definitely the librarian, with all the capitalizations. You couldn't have defeated him. No, I turned him around so I could face him, and then I got to really see his face, and it was my turn to shudder. It was the driver of the car, the idiot who had almost killed me. Ah, not an idiot. "How long have you been working for him?" I asked, poking him slightly with my sword so that a drop of blood rose on his skin. He frowned down at my sword, then back up at my face, not noticing something insignificant like a drop of blood. "Librarians don't carry swords or wear dragon-scale armor," he explained in that incredibly obnoxious way of his. I was going to kill him. Finally, I'd kill him, and it would be as good as sushi. Sushi. I could eat so much sushi. "How long have you been working for the demon?" I repeated, and that time the blood moved in a rune of telling that would make him scream very loudly. He did. Scream, I mean, and then he was kneeling in front of me, sweating and bleeding while his eyes showed a flash of fear. Young people didn't feel that much fear. That fear came from someone who had seen terrible things for a very long time. "How many years?" I murmured, drawing a second drop of blood. Would I really torture him until he told me what I wanted? Absolutely, and maybe a little longer, just for insulting Anna. "I have been in his service for a little over a century," he whispered, the words broken from him. I nodded and then had to work hard to resist the urge to cut off his head. "Did you do all of his killing during that time, his important deaths, the ones he felt personally about?" He stared at me, and recognition flickered in his eyes. He lunged to his feet and threw a death spell at me at the same time he thrust a small knife up into my heart, but I was wearing dragon armor, and I was an assassin. Like I wasn't warded against death spells. I gripped his face and pulled him to his feet while he struggled. I was really strong, probably from the blood, the rage, and the knowledge that I was about to taste the death of the monster that had slaughtered my father, taken my family, my happy innocent life from me, and turned me into a monster that only knew how to kill. The doors burst open, and the media came in with flashing cameras and eager reporters. They stopped directly inside the doors, staring at the carnage in a great deal of surprise. "What happened to the librarian?" a reporter asked, "the one I'd thought least likely to want to see you killed." I was right. She wasn't looking for a murder victim story, but a return of the librarian story, which was a downright pleasant surprise. Except that I couldn't exactly murder the cult leader in front of an audience. What was a demonic angel assassin librarian to do? I wrote a binding rune on his face, a bright, brilliant rune that I watched burn into his skin until his eyes went blank, and he was blind as well as senseless. I spun the ring around my finger and willed the dragon armor away. It took some experimentation with various things, but eventually it melted back into my ordinary work outfit. Suddenly, everything was hard to hold up, including me. The pain of my internal injuries and the effort of breathing with my poor abused lungs made standing up negligible. The ring gave me more than armor. Who knew? The reporters had crept closer, avoiding the bloodiest areas on the floor. The board was busy taking care of the wounded. "Is that the junior senator?" one of the reporters said, and then the cameras were clicking, and blinding flashes were reminding me why I was not interested in being in anybody's spotlight. "Sir, are you the new librarian?" a pretty reporter asked, batting her lashes at Cross. "What kind of day was it going to be today?" "No," I said, wiping the angel's sword off on the cloak of the man I hadn't killed. "I'm afraid that's me." All the attention was back on me. I wanted to smile apologetically and shrink away, but I was holding an angelic sword that I'd stolen from a very powerful sect that would only forgive one cause for the act. Well, Cross had warned me that no sin went unpunished. "I'm Elizabeth Montaigne, daughter of Stephen Montaigne, who was slaughtered by a cult following the demon that nearly came into our world today. I'd like to thank the Holy Order of the Sword of Truth for allowing me access to their sacred sword on my mission to defeat the darkness and bring my father's soul peace. I saluted the cameras with my sword and lowered it, hoping that would be enough to pacify them. All this bother for a sword. I should have kept it as an unobtrusive file, but then I wouldn't have been able to chop off Jazarad's head with it. That would go down as one of the most satisfying moments in my existence. "You're the Montaigne heir and the librarian, the more nice than most," reporter asked slowly, like that was a lot to take in. The reporters buckled in as a new group flooded the room. Felix, Jade, Trumbull, Mirabelle, Tiago, and the scholar were there along with others, but once I saw my dragon vampire, I didn't notice anyone else. I loved him so completely, utterly and ridiculously, that the idea of spending another day without him was as ridiculous as trying to defeat a demon in its own world. I was finished being ridiculous today. I'm also soon to be the scholar, Michael Stead's wife, so I wouldn't get too used to the name. He cleared his throat and came closer to me, walking through the reporters like they weren't there. They made room for him because his presence was so overwhelmingly vast, like a dragon, a real one, dwarfing everything else. "I could take your name," he offered with a slight smile. "I've never been particularly attached to Stead, or we could hyphenate. Mr. More Montaigne has a nice ring to it." "You're the vampire from Song," the cute reporter accused, hitting her photographer so he'd take lots of pictures of the gorgeous vampire. A fluttering in my veins reminded me that I'd lost a lot of blood, probably suffered some internal bleeding from Jazarad's rage at my dragon armor, and possible lung damage from breathing ash. I wanted to lean on the sword, but with those reporters taking pictures, I didn't dare. The Holy Order of the Swords of Truth was not particularly forgiving. At all. "Hey," fiancé whispered to the scholar, who was walking towards me much too slowly. "Hey," fiancé responded with a slow smile, moving to my side so he didn't block the excellent photographers in the group. He took my hand, and we made an excellent picture, minus the blood and ash and more blood. Were we posing? How ludicrous. I tried to smile, but this wasn't the best time for me. "Hey, I think you should swoop me up romantically and carry me away," I whispered. "And miss this photo op recording our breathlessly happy moment. I have demon metal embedded in my arm, and I'm about to pass out." "Don't worry, I'll catch you so that your hair falls dramatically, like a waterfall," he said, shooting me a mischievous look before he swept me into his arms, holding me close. He felt so perfect, except that I wasn't sure where to put the sword. If I rested it on his shoulder, it looked like I might chop off his head, and I didn't want to give anyone any ideas. "Miss Montaigne, the public will be shocked to hear that such a hero as yourself, secretly tracking down evil cultist murderers, has taken up with a vampire," he said while smiling at the public in the most attractive way possible. They might be shocked, but they'd also be a little envious. Michael, it was so strange to use a name that common on someone so not. Mikey. It was just ridiculous. "I'm not going to be okay with you exiting this relationship. I've never noticed because I haven't had any kind of relationship, but it turns out that I'm quite possessive." "Of course," he said agreeably, flashing another smile at the crowd. Maybe I should chop off his head. Why was he taking my news so casually? "I'm not going to have a casual relationship with you. I need total commitment, and if you don't give it to me, well, I couldn't kill him." What could I do? Maybe that's why he wasn't concerned. "I'm not letting you go," I said, gripping his collar and forcing him to look at me. I kissed him, which got a cheer from the reporters and enough camera flashes that I didn't get entirely lost in the kiss. Cross came beside us and took my sword carefully out of my hands. "As fun as this has been, we need to take our hero to the medics before infection sets in. She's had quite a day, our hero of Singsong City," he said with that charming smile and shake of his sweet head, like there was no way he could possibly be a deadly assassin. He was the scariest. He urged me, still in the scholar's arm, out of the room past the bodyguards, but Mirabelle came with us. "Miss Montaigne isn't up to tuning lamps today," Cross told her, a benevolent dictator, putting her in her place. "I can heal her," she said bluntly, giving him a flat look like she could tell that he had no musical capabilities and therefore was worth nothing to her. Can you? Also, I know some people who used to work for the Holy Order of the Swords of Truth. If I were you, I'd send the sword back as soon as possible. Of course, I said, frowning at the sword cross held so easily. I loved that thing. I'll see to it, he said reassuringly all around. I will deliver it myself. He gave me a look, because yes, I owed him, but at the same time, did I really have to lose it? I'd had that sword for 27 years. Why is it theirs? Michael asked, frowning at Cross. If my bride wants to keep it, then she should. An angelic relic should belong to an angel, not a soulless order like the swords. The Holy Order of the Swords of Truth. Cross, myself, and Mirabelle corrected him at the same time. Michael grinned at us. You're afraid of them? Yes, I said, poking his chest. Anyone who isn't an idiot would stay far away from them and their weapons. If they say it's theirs, it's theirs. It's theirs. But if you had one of their weapons, he said in a low voice, I think that if you worked very hard, you could kill me with it. You should keep it. It's okay, I said softly, looking at him directly while my heart pounded and my throat got tight while my stomach tangled. I love you. He stopped walking, stopped breathing, stopped absolutely everything as he stared at me, eyes swirling darker and deeper blue, so deep that I would drown and never come up for air again. I'm not worthy of you. I tricked you into loving me so that I could have you, keep you, make you happy for the rest of my life, because I love you. I don't deserve you. Still, I'm not noble enough to give you up since that would cause you pain. Because I tricked you into loving me. Such a difficult situation, but what is a man to do? I will endure it as well as I can. He brushed my lips with his, then pulled away and leaned his forehead against mine. You're about to pass out. Would you rather rest in my bed or in yours? Oranges can't be comfortable. I tried to sit up, and my stomach screamed at me. I was down for the count. Who told you about the oranges in my bed? I scowled at him. He smiled back beatifically. You did, my love, my heart, my morning sun searing me to ashes and nectar. I want you in my bed. I want to marry you very soon so that I can join you there. You can. I love you. I'm not going to be more committed than I already am. He shook his head soberly. Oh no, I'm binding you to me with the chains of love and law. Your lawyer can do the honors. Think how charming Anna will be as your maid of honor. I'll buy her an opulent dress that she can sell for sushi money afterwards. I could be the maid of honor, Mirabelle said, reminding me that she was still there. I'd remember to show up. You can be my musician of honor, I said, smiling while I closed my eyes and drifted. I felt like a hero, being carried off the battlefield with pomp and glory. I'd fought and defeated my greatest adversary, my own fear. It was funny that the only target I'd let live was the one I'd been after the longest, but I didn't need to kill him, not when I had love to look forward to. Love was better than vengeance or sushi. Vampires Don't Suck, Chapter 21. The wedding happened before I knew it. Literally, I woke up in Michael's bed, which for some reason now had oranges in it, and then began the process of bathing and dressing to get ready for my wedding. Anna and Katrina were apparently my personal hair, makeup, and dressing crew. Drink this, Anna said, holding a goblet to my mouth while Katrina curled my hair with cutting-edge equipment. She apparently had a princess streak. I know that I was going to get married, but shouldn't we plan it for a few weeks while I take care of the library? It's not in the best shape and I need to get to work. Exactly, Katrina said, with a sharp smile. She was such a cute little vampire when she wasn't trying to kill me. Everyone knows that you're a workaholic who spends 15 to 20 hours a day at the library. When would you find time to plan a wedding? Besides, the scholar knows what you want. I gave her a skeptical look. I don't know what I want. How could he? Anna sighed and started on my makeup. Then what does it matter? It's kind of romantic to have a whirlwind wedding, kind of like eloping, only with everyone you know. Everyone I know. Sure, even your lawyer will be here. That reminds me. I need to talk to him about my taxes. I don't suppose you know where he is. You want to talk about your taxes on your wedding day? Did you get a concussion while you were in the infernal realm? Katrina asked. Anna elbowed her. That wasn't nice. You have to be nice to brides. That's the rule. Gabby said so. Who's Gabby? I tuned them out. Was this really what I wanted, to marry the scholar, or had my impulsive declaration been fueled by infernal fumes? I really needed to see Cross, because I hadn't seen Jessica alive or dead after I got back, not to mention the demon I'd brought with me, and I had to be certain that the cultists were properly executed. And my sword. I needed to make sure it was properly cared for until it was with its proper owners, and maybe I could figure out a way to steal it from them later, but the biggest thing on my mind was definitely the library. Jessica had been breaking down its protective spells for who knew how long, and I still needed to find those bodies in the stacks that she'd bled to make those portal runes. Stop twitching, Anna complained, applying mascara to my eyes. It's fine. No one cares whether or not I'm wearing makeup or oranges. Let's just get on with it. Katrina giggled. She's so eager for the wedding night. I was suddenly stiff with terror. I grabbed Anna's arm. What if he eats me? She blinked at me while her lips twitched. Then you chop off his head. What if he drinks all my blood? Then you poison him. Batty. What if he is disappointed with me and wants to leave? She gave me a careful hug so she wouldn't mess up anything. Oh, you're so cute. Men are easy. How would you know? You never date. She finished putting a layer of fine powder on me. I have a daughter, don't I? Whether I can remember her father or not, I know some things, and one thing I know is that if the scholar wants to marry you, he's done his research and will make certain that everything goes smoothly. I scowled at her. How much research do you think he's done, and with who? Katrina giggled. You're jealous. I've never known him to be interested in anyone besides you, so if he did know anyone, they're probably long dead. How am I supposed to compete with dead people? He's never married anyone else. Don't dwell on the past, Anna said airily. That was easy for her to say, considering that she couldn't remember 15 minutes ago. All right, we're ready to go. Katrina, go tell the fiancé she's ready when he is. Also, send in the lawyer to make sure she has all the documents she'll need. I smiled at her. Thanks. She gave me a wry smile and headed for the door. I'm going to go see what Gabby's up to. It didn't take much time for Cross to come in looking like the immaculate junior senator. Angel, you called, he said, raising a brow. I held up my fingers and ticked them off. Jessica, cultist, sword and money. Is there any way to sell off the Montaigne estate? I want to set up a college fund for my friend's daughter. He shook his head. Jessica is mine. I'm looking forward to the hunt, and you can't object after you had all the fun the other day. All I did was play virgin sacrifice. It makes me want to do something about it. Like kill anyone who tries to turn you into a virgin sacrifice. He flashed a grin. Well, if you're going to get married, who will I have to flirt with? I might have to get married so that I can hang out with you, otherwise your sweetheart might get jealous and eat my heart out. The cultists are all securely held by my private corp. They are very reliable. And if we did lose their leader, I have his scent. The sword is on me. I'll keep it on me until I deliver it to the Holy Order of the Swords of Truth, and no, you can't keep it. You were insane to hold on to it, as long as you did. I was joking when I dared you to steal from them. He gave me a stern frown that melted into a smile. You look like a real bride, and happy. You look terrified, but happy. As for money, you have more than enough for a college fund as well as buying half the city if you wanted it. Mother Mercy didn't dispose of it like she led us to think. Oh, and she's here. I felt the blood leave my extremities, including my head. I slumped over with my fingers at my temples. Mother Mercy is coming to my wedding? Did you tell her about it? I told you that she was coming for your book. She's determined to talk to you about it. I changed my mind. You should assassinate her. He looked properly horrified, like he hadn't suggested it himself a dozen times. I can't assassinate Mother Mercy at your wedding. What if she's here for sentimental reasons? I snorted. Idiot. Like she's ever felt anything sentimental in her life. Still, I don't suppose she can ask me to come back to work for her now that I'm the librarian and came out as Elizabeth Montaigne. I nodded, feeling slightly better. I'm not as good at being two-faced as you. There's no way she'd want me back. Ah, the compliments you throw my way are enough to weaken my knees. He kissed my cheek and pulled away, wrinkling his nose. Why do you smell like oranges and jasmine? Those scents don't go together. They're the best. They're as good as oranges and peppermint. Which is also vile. It must be love, poisoning your sense and your senses. I'll see you on the other side. I'll be wearing a nice long senator robe, so be braced for my gorgeousness. He gave me another kiss on my other cheek, and then slipped out, leaving me to hyperventilate alone. I stared at myself in the mirror and couldn't tell whether I was beautiful or just terrified. The dress was a rich white with gold trim, reminding me of white marble veined with heavenly gold, but there was a demon beneath that creamy skin, and that veil of impossibly delicate lace perched on golden curls was probably too much. Did I look like a cake topper or a public figure making an impression? Mother Mercy was here? Why would she come when I was already feeling stressed out? Katrina knocked briefly before she came in, bouncing with excitement. Everything is ready. Come on, I'm going to help with your train since I'm the closest the scholar has to a child. I offered to wear pink, but for some reason, people thought that would give the wrong impression. She flashed her fangs at me, and then we were moving. My chest was still tight from breathing infernal air, and I couldn't move as quickly as I liked, but apparently marrying was more urgent than anything else. Katrina gave me directions as I walked as quickly as possible, which was still slow, down a maze of hallways I wasn't familiar with. The laboratory was a maze. Finally, we came out in the garden, the air heavy with oranges and jasmine. Haunting music floated around me, classical guitar and harp with a dusky flute and drums, pounding the most interesting rhythm, not quite war, but definitely not the wedding march. It suited how I felt perfectly. Mirabelle must be weaving her magic. Somewhere in the shadows beyond the rows of orange trees were the scholar's guests and Mother Mercy. We didn't start at the very end of the orange walk, so it only took a few minutes to reach the clearing near the waterfall. Michael turned towards me, and for a moment I couldn't breathe, could only ache with every fibre of my being to close the distance between us. I loved him, even if he was too handsome. I smiled at him, and he hesitantly smiled back. I forgot about everything else as I walked slow step by slow step, closer and closer to my forever love in his blue silk suit, the one that came with wings. The music swelled as I got closer, passing the rows of seated guests while blossoms drifted down, pale between the floating orbs of golden light. His eyes burned with frightening intensity, but I wasn't frightened anymore. I wanted him to hold me as tightly as I'd hold him. I finally reached him, grabbing his hand tighter and tighter, until he held me back almost as tight, until his claws came out, holding me so carefully. He wouldn't ever let me go. A wave of dizzying happiness went through me as I struggled to breathe evenly, and then Cross cleared his throat and began. Dearly beloved, we are gathered together today. His uncreative opening was interrupted by a scream of battle and a flash of heavenly gold from above. I whirled around and reached for my file, but of course it wasn't there. I missed it already. The bright gold resolved into the shape of a flying horse and rider as it swooped over the orange trees, coming down on the runway that I'd walked down a few moments ago. Holy Order of the Swords of Truth, we were all going to die. He was as gorgeous as his fiery flying steed, both of them looking like they were made out of molten gold, but once he'd dismounted and some of the gold dripped off him and the horse, leaving gold and glowing footprints behind as he walked towards us, he looked slightly less gold, but no less terrifying. The harp fumbled, and then the music ended, leaving ominous silence as the warrior came towards us. What was his rank? I couldn't remember half the ranks of the largest and most deadly order in the world. He stopped 15 feet away, bowed respectfully, and then stood at ease, feet apart, hands behind him, as though he didn't have a dozen weapons behind his back that he could use if he wanted to obliterate all of us. What is the meaning of this intrusion? The scholar rumbled, his claws still as careful with me as before, but his skin was slightly rougher, ready to pull out dragon armor and protect me. It was so sweet to have someone protect me. Of course I could protect myself, but it was nice to have someone, and we could protect each other. Since the Holy Order of the Swords of Truth are such close allies to the Montaigne heir, I am here to witness the union between the librarian and the scholar. Also, if the Montaigne heir has finished her holy work of defeating the demons and driving back darkness, I will take the angelic sword of retribution with me after I witness. His voice was pure and low, a baritone probably. Did angels sing? Of course angels sang. He was definitely an angel with a voice like that. Are we close allies? I asked, trying to sound confidently confused. He smiled, showing his white teeth in dazzling smile. He really was angelically gorgeous. Would the Holy Order of the Swords of Truth lend out an angelic relic to someone who wasn't a close ally? I pursed my lips as I studied him, and he stared at me in return. He knew that I'd stolen the sword, and if I didn't want this to end in a bloodbath, I'd accept their close alliance with a smile. I swallowed hard. Of course I was just thinking that close is such an insufficient word for my feelings of deep respect and gratitude to the Holy Order of the Swords of Truth and all the work you do. I'm not familiar with what it means for you to witness. Do you want to take over officiating? I glanced at Cross, who was looking at the gorgeous angel with a calculating frown that I recognized. They knew each other, probably behind closed doors, one order of secret assassins to another order of blatant killers. Politics, shudder. The scholar answered for him. To witness means to lend credence to the marriage, to make it insoluble without a special mandate from the order. Historically, you do not often give permission for divorce. The angel laughed and smiled charmingly. That would be utterly archaic. That wasn't a no, Katrina said, reminding me that she was still there, standing to the side, waiting for me to need her to carry my train. He glanced at her, and for a moment there was a flicker of something less charming before he returned his gaze to me. Allez, Montaigne, do you accept the Holy Order of the Swords of Truth's witness? Why didn't they want me to get a divorce? That made it seem like they supported my marriage to the scholar. I swallowed hard, then glanced at my vampire dragon. Is that okay? I asked him. I'd rather you not be able to divorce me when you got tired of me. He moved closer, looking at me in a way that made it impossible to breathe, so intent but so tender. I accept the witness. I beamed at him, then turned to smile at the angel. Yes, thank you. His mouth twitched in what may have been an actual smile before he bowed again. Excellent. Your fine officiator may continue. I looked up at Cross, and he continued exactly where he'd left off. To witness the blessed union between one Libby Elizabeth Pearl Morel Montaigne to Michael Ernest Stead, to have and to hold, to love and to cherish, in sickness and health, in darkness and light, until the sands of time run dry. Do you, the librarian, agree to wed the scholar, but need to be patient with his strange obsession with oranges and peppermint and researching dry topics that you couldn't possibly be interested in? I blinked at him. Maybe he should have stuck with the traditional route. I looked at my scholar and smiled at the feelings I saw in his infinitely mesmerizing eyes. I do. I said the words, and a pulse of power swelled around me, binding my heart like I was bound to the library. I probably could have married him by saying I was married and using my authority as the librarian to make it official. That would have saved time. Do you, the scholar, agree to wed the librarian, to love her and protect her and make certain that she doesn't work herself to death or go blind from translating some ancient language in dim lighting? He cleared his throat and then flashed a terrifyingly happy smile at me. I do. His lab responded similarly to my library, and I could feel him in my heart, and could feel him holding me in his. I love you, he said, moving closer and carefully tracing my face with the back of his hand. I will never betray you, not by imprisoning you, and not by stepping away against your will. I swear it, and the angel witnesses. I will love you and adore you until the stars fall from the sky. Witness, the angel agreed, like the intoning of a bell. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may. The rest of Cross's words were blocked out by the cheers as I flung my arms around his neck and kissed him. My vampire, my monster, my husband. When I came up for air after my kiss, the angel said, "Good enough. Where's the sword?" Cross brought it out of his robes and handed it over with a slight bow, handle first. The angel took it with his own bow, and then ran fingers lightly over the blade. The resulting flash of bright light made my eyes water. He strapped the sword to his back and smiled at me. I can see why you would want a sword like this. With proper training you could even kill a dragon with it, a dragon like the scholar. But you married him instead of killing him. Bold move. Katrina came forward spitting mad. You don't announce to the public someone's secret self. She attacked him before anyone could stop her. I held my breath, waiting for him to turn her into a gold statue or burn the lab down with bombs of heavenly fire, but instead, he spun her around before her claws could break the skin of his face, holding her awkwardly to his front and side. He cleared his throat as he frowned down at her. I accept, he finally said, then raised his eyes to the scholar who was very stiff beside me. She was his responsibility, but she'd attacked an angel. You just didn't do that and expect any kind of life existence afterwards. Your young charge has asked me to dance. I'm not accustomed to vampire customs, and for a moment I thought she might have violent intentions towards a lion of the sword. I'm so glad to realize that I was mistaken. The scholar glared at Katrina and then gave the angel an icy nod. I'm so glad that you took a moment to pause and understand a young vampire's impetuous dance invitation. Music. We are, apparently, dancing. He took me in his arms, and then we were dancing. I'd never really danced before, but he was a vampire and could look into my eyes and suggest the right steps to me, so I didn't completely humiliate myself in front of our guests. This is the weirdest wedding I've ever been to, I whispered as he spun me around near the edge of the waterfall, and I didn't worry about plummeting to my death. Have you been to many weddings? Come to think of it, no, I had been to many more funerals than weddings. I'd gone to one of the assassin's weddings after he settled down with a lovely werewolf after he was infected and put into partial retirement. That had been a pretty weird wedding too, come to think of it. I withdraw the comment. Weddings are weird. He cleared his throat and pulled me closer. I love you. When I said that it was easy to step away, I meant to reassure you, not to suggest that I would find it easy, or that I went around starting relationships and ending them. I've never been married, never been serious in any meanings of the word with another person. I didn't think I'd ever meet someone who could so thoroughly bewitch me. I've noticed that you do tend to translate with insufficient lighting. I take my vows seriously, so that's the first thing I'm going to take care of. The first thing, I wiggled my brows and tried to look suggestive. He smiled softly. I will research with you while you translate your favorite texts. Your health, happiness, and pleasure are my serious duties. How did I get so lucky? I beamed at him. If you think it's lucky to be sworn to a demon angel librarian assassin, you're probably crazy. Crazy about you, he kissed me, dancing and kissing so cleverly I almost forgot about the other guests. No such luck. After the first dance ended, Tiago asked me to go around with him. Have you seen Mirabelle, he asked as we spun around, him surprisingly light on his feet, considering his age. She isn't here, and she said she wouldn't forget. Well, the music master was here, but then after the holy night came, she disappeared, said she had to check on the snacks. Speaking of snacks, did you see them? His eyes were bright with satisfaction. This was definitely a happy ending for him. Can I have this dance? The angel said, once the music had stopped. I stared at him, and then held out my hand, because dancing was better than bloodshed. He danced like an angel, but I danced like a librarian, which is to say, I kept stepping on his feet. Tell me about the musicians, he said with a smooth smile. I thought I heard a harp earlier. You know how angels love harps, but it seems I was mistaken. Mirabelle plays the harp, but apparently she got sucked into the snacks. She's like that, scavenging like she doesn't know how to buy groceries. I'm going to have to do something about the music guild finances. Maybe I can give myself a raise. I smiled at him. You're a member of the Musicians Guild. What do you play? I don't really play, but I got sucked into the job of musical maintenance when Mirabelle took over as music master. He winced, like I'd stepped on his foot a little too hard. Ah, And you consider this music master a friend of yours in spite of her making a musician out of a librarian who was probably happily minding her own business. I hesitated. It's like he knew her. Yes, she's my musical matron of honor. If your order was interested in funding a music hall. He spun me under his arms and left me spinning wildly as he marched over to the musicians like he was going to war. He walked directly through the other dancers, like he knew that they'd get out of his way. They did. When he reached the small stand where the musicians played, he leapt lightly up, took a mandolin out of the nearest musician's hands, and strummed a note. It was golden, flooding the space in a swirl of light and sound that cut through any remaining chatter, bringing every eye up to the angel on the stage. Were all angels this crazy? I hear that Singsong City's new music master is named Mirabelle. I know a song by that name, about a shameless woman who chased music like a hound chases a stag. You are honored to hear me play it for you this day. He bowed and then, before I could be skeptical about the honor he was bestowing, he began to play. Mirabelle was magical, but I'd never seen her perform alone, without a group around her that she supported with her magic to bring out the best in them. This was unabashed brilliance coated in talent, magic, and dazzling charisma. The song was about some girl who did something, but the music was so compelling, so dizzying, I didn't realize that I'd been drawn to the stage until the scholar's arms came around me, stopping me from pressing any closer. He kissed the side of my neck, then murmured in my ear, breaking the music spell, "You're right about this being a weird wedding." The angel sang until Mirabelle came stumbling out of the shadows, reluctantly drawn by strands of golden sound that wrapped around her wrists and throat, tugging her up on the stage until she was standing in front of the angel, glaring at him with her darkest scowl. He played the last notes of the song, and the spell was broken. He caught her chin in his fingers and then kissed her forehead while she tried to wriggle away. "Little sister, it seems that the will of the one true light has brought us together this night. Congratulations on your position of music master of Singsong City. They are honored to have you." She crossed her arms and glared at him. "You're a nutcase. Blood related to you. Undeniably. Would you rather dance or play with me?" She squinted, and then her shoulders slumped. "You know that I can't resist playing with you." "I do. It would take a far less brilliantly observant person than me to miss you following me around as soon as you could walk, dragging the ugly harp and begging for hours until I gave in. You're pestering everyone here. Aren't you? You're thinner, you could use some fattening up. Is there a possible beau that might be compelled to take responsibility for your recklessness?" She sniffed. "Enough. Play with me or fly away on your ridiculous Pegasus." "But he's having such a nice time eating all the snacks." Mirabelle gasped in shock and outrage, but then the angel, apparently her brother, played a chord, and she couldn't resist. She summoned her harp, and then there was nothing to do but sit down in the clearing next to the falls with all the other guests and watch them play. The scholar pulled me onto his lap and fiddled with my hair until he'd taken off the veil, undone the pins, and then started stroking the strands with his long, slender fingers. I relaxed against him, caught in the spell of love, music, and magic, and forgot about everything else. After the magical concert that felt like a dream, the angel whistled for his ridiculous Pegasus, who was absolutely stunning without the slightest ridiculous thing about him, and then they flew away while Mirabelle watched him go, gripping her harp and staring up at the dark ceiling of song long after he was gone. The scholar stood up with me, arms wrapped around me firmly. "Guests, thank you for coming with your support and your wishes. Please enjoy the remainder of the evening. I must take my bride, who is recently recovering from her ordeals in the infernal realm and is quite near collapse." He subtly bumped the back of my knees and I folded. He swooped me up dramatically, then strode off with the long train of my gown trailing behind us. Cameras flashed, and there was the nice reporter, watching the scene with a sentimental tear in her eye while I gripped the scholar's neck. "Don't we have to stay until the end? I'm not sure that it's safe to leave all of my friends alone with yours." "Your cross will manage them." He's a serpent, he made it sound like a compliment. I guess, coming from a dragon it was. He strode off briskly, and we were halfway down the walk when a dark shadow stepped out to block the way. The scholar pulled up abruptly while my heart stopped beating as I took in the broad hat, the wide brim covering the face of our doom. She looked up slowly, as dramatic in her face reveal as a proper villain. Mother Mercy wasn't gaunt exactly, not when she was corded with wiry lean muscle that had only thickened and hardened in age. Her cheeks were high, harsh, her eyes dark and brimming with death. "Child, it is good to see you so well." I swallowed hard. "Mother Mercy, Michael, this is the head of the order that raised me." He nodded to her. "I welcome the head of an order that has my wife's gratitude, but she is no one's child." There was a growl beneath those words, and my heart restarted, and I could breathe again. She nodded regally at him. "I must agree. Anyone who returned from the infernal realm after defeating a greater demon is no child." She straightened slightly and gave me a look I'd never seen from her before. "Can you protect the book?" She wasn't giving me orders but asking me what I really thought. Could I protect the book? I nodded decisively. "I'm the librarian of the Library of Antiquities. If I do not have the necessary resources, I will turn to my associates in the Laboratory of Song for assistance. My book will be protected, and the world will be protected from the book. If there is danger, I will destroy it." She winced. "It could bring heaven to..." She trailed off as she shifted her gaze to my husband. "I don't suppose that appeals to you any longer. We honor you for your service." She bowed low, then became a solid featureless shadow. The other shadows around her took form, and the entire order bowed to me, including Cross, who had joined his fellow associates to offer me honor. My heart burned, and the world made a rotation I'd never thought I'd see. The shadows melted away, and the scholar started walking again. "This was the weirdest wedding ever," he said, then kissed me. I drank up his kiss like a flower soaking in a soft spring rain, a kiss that fed my heart and soul. When he pulled away, his eyes were dark, so dark, with a red glow around the pupil. "Wife, promise me your blood." I gasped and then nodded. "As long as you don't drink too much and hurt yourself." He bumped my forehead with his. "You put the accent on the wrong person's health. I'm very difficult to kill, and will live a very long time, but if you give me your blood, I can probably prolong your life." "You're going to experiment on me." He shrugged, kissed my forehead, and kept walking more briskly. "I offered you all my books to experiment on. Why wouldn't you offer me your blood?" How can I argue with such logic? Are we really married, and you're carrying me back to your bed? I want you in my bed. I've always wanted you in my bed. I will always want you in my bed. Your conjugation skills are breathtaking. Thank you. You should hear it in ancient Persian. Would you like to? What a question, considering that's why you married me. He spoke the ancient words, breaking to kiss me softly between every other word. When we finally reached his bed, there was sushi waiting for me on an ice boat on the side table. For the first time in my life, I ignored the sushi and devoured my husband instead. It was the right choice. Some things in life really were better than sushi. The end. Thanks so much for listening. You can find more of my books on my YouTube channel and ebooks on Amazon.